But a lot of the time when you go into a pay-per-view with low expectations, you are pleasantly surprised. We've seen that repeatedly recently, where we've gone into WWE shows not really expecting much, but the shows massively deliver, and there is a chance that we could see that again here, where WWE pull it out of the bag. We know that we're going to get some really interesting matches. We know that Cody versus Seth, their previous two, has been a banger. So, high hopes for this one. There is a bit of a concern about the injury stuff regarding Seth. So, we are going to obviously touch on that and talk about that. But we've got that. We've got the women's title match as well. And we've got a poll in the chat for that. So we can talk about that also. And as well as that, we've also got Theory against Mustafa Ali. I do think those two going against each other with no commercial breaks, being told to just steal the show kind of a thing. You know, Theory, Mustafa Ali, go out there and steal the show. I think that is definitely something that they could achieve. So I think that Cody against Seth stands a great chance of being a brilliant match. Bianca, Asuka, Becky Lynch, I think should be fun, and it is for the women's title. Theory against Mustafa Ali with no commercial interruptions. Both of them going out there to make a statement. I think that'll be good. Finn Balor, AJ Styles, Liv Morgan taking on Judgment Day. Again, it should be good. We've seen it, but inside or on this pay-per-view, again, with no commercial interruptions, it should be really, really good. The only ones that I'm like, not that bothered by, Bobby against Amos and MVP, I can't see that being any good. The only thing I will say is that we've seen Bobby against Amos quite a few times. At least this one has got MVP in there to kind of make it interesting, to kind of provide a distraction, to kind of kill a bit of time. So Bobby against Amos and MVP in a 2-on-1 handicap might actually be a bit more enjoyable than just Amos against Bobby. But I'm still not crazy looking forward to it. Ezekiel against Kevin Owens. It's always great to see Kevin Owens, isn't it? So watching Kevin Owens is no chore. So looking forward to seeing Kevin Owens. So I'm not crazy about Ezekiel, but I'm looking forward to seeing Owens. And then the only other match is Madcap Moss against Happy Corbin, and this is a more focused Madcap Moss. And this is a Madcap Moss that we haven't really seen compete before. Gone are the jokes. It's a no-holds-barred match as well. So anything goes. So I feel like I'm sort of talking myself into this being alright, you know. I kind of feel like when you actually break it down and go through it match by match, at the start I was only really into 2 matches. But there's 4 that actually kind of grabbed my attention. And the Kevin Owens match has got Kevin Owens in, so that's, I'm sure, is going to be entertaining. So, yeah, I think go in with low expectations, and hopefully this can massively exceed them. So, Jim said it is a shame, though, there's only one Hell in a Cell match. That is true. It is true. It would be nice. I personally would like to have, I don't need loads, but I'm fine with having just a couple. I kind of feel like having one maybe at the start of the show or at the halfway point, and then the second one being the main event. I feel like that's quite nice. But I don't need loads of Hell in a Cell matches, but I kind of feel like Finn Balor, AJ Styles, Liv Morgan against Judgment Day. That's kind of screaming out to be inside Hell in a Cell to me. I don't know why, but I'd love to see that kind of 2 teams inside Hell in a Cell going at it. That'd be brilliant. So I quite fancy seeing that one inside Hell in a Cell, but we never got it. And maybe you could make an argument for Madcap Moss, Happy Corbin because of the story, but I personally wouldn't waste a Hell in a Cell on that story. But either way, as we said, we've got one, and it's looking like it's going to be our main event. Hazard says, even though Cody is injured, you know for a fact that Cody will give his absolute best tonight. I can see there being blood, probably Cody as he loves it, and I cannot wait. Thoughts? Yeah, I agree. I think that apparently it's a torn pectoral muscle that Cody did whilst training. So, and WrestleVotes have tweeted out that it is legit, but as of right now, the match is going ahead. Now, I don't know quite how they're going to do this. Apparently plans have been changing all day. I don't know how long the match goes for. I don't know if there is going to be some outside interference. It's hard. It's hard to know how this is going to go and how it's going to shape up. But, yeah, I'm still got high hopes for it. Their previous match has been brilliant, and they've got time to put something together that's going to work. And they know what they're working with, and they know how limited Cody is right now and what those limitations are. So I kind of feel like they've got enough time to pull something together. So I'm going into it with optimism, as we said. Did you say you weren't feeling Ezekiel? It's the best storyline. It's such a refreshing change from Brock destroying Roman's vehicle and Heyman playing a double agent. Yeah, I'm not feeling Ezekiel. I mean, I'm not feeling, when I say I'm not feeling Ezekiel, I'm not feeling Ezekiel. I find Ezekiel to be very bland. We spoke about this on the watch-alongs. Like, he's probably playing it the way he should play it. He's probably doing what he should be doing. But there's no doubt that the person that's carrying this story is Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens and his reaction and the way that he is so over... I mean, because let's be honest, it doesn't matter if it's Elias or not. Right? I know that's going to shock people, but it doesn't matter. If Elias wants to call himself Ezekiel now, you know, why is Kevin Owens not upset about the fact that flipping Pete Dunne's running around called Butch? Why is he not upset that Raquel Gonzalez is now called Raquel Rodriguez? Why was he not upset that Chad Gable got changed to Shorty G? Like, in the cold light of day, Elias calling himself Ezekiel just isn't a problem. But it's Kevin Owens' reaction to that deception that is bringing all this humor. So I'm enjoying seeing Kevin Owens reacting to it all. But my concern is, as soon as we're done with this feud and Kevin Owens goes off, what the hell do we do with Ezekiel then? What do we do with him then? Like, because I can see him going into a tag team. I can see him going to the 24/7 picture. I mean, for me, this is not like the gimmick that is going to propel Ezekiel to like the WWE title or anything. But then maybe it's not meant to. Maybe it's not meant to. Maybe it is just meant to kill a little bit of time. But I don't know. At least like before, he had the guitar and he could come out and go, "Hello, I am Elias." And he could always, like, you know, play a song about where he is or come up with a new song, or there was something that he could create and he could keep it relatively fresh. I just don't know what you're going to do with Ezekiel once you move in past Kevin Owens. I mean, what? I don't know what you're going to do. I have no idea. No idea. So I'll be very interested to see what happens with Ezekiel. So when I say I'm not feeling Ezekiel, I mean I'm not feeling Ezekiel. As in, like, him. Wayne, shout out to you, said, will the Fiend return tonight? Not expecting it at all, no. I know that there's a lot of talk on Twitter about it, but that's a lot of children. Like, I'm not even being nasty. I'm being legit. It's a lot of kids and a lot of youngsters and, like, die-hard fans that just will hope that it's going to be Bray Wyatt. I mean, there's no reports of it. There's been no rumours of it happening. The only reason that those rumours doing the rounds is because Bray tweeted out that he would see us all soon, and this is the next big pay-per-view. So, you know, it's nothing more than people doing that. It's nothing more than people going, he said he'll see us soon. This is the next big show. He's going to come back at this show. There's no background information. They're just ignoring the fact that Vince fired him last year. It's just no. So no. Sadly not. It is just, I think, youngsters that got into the Fiend when he was around. I think that it's people that are just die-hard Bray fans that are just living in hope. And, you know, they will, if there is any kind of buzz, they'll just jump onto that and just kind of hope that he's coming back. And there's just that buzz that's on Twitter. But I got to tell you, that buzz is not being replicated in, like, the rumor mill. It's not out there at all. There's no reports. If he does come back tonight, it will be one of the biggest shocks because he will have re-signed and we won't have known about it at all. Like, no rumors. No one's even No one's even trying to see where he is or anything. You know, like when sometimes there's rumors about like, oh, could Cody be at the show? And then you hear people saying like, Cody has been spotted backstage, or we think Cody might still be in such and such an area. He's nowhere near the show. Like, there's none of that either. It's not like, oh my God, Wyndham's been spotted here or Wyndham's been spotted there. No one is seemingly even looking as to where he is, because there's just little reports or no belief that he's going to be on this show. Because you can't escape the fact that he got fired last year and nothing has changed. So, don't know. We'll obviously have to wait and see. But I am absolutely 100% not expecting it. If it does happen, I think it'll be one of the biggest shocks of the year. And to be honest, I think the Bray fans in their hearts of hearts are not expecting it either. I think some of those diehards are jumping on it because, again, if you jump on those rumors and you get him trending, I think there's probably in their hearts they're hoping that it's going to result in him returning, that WWE will see the buzz and the buzz that's being generated. And then Vince might change his mind and he might re-sign him, and, you know, maybe some of that is playing into it. So, but no, not expecting it, Wayne. Khalid said Bryan Danielson is injured and he can't travel. I've not seen that, to be honest, but then I've not been looking at like AEW rumors. Jack says Cody versus Seth. Cody said, "See you in hell." It means that Kane is going to pull Seth underneath again. Wasn't expecting a Kane prediction, to be honest, but there we go. Zykami said, I thought they're going to have a tournament to crown new women's tag team champions. Apparently that got abandoned. Apparently that got... they're moving away from that. So, yeah, they did announce that at first. But... I don't know, perhaps what they're doing is they're just going to scrap the women's tag titles. I mean, the women's tag titles just aren't active at the moment, so who knows if they'll even come back now. I really don't know. Cody got hurt working out in the gym. I did see that, yes. Cody will be out for half a year if he aggravates this injury. How can they make him win again with the injury? Well, it's going to be tricky, isn't it? I mean, like, it's going to be very, very difficult. There's different ways that you can do it. I mean, the most obvious would be for him to not have this match. I mean, and pull him out and just put in a replacement. Someone like Gunther, or, do you know what I mean? There's options, but I don't know that they will do that because they've advertised Cody, and Cody is a big, big star. So it could also be that he starts the match and then, you know, they fake the injury and he gets stretchered off, and then you can, you know, call that a no contest and then like bring out a replacement. Or it could be that it's a very short thing. It's a street fight brawl. I mean, maybe he can like swing a chair, or he can do something along those lines, and maybe it's just going to be like super, super short. And they'll keep it somewhat along those lines. What I can't see happening is anything that's too long. I can't see it being a normal Hell in a Cell match that we're expecting. Because, yeah, this injury, apparently he aggravated it. And if it's a torn pec, I mean, whenever I hear torn pec, I always think of Triple H at that Saudi show, with, like, that massive bruise on his pectoral muscle. That, I believe, was a torn pec. I mean, if it is like a torn pec, it's a really bad injury. It's a really bad injury, so it's going to be very interesting to see how it plays out. Elliot says, WWE needs someone to return, with Raw now having no Orton, Reigns, Cody. Does Vince push the Brock button early? Could you think of another return? Well, to be honest, I don't know if they need a return, or if this is just a great opportunity to like put the spotlight on some talent that's already coming through. I mean, you've got the likes of Theory, like who is the United States champion. You've got the likes of Ricochet, who is the Intercontinental champion. Ricochet is on the verge of potentially losing that title to Gunther. Gunther, I think, has got, you know, could really do with some shine. I think Gunther could really do with some screen time and some interesting stories to tell. They could really do with a draft, because you look at the one side where you've got AJ Styles, Finn Balor, Edge, kind of all over on Raw, Seth Rollins, Cody, all over on that side, Kevin Owens, all over on Raw. And now you look over on the SmackDown side, and there's just no one over there now, is there? I mean, but that was their own fault. That's their own fault. Where's Drew? That's my question. Where the hell is Drew? Where's Drew McIntyre? Drew McIntyre is someone that's it's his time to shine. I mean, you would think if Roman is not around on SmackDown, where the hell is Drew? So I wonder if they bring Drew out and we get like Seth versus Drew or something in the main event, or something along those lines. But I don't know. I mean, could he push the Brock button? Maybe, but I don't know that there's too much panic at this stage. I kind of feel like they could really do with using some Raw stars over on SmackDown and getting through a period of injury. And I'm not sure when Roman's going to come back, but I think Roman is probably scheduled for Money in the Bank anyway, because seemingly it's going to be Riddle against Roman. And that's, Money in the Bank. Roman's had this show off, and this show has suffered as a result. But Money in the Bank, it'll be everyone should be back for that one. The original plan was to do that in a stadium, so I think that'll be fine. Once we get past this, we can build to Money in the Bank then, so I think we'll be fine. Cody is injured. Push Volta. Jaden says, this match with Cody and Seth, if Seth wins, do you think that Seth attacks Cody after the match? They will have a Hell in a Cell return of Goldust or Dustin Rhodes. I'm not expecting Goldust or Dustin Rhodes, no. Some pretty wild predictions on potential returns, but I can't say I'm expecting Goldust to be one of them. I mean, he is actively signed with AEW. Day's tag team title match, no WWE Universal title match, no SmackDown Women's Championship, no Women's Tag title match, no Intercontinental title match, one Hell in a Cell. Use the cell more than once, says Edwards. Days, you can diss or mock me, but the Ezekiel injury inspired me to go to work and do the same. It got a few laughs for 5 minutes here and there, and to me, that makes the storyline a winner. Zykami says, do you think that Liv Morgan, AJ Styles, and Finn Balor's gear is going to be white and black tonight? I mean, I feel like Liv Morgan's... I'm trying to think what Liv Morgan's is like normally anyway. Do you mean white and black in the sense of, like, Bullet Club? I mean, I would imagine there would be some... I hope there's some unity, to be honest. I would hope there was some unity. The only problem isn't Judgment Day all really dark? I would sort of feel like if I was the producer of that match, I would say, well, we need Judgment Day in dark colours because they're Judgment Day. I mean, they're called Judgment Day. We can't have them going out there in pink. So I would keep Judgment Day in dark colours, and that would mean, really, that the faces should be bringing a bit of colour and a bit of optimism, and I would try and get them in the same... I love unity. I love it when teams are all wearing the same sort of thing, so... Could they wear white and black? I'm guessing you're meaning in a bit of a nod to Bullet Club. Maybe, but I'm expecting Judgment Day to be in black, and that's a lot of black. There's black everywhere, so I think I'd like to see a bit of colour, actually, from AJ, Finn, and Liv. What do you think? Is Roman Reigns going to come back with a heel, or will he return at WrestleMania 39? No, he's expected to come back at Money in the Bank. There's rumors that his next opponents could be Riddle, Randy, and Drew. I mean, he's certainly expected for Clash at the Castle, and I can't see him skipping SummerSlam. So no, I'm fully expecting him to be back sooner rather than later. And what with the injury problems they've got as well, like they could do with him getting back. So, Yeah, he's had a little bit of a break, a little bit of time off. He's missed this pay-per-view, for example, or at least we think he's missing this pay-per-view. And we're likely to see him, as we said, sooner rather than later. But I expect him to come back as a heel as we continue to build towards WrestleMania 39, where I think that he will have his match against The Rock. Hazardous Trucker. So that's hard to read with it all being one word. Hazardous Trucker, shout out to you. Appreciate it. Did you hear Matt Hardy's comments on Bray and Vince's relationship? No, I didn't. What was Matt Hardy saying? Are these new comments, are they? Matt Hardy. Hang on. I'm just going on Google. Matt Hardy, Bray, and Vince. 4 hours ago. Matt Hardy reveals how Vince viewed Bray Wyatt. Current AEW... Oh, it's gone. Why did that jump? There we go. AEW star Matt Hardy has revealed he once witnessed Vince laying into Bray Wyatt and accusing the former Universal Champion of being out of shape. While still a member of the WWE roster, Matt Hardy had a memorable run with Bray in 2018, first feuding with the Eater of Worlds before joining forces with his former foes, known as the Deleter of Worlds. On the latest edition of The Extreme Life of Matt Hardy, the star revealed that after one of their tag matches, now that's interesting. That's really interesting. That's interesting because when I read that he saw him laying into him about his weight, I thought it was going to be about the Husky Harris time. But he's saying this was after one of their tag matches, so this is when they were the Deleter of Worlds. So this is just, 6 months, maybe not even that, before Firefly Funhouse? That's interesting. But it is before Firefly Funhouse. And obviously, his weight was used in the Firefly Funhouse. Was made fun of and everything. Which is why we had the Wyatt gym and him trying to get into shape and all that kind of stuff. But on the latest edition, he had a go at him for not doing his infamous spider walk, asking if he couldn't do it anymore. Bray, why didn't you do that spider walk? What's wrong with you? You're not in shape. Can you not do it anymore? He really laid into him and said, you're not even playing the gimmick. It was just screaming at Wyndham. Wyndham's always had a very strange relationship with Vince. Very strange. I almost felt like Vince looked at him as a son in some ways. When he would do things that he liked, he would love him. And he would give him everything he could possibly give him. He would bend over backwards to try and accommodate him. But then when he did something he didn't like, it was going to lock him away for good. It was almost really weird, a really strange and different duality that Vince shared with Bray. It was really bad, and he would punish and insult him. To me, it was strange. It was almost like a parent. So there we go. I mean, this is part of it. I mean, with Bray, with Bray going back to WWE and that whole conversation that people are having right now on Twitter, people don't seem to be taking into account if that is actually something that Bray wants. I mean, that does not sound like a great relationship to me. I mean, the positive stuff does, but if you do something wrong, then you're getting screamed at and, berated in front of your peers. That doesn't sound brilliant. And then, let's not forget, he got fired as well. So, I mean, do the pros outweigh the cons? Would the ability to go back to WWE and pick up where you left off? But saying that, we know that they were both getting frustrated with, struggling and battling for creative control. So, I don't know. Certainly I don't see it tonight. I don't see it happening tonight. I just don't know if I see it happening at all. And I don't know if that's even something that Bray would want. And I don't know if it's something if Vince would want. So we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. We know that Bray has got a film that's coming out. And we'll have to see how that film performs. And I'm sure that he won't be short of options. He certainly was hinting that he had something lined up. But as I said in those videos I did about it, I'm wondering if it might be more like Control Your Narrative. And one of those kind of shows where he can come back, do one show, sell some tickets, create a bit of a buzz, but he's not actually committed to anything more long-term. And that will give him the freedom to potentially do like other films or something. And look at other projects rather than like go back to WWE and just be on the road all the time. People said Cody wouldn't go back. Look at him now, says Sean. Well, I mean, I think like Cody is a bit different because I think that Cody has always wanted that WWE title, and it's the title that Dusty never won. So, you know, he was there and he stuck with the Stardust gimmick for a long, long time. And then he ended up going off. And certainly when he was in AEW, it seemed very, very unlikely that Cody would return. But the difference is that Cody, I think, always wanted to return. We just didn't necessarily know about that. But bigger than that, he went away and made himself a much bigger star. So when he left as Stardust, you know, him leaving at Stardust compared to him coming back as the American Nightmare Cody Rhodes, you can see that evolution in his character. You can see that he's gone away and he's built his fan base. I mean, not only that, he outbuilt AEW. I mean, he went away and he really worked hard and climbed up that ladder, if you will, of importance. Since Bray's gone away last August, he hasn't done anything apart from this film. He might have done some other things in the background we're not aware of, but the impact of those has not been felt yet. So this is one of the other reasons why I really struggle with all these like conversations about he's coming back, because Vince sat there, looked at him and went, I would rather save the money. I would rather save the money than give it to this guy, and fired him, right? So he fired him. What has changed since that point? What has changed? Bray has not made himself a bigger star because the projects that he's done, as we said, we haven't felt the impact of those. So, you know, I would certainly not say, oh, he's never returning. I would never go down those roads because, as you say, Cody came back and Vince welcomed him back, and Ultimate Warrior came back, and that was a massive one. And Bruno Sammartino was welcomed back in the fold after a big falling out. So it's been plenty. Jeff Jarrett, who left WWE, ended up going and setting up TNA. You know, now works as a producer behind, I think is like in charge of live events. So, you know, we've seen countless people go that have had fallings out that have come back. So this is absolutely something that can be resolved. I don't have any doubt about that. But I think there's things that have to happen first, and I don't think those things have happened. So that's why I've got the doubt about it being any time soon. So, but look, I mean, if I'm wrong, we'll find out tonight, won't we? But Moldy, shout out to you. They were, I hadn't seen those comments. They were very interesting. Do you think Elias will come out after Ezekiel versus Kevin Owens match and celebrate with his brother? He might be on screen, but I am not expecting him to come out and celebrate with Ezekiel unless they can get a damn good lookalike. So, no, I'm not. I can't say I'm expecting that. MJF comes to WWE to face The Miz at SummerSlam, says WJWF. Do you think Cody will be fit for Clash at the Castle? Yeah, I think there's a good chance of that. I mean, it depends how bad this pectoral tear can't be like Triple H levels, because, I mean, like, Triple H just couldn't even move, and yet we're on the verge of a Cody Rhodes match, so it can't be that level bad. So, I don't know. I feel like, I think, was it Dork Knight made an excellent point earlier, saying that, well, you know, if it gets aggravated, then it'll become really bad. But at the moment, it feels like it's probably hanging in there and they can get something out of it, or they're hoping they can get something out of it. But, I mean, we'll have a better idea after tonight, won't we? If he aggravates it tonight, then he could be out for a long, long time. So, gonna have to, if you have got tickets to Clash at the Castle, you're gonna have to hope that he doesn't aggravate it tonight. Salt of the Earth said Cody would be out for 6 to 9 months. Hasib said, would you like to see Kofi or Xavier turn heel now? Yeah, to be honest, I think Xavier would be worth turning. I am really bored with the New Day. I thought that their opening to SmackDown was really flat. Considering they are the New Day, who have been brilliant, really enjoyed them. You know, they've been a great team, one of the greatest tag teams in WWE history, one of the best factions as well, if you will. So entertaining. I mean, I remember them doing... San Diego Comic-Con, hosting WrestleMania, of course. I remember seeing them running around the O2. I mean, they were just this so hyper, and they had so much energy, and they were so much fun. And I just thought their open the other day was so far away from like what made them entertaining. There was no bootios. There was nothing that the crowd were really getting behind. It was literally, you know, Xavier and Kofi just kind of standing there talking, really. But even the lines they deliver him were not really landing for me. And, taking Big E out of that is a massive loss. I think Big E just provides a lot of the energy for the New Day. So, for me, the New Day feels very much dead in the water at the moment. We either have got to really invest in them, give them something else to get their teeth into, give them something else fun that they can, have a little bit of a run with, or turn someone heel, have someone turn on someone, do something. Because at the moment, it's kind of heartbreaking. It's a little bit like that band that you used to love that are just not as good now. And they're going around and, you go to see them and you're like, man, they just ain't got it now. They're just not the same. I mean, like, you can't even really recognize the songs anymore. So, I feel sorry for them. They deserve better than what they're doing at the moment. I mean, if you think as well, like, the New Day were in, like, a red-hot feud with, like, the Usos. And I know no one wants to see that feud anymore, and that is fine. I second that. But, we're so far away from that. I mean, this whole feud with the Brawling Brutes, it's just painful, isn't it? It's just week after week after week of the same sort of stuff. So, it's pretty painful. I mean, like, the New Day should be a massive part of SmackDown, certainly where you don't have Roman. If you think about how big RK Bro have been on Raw, then why can't the New Day be a massive part of SmackDown? Why can't they be going around having, like, a good time, having fun skits backstage and doing stuff? I think about Bootios, I think about the New Day Pops and all this kind of stuff that they were, and the Pancakes, of course. You remember when they used to chuck them out into the crowds? And it just feels like we're a long, long way away from that. New Day is a loser. Disband them as a tag team. Is Cody competing tonight? He is expected to be competing tonight. Yes, we are expecting to see him. Instead of a banger match between Cody and Seth, we're going to get a shizzy match. Their first two meetings were great, and now here we are. And one guy can't even give 50%. We'll have to see how it goes. Yeah, we're going to have to see how it plays out. But it is going to be interesting to see how that match is structured, because that match is going to have to protect Cody. We don't know how much protection he needs, but it is going to have to protect Cody. Is it a case that he gets jumped backstage and we just don't risk it at all? Is it a case that he gets attacked early, but someone comes down and helps him out? I mean, I don't know. They've had time to plan for it. And we'll have to see what it is that what tricks they've got up their sleeves. Bray is rumored for every event. It's a dumb rumor, says James. Daniel said Xavier seems to make his frustrations known on Instagram these days with the caption, "It's been 14 weeks in a row where we have faced Sheamus, Budge and Ridge, and I can't wait to move on." Really? That I did not know about that. I didn't know that he was even like sending messages out about his own frustration. That's really interesting. Liv Morgan is set to have a role in an upcoming film, and she's got permission from WWE. Seems like she'll go on a hiatus after this. If she's gone for a few weeks, how would you book her back? Well, that's hard, isn't it? Because it really depends on when she comes back and what the title scene, without having that information in front of us as to where the title scene is and what's happening and what stories are being told. I mean, I don't know. Will Finn Balor have joined Judgment Day by the time she comes back? Would she go back to siding with AJ? Would AJ have moved on to something different? You know, maybe she doesn't come back into this storyline at all. So I think that without having that bigger picture as to what the plans are going to be, I don't know that you can sit and necessarily say, how would you book her? What I would be looking to do is just ease her back in, to be honest, because I think that if she's been away doing a film, chances are that film is not going to be out when she comes back, because she will have just finished it, filming it, and then they've got to edit it and promote it and release it. What you want is when that film is in the cinemas, then you want to be getting behind Liv Morgan. So what I would say is I actually wouldn't do a great deal with her when she comes back, because I would have plans to do more with her when the film is in the cinema. Because I think when the film's in the cinema, if she's doing any kind of promotion work for it, or I don't know how big her role is. I mean, she might only make a fleeting appearance, but if there's any way that, you can get some, exposure out of that, and it's going to make her a bigger star, and she's like, doing some of the interviews for it and everything, then around that same time, I want to push her. Because if you're going to see the film and you go, oh, I like this girl, she's good. She's a WWE, is she? Oh, we'll have to check her out. Well, I want to make sure you can find her. So there's no point like doing stories about her going for the title 6 months ago. You might as well do it when when that film drops. Honestly, with Cody's injury, I don't mind having Mustafa go over Theory, then having Theory win Money in the Bank. What are your thoughts? Don't know, to be honest. It feels a bit early, but then I don't know. Is that a problem? Is it a problem that it feels a little bit early? I mean, you can maybe make a story out of the fact that it's early. Yeah, I mean, the bigger story is Cody, and him trying to do it, and then, you've got the history of Dusty and all that kind of stuff, so it's not the direction I would go, but if it is a needs-must situation, I mean, to be honest, I am more interested in going with Sami Zayn. I am way more interested in going with Sami Zayn. Because I think that Sami has been on the main roster for a long time. He's never really had opportunity at the top of the cards. And I think that he is a wonderful, wonderful competitor. I really, really love Sami the wrestler. But I love Sami the talker as well. We were talking the other day about potentially a story that you could tell. Which is where he thinks that he's in with the Bloodline. But then the Bloodline turn that on him, or they abandon him in his hour of need, or there's something that makes it become apparent that they don't care about him. And he finally sees that after all this time and everything he's done, he finally sees that they don't care about him. And, that could turn him babyface. And he could then have a little, he could swear that he's going to go after Roman and make Roman pay. And I think that could be really interesting. And if you give him Money in the Bank as well, because it's hard to see Sami winning a one-on-one match against Roman. But if you give him Money in the Bank, then that obviously is going to be a big, big boost. So I feel like there's quite a few alternatives. There'll be a lot of people probably shouting like Kevin Owens should get it, or Seth Rollins should get it, or Finn Balor should get it. There's so many options. I mean, even though they've got this injury problem, there's still a lot of great talent around. Planet Dan said, what if Ezekiel and Kevin Owens became a tag team? The New Day should turn heel or split up and reunite in a few years' time. New Day could be built up to face Judgment Day in a big Mania match. I don't mind that. How do I feel about Kevin Owens and Ezekiel? Suppose I don't mind that either if it's going to be booked well. I mean, Kevin Owens breathes life into Ezekiel for me. So my concern is as soon as you move Ezekiel away, then I think Ezekiel dies. I think Ezekiel is a plant that needs sunlight, and Kevin Owens is that sunlight. And as soon as you take Kevin Owens away, that plant's dying. Ezekiel's dying. So if you keep him in a tag team, you could keep this little, Owens could keep calling him Elias, and Ezekiel could be like, I'm not Elias. Just like, little references throughout like all their time together. But by and large, they're on the same page. And you could maybe use them as a tag team for a while. I think people would be a bit disappointed it moves Kevin Owens away from the singles title. But in all fairness, there's enough options around for the singles title whereby I don't know that Kevin Owens is going to be around that title anytime soon anyway. So, yeah, I actually don't hate that idea at all. I don't hate that. I wouldn't keep them together for like a long time. Keep them together for like 12 months, something long like that. But it's not like they're going to be together for 3-4 years. But I don't hate that idea at all. Jilly said Sammy could be champion, but they book him like a jobber and a zany. They don't take him seriously when it comes to pay-per-view. They give him the celebrities because they know he's a safe worker. Sami Zayn. After this match against Seth, I could see Seth being in the championship picture. He would go to SmackDown and wrestle Roman and would earn the big money, says Keith. William said, I would like for Brock to come back and team with Riddle, take the tag titles, then someone like Corbin take the title off Roman, says William. Dame Film said, if Bray does come back, one guy that I can see him going for is Riddle. Fiend would still have beef with Randy after Mania, and with him injured, he could go after Randy's boy. Hopefully no Supernatural. I definitely second that. I don't know. I mean, if it's a case that it's people just like hoping that it's going to happen, it's like we could do this, then fair play. I will be, as I keep saying, shocked if it does happen. I really, really will. It's not something that I'm anticipating, but I do know that it is something that plenty of people on Twitter are anticipating, or certainly very, very hopeful of. It is very strange, just to kind of wrap up like the Bray talks. I feel we've covered that, but it is very strange that he has sent a message out saying, I will see you all soon, this close to Hell in a Cell, because I don't expect him to be there, but he must know that it's going to have people excited and then tune into Hell in a Cell. So in a way, why is he creating free buzz? He's been fired by Vince, and he's on the out of WWE. He's been away for a while as well. I mean, it's not too far off, like, 10 months now, sneaking up to about a year since he's been fired. Like, why is he giving WWE this free promotion? Why is he helping? I mean, like, there surely will be people tuning into Hell in a Cell tonight that might have skipped it, but they're tuning in just in case. So that is strange. I will give you that. I don't get that, unless like he's come to peace with like his release, and he's just or maybe he's not even thinking to those extents. Perhaps he just wanted to send a message out and he didn't even know it was Hell in a Cell because he might not necessarily be watching the product anymore. So maybe he didn't know. I don't know. It is strange. I don't know why he would give them free promotion. Chris said, do you think that Dean Ambrose could make a surprise return tonight? No. Zykami said, WWE is really not pushing Tommaso Ciampa at the moment. No, they're not. He was having like the odd match on, God, what was it? Raw? Is it Raw? That he was facing like Mustafa Ali, and but I think that he's come in, he's finding his feet, he's getting used to how the machine works. You know, he's getting used to just being part of, you know, the shows, introducing himself to people backstage. He'll know quite a few of them anyway, but yeah, they haven't. I wonder if there's something in his contract as well, because someone mentioned the other day the fact that Tommaso hadn't re-signed a new deal, but they wanted to get him to the main roster. And so it might be that they've put him on the main roster, but he's still not committing to a new deal. And if he's not going to commit to a new deal, well, then you're not going to want to invest too heavily in him, are you? So maybe it's something along those lines. Who is the next young star that could be world champion? Well, Bron Breakker could absolutely be a world champion. And Carmelo Hayes has got a lot of people have excited down in NXT. So those are like two names that are doing the rounds down there at the moment. I think if you look at the main roster, if you want like more main roster focus, then obviously Austin Theory has been highlighted as being a future world champion. So he absolutely can do it. I think Gunther can absolutely do it as well. He can go on. So I think there is a wave that is coming through. Those names, you know, are going to be names that are going to be around hopefully for quite a while. You know, who knows? One of them might be main event in WrestleMania 50 or something like that, because we're only 11 or so years away. I could see, you know, Austin Theory, isn't he like 23 or something? By the time we get to WrestleMania 50, he'll still be he'd be in his mid-30s. I mean, it's easy to forget how young some of these are. How old is Carmelo Hayes? Just out of interest. Carmelo Hayes is 27. So even in 11 years' time, he'll be 38. I mean, wrestlers go till their mid-40s now, quite comfortably. You know, the nutrition and the way they look after it themselves, and, you know, the grind of the road is not as hard on the body as it used to be. You know, they stay in nicer hotels these days, and, you know, they obviously know how to look after themselves a little bit better than how it was back in the day. And, you know, there's a lot of drugs being used back in the day, and obviously they eventually have an effect and an impact. But, yeah, it's we are seeing this next wave coming through that will likely be around at WrestleMania 50. Jaden said, will the Fiend return? No, not expecting it. Richard said, Judgment Day versus Team Styles is now the Hell in a Cell match. Is that true? Is that a change that they've made? To be honest, that is the match that I would like to see get made into a Hell in a Cell match. But we haven't got the kickoff show happening yet. And there's nothing that's been tweeted out from WWE either at the moment. Does the show start in 12 minutes or another hour? The kickoff show starts in 12 minutes. So in 12 minutes, we will have the kickoff show. We'll have video packages, and there'll be hopefully some exclusive interviews and things for us. But the kickoff show, as we know, is not usually the craziest part of the show. I don't even think there's any matches on the kickoff show this time. At least I don't believe so. I have to, I'll double check that and see if there is anything. No. According to Wikipedia, there's nothing that's planned for the kickoff show. But obviously they could announce something as soon as the kickoff show starts that one of the matches is. Boxer said, what do you think of the card? I think it's lackluster. It feels like Raw or SmackDown. Yeah, I don't disagree. I think that, for me, Cody against Seth being inside Hell in a Cell does make it, you know, interesting. And I think they've had two great matches. So I'm all right with that. I know people want to move on, but I'm all right with that. I think that's going to be a good match. But obviously, Cody's picked up this injury, so we don't quite know what to expect now. Bianca against Asuka against Becky. You know, I really love Asuka. I'm looking forward to seeing that match. That's not a match that I would expect on a Raw or a SmackDown. that is a pay-per-view quality match. So I'm down for that one. Then we've got Ezekiel against Kevin Owens. That one could very much play out on Raw. But Kevin Owens, I think, will be entertaining in that match. And I can see that match being fun. So down for that. Theory against Mustafa Ali. That could play out on Raw. But at least there's no commercial interruptions. So I'm all right with that. Same with Finn Balor, AJ, and Liv against Judgment Day. Again, could it play out on Raw? Sure. But I'm pleased that it's on a pay-per-view because I think that, they're all great workers. It's going to be a really good 6-person tag match and no commercial interruptions or anything. So that's going to be quite exciting. So, yeah, I mean, look, I look at Madcap Moss against Happy Corbin and I think, not crazy about that. I look at Ezekiel, Kevin Owens, and, I mean, it's a Kevin Owens match, so it's going to be fun, but yeah, that can happen on Raw. Bobby Lashley, Moss and MVP might be the worst thing on this whole card. So, really not crazy about that. So, yeah, I think it is a bit lackluster. But I think that's part of the problem when you have both your world championships on one person and that person isn't here. And not only that, that one person hasn't been involved in any, big feuds. I mean, the biggest story we've been telling really has been RK Bro and Usos. Neither of them are here either. So there's no Roman, there's no Usos, there's no RK Bro. That means the unified tag champs aren't here. It means that the unified World Universal Champion is not here. I mean, these are big things to miss. Big people to miss off this card. This card is sort of missing that big Roman main event match, that big Roman feud. It really feels like that is missing. I think if that was on the card, then the card would feel a bit stronger. And I think maybe, we don't need Bobby Lashley against Omos and MVP. But, yeah, I think it'd be all right. I'm going in with low expectations, which I'm really hoping will be exceeded. I'm really hoping that it's look, Sunday night, we wouldn't normally do a watch-along on a Sunday night because there's normally no wrestling on, but we get to sit here, we get to watch this, and hopefully it's going to deliver on the entertainment front. I hope they go out there and just really entertain, just really deliver us a really fun show, and exceed any expectations we've got. So that low expectation can also be a positive. Brian said, WWE is on the verge of running the company into the ground. Huff Sports Media said, Ciampa is so good, I hope they put him in Judgment Day just so he doesn't get lost in the shuffle like I have hope because he is a Triple H guy. Macarai said, what % are you giving there on there being a new member of Judgment Day tonight? I'll go 70-30 no. Because we had a new member of Judgment Day, I think, at WrestleMania Backlash when Rhea Ripley joined. I don't know if at the very next pay-per-view we then get another new member. I kind of feel like at this pay-per-view, it might make sense for Judgment Day to lose and realize they need the missing piece. They need one more person. They need that missing piece. And once they get that missing piece, then boom, they're going to be sorted. They're going to be whole. They're going to be complete. They're going to be unstoppable. But I feel like they need a setback. So I would say 70% no, just because that's the trick they pulled at the last one. Could they do it again? Sure. Which is why it's, still a 30% chance that we could get someone new. I mean, they could absolutely pull that trick again, but because it was done at the last pay-per-view, to do it twice in a row, I'm going to lean more towards no. I don't think they'll do it. Dan Levitt, Bangkok Wolves, shout out to you, my friend. I hope you are well. WWE in 2022, a pay-per-view with only 2 title matches. I think the 2 title matches would be okay. I think I'm all right with only having a couple of title matches because I think the belts being defended all the time just kind of makes it a bit OTT, a bit overkill. All the time we're seeing a title match. I mean, on Friday, we got a title match. On Friday, we've got Gunther against Ricochet for the Intercontinental Championship. So there's a lot of title matches. I mean, wasn't it Friday just gone? We had Nakamura and Riddle going after the Unified Tag Belts. So that was Friday just gone. Now we've got title matches tonight. I don't know if there's one tomorrow, but it's probably going to be. I know there's one on Friday. So there's title matches like all the time. Like they're just all the time. And it's a way, I suppose, of trying to drag people to watch the shows. Make sure you tune in on Friday. We've got an Intercontinental match. Make sure you tune in on Monday. We've got we've still got Ronda to defend against Natalya. That's not on this show. So Ronda defending her SmackDown Women's will be sometime soon. Couple of weeks maybe. Maybe even this Friday again. I don't know. But there's another title match that's lined up. So there's a lot of title matches. I don't mind them cutting back on them. But I think if you're going to replace them with something, you've got to replace them with really good stories and good feuds. And I think the jury is out as to whether they've managed to do that with this card or not. So, we do have Bianca, Asuka, Becky going after the Raw Women's. We do have Theory, Mustafa Ali going after the United States. But then, is the Madcap Moss, Happy Corbin feuds good enough? Is the Bobby Lashley and Moss MVP feud good enough? Is the Ezekiel Kevin Owens feud good enough? Maybe some of those, all of those you think are. And maybe you think this is a really strong card. We're all going to have different opinions on it. I think that this is very much a B show pay-per-view. I think it is one of the weaker cards we've seen this year. But as we said, I'm going to look at it as it being a bonus ball on a Sunday. And let's just see if they can smash it out the park. I really, really hope that they can. I really, really hope that they can. But Dan, I hope you are well over in Bangkok, supporting Wolves. What if Cody pulls out and Bray returns? How about that for a surprise, says Mako Rice. Well, you don't need me to tell you that I'm not expecting that. But it will. We'll wait and see. What about the guy who tipped over the big rig, Strowman? He's in great shape at the moment. I don't know if you saw that picture of him, but he's looking absolutely jacked at the moment. He said he's eating like some crazy amount of fish every day now. So I don't know. Like he's looking absolutely jacked. He's looking great. But I don't think they'll look to bring him back. They've still got lots of talent. I mean, they're not struggling for talent. They can always, they've got Riddle around that they obviously can do some stuff with. Nakamura, like you don't have to keep those guys as a tag team. As we said, Gunther, Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn, Seth Rollins. There's quite a few. Finn Balor, AJ Styles. Like you might have to change some of your storylines and you might have to pivot, but they're used to doing that. I think Finn will turn on AJ and join Judgment Day, says Jadam. Why is it that Moxley Ambrose return theories seem to come up at every pay-per-view? I couldn't think of someone who is loving life more in AEW. Yes. Big Time Back said, seeing how AJ has lost 2 pay-per-views in a row to Edge, when does he get his win back? If Judgment Day wins, that would be 3 and Norton 3. It's a one-sided feud, and the babyfaces have gotten beaten down a lot. Philip said, do you think they'll show some kind of Elias video tonight? They could do. I am expecting that from this feud. I think it's going to be an easy thing to do for him to convince Kevin Owens that he is not Elias by going, do you want to speak to my brother? Here he is. And then, just have Elias on screen, saying, hey, Kevin, I can't stay around for long, but just wanted you to see that I'm here. And thanks for being so concerned about me. But Ezekiel is my brother. Also, you can do something like that. Gotta go. See ya. So I could definitely see that. And then, you've got Ezekiel going, well, there he is. Is that enough proof for you? And clearly it's not going to be, but it's an interesting little thing to keep the story going, isn't it? Wrestle with Andy said, do you think we will be honoured with a dancing Shanky tonight? Well, I sure do hope so. Wrestle with Andy. Your love for dancing Shanky is one of my favourite parts of the WWE universe. It's actually seeing him dancing with that Samantha Irvin and like trying to woo her. I'm down for seeing where that goes actually. So, unfortunately, he's not scheduled for this card, but I'm sure there's a way of shoehorning him onto the show. Right, we've got the kickoff panel. Who is that guy? There is a guy in the background. Just as they were starting their coverage, there was a guy who I think wanted to get a picture or something. Booker T's like, security, where you at? It is true. I have always wondered why the fans aren't standing there in the background. I have always wondered as to like how they're able. Yeah, there's a guard. You just saw a guy in red come over and have a word. I think there's people that are like milling around, like security, that come over and have a word and shepherd them away. Looks like it might kick off the show in the cell, says Mark. They should create a dancing Amos and form a tag team with Shanky. The Dancing Giants. The Dancing Giants. M. Kern, hello. Do you think WWE will introduce surprises or wait for SummerSlam? I hope you didn't hear that. My wife burped. It's not quite how this works. So I didn't hear that. But do I think there'll be surprises? Well, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what they do with the Cody match. I'm not really expecting too much here, to be honest. I'm not really expecting. I mean, like, could you get a Bayley return? You know, she is one of the biggest stars we've not seen come back. So could we get a Bayley return? Maybe. She's got to come back at some point. So you might be able to get something like that, but I'm not expecting much from this show. Do you think that Cody Seth feud should end tonight? It depends how all the injury is, isn't it? I mean, like, they might not be able to do that third match. So she's saying that he is still going to battle ahead. They've acknowledged the injury. So they've acknowledged the injury and said that being the man that he is still going to face Seth Rollins tonight. So he's got that, he's coming in with that injury. But they could have pulled the trigger in pulling him out of that match, but they haven't done it. So it's going to be very interesting to see what story they're going to tell with that. Did you notice this card is mostly Raw matches? Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I think they've invested so heavily on Roman and the Usos that they just don't have anything for this card. I mean, we do have Madcap and Corbin on here. I'm surprised that they didn't do like Gunther and Ricochet on this card. I'm surprised they didn't do that, but I suppose they need stuff for SmackDown, what with Roman not being around. So this goes, I'm sorry, but this goes all the way back to that draft. As soon as they did that draft, we did a live stream where we got all the stars and we put them onto the brand they've been drafted to, and we looked at how it looked, and we said it's too weak. It's too weak on SmackDown. Where are the main event stars? And then boom, you've got Jeff Hardy leaving, Cesaro leaving, and all of a sudden, what was thin anyway has just got a hell of a lot thinner. So yeah, this goes all the way back to the draft. These problems. This is an iceberg that they hit all the way back then. Are the pay-per-view stages nowadays feel low budget apart from WrestleMania? Yeah, they're just normal, to be honest. We don't really get anything that special when it comes to the pay-per-view. B shows, they don't tend to do anything. Maybe Cody won't be there, and the Fiend will come out to fight Seth. Cody versus Seth is first. I believe they've got the cell over the ring. It could be first, or it could be that it's just there as like a nice background thing, and it'll actually get raised. I've seen them do that before as well. But it could be first. Has anyone ever competed in a 15-minute match whilst knowingly injured? All the time. All the time. Wrestlers have niggles and knocks and injuries. I mean, Undertaker wrestled tons of matches whilst having, whilst requiring surgery, but he kept putting the surgery off. Like, wrestlers wrestling with injuries is, I mean, I don't know, maybe not so common these days. Who was it? Was it, I've got a feeling that it was Kurt Angle. I've got a feeling that Kurt Angle wrestled Brock Lesnar in the main event of WrestleMania 19, knowing that if he was to take a massive knock, I think it was in his spine again, in his back again, like it could paralyze him. Like they didn't, the WWE doctors didn't want to clear Kurt for that match, but Kurt wanted to do it. It was Brock, and it was the main event of WrestleMania, and he wanted to do it. And he said, look, just let me do this one match. Let me do this one match. And as soon as it was done, he went off and got, like, you know, his surgery and everything there. And, of course, Shawn Michaels took that big back body drop, didn't he, against the edge of the coffin in 98, which meant then that he wasn't meant to wrestle at WrestleMania. So he wasn't meant to compete against Stone Cold at WrestleMania. But again, they needed him to, and he agreed to do it. But if he had taken anything like wrong, any big, massive bumps wrong, he could have had permanent injuries as well. But honestly, they're not rare exceptions. They're not like hard examples to find. They're just examples. I mean, wrestlers, and certainly back in the day. I mean, health and safety has become a lot more of a thing now, of course, and rightfully so. But back in the day, wrestlers used to wrestle with injuries all the time. All the time. Hell in a Cell should be an October event, says John Moxley. Big Time Baxter said, I'm really struggling to see where Alexa Bliss fits into the plans. Bianca, Liv, Asuka are top baby faces. I feel a heel turn is needed. Always Big O says, only having 3 or 4 real main eventers really hurts when one of them is gone, and Cody is about to be. Stone Cold and Rock. Yeah, Stone Cold Rock's another example. Wouldn't surprise me if Kurt did. His spinal column and neck were complete wreck. Do you remember how many pills he was on? It was, I've heard him talking about it on, like, various podcasts and everything. Darcy, hello. Hope you are well, dudes. Shout out to you. Says, hope you have a great Hell in a Cell. You as well. Any surprises tonight? I'm not expecting loads, to be honest. I think that we've had a fair few recently. I think there could be something, maybe like a Bayley, and I'm very interested to see what they're going to do with the Cody match, but there's not actually really anyone that's away that can even return. I mean, to my knowledge, Bayley, you know, Alexa, Asuka were 2 massive ones. They've come back. Lacey Evans has come back. Obviously, I mean, she's not that big of a deal, though. You know, no disrespect. Big E, obviously, is nowhere near ready to return. So, I mean, you've got Bayley. She's got to be on the verge of coming back soon. But I don't know that it'll be tonight. But, it's hard to see what surprises they could potentially even have. WWE aren't really a company that go out and just sign people, you know, like with AEW. Like, when it comes to these kind of shows, there's a good chance that, like, Johnny Elite will make an appearance, or Big Cass will come down, or do you know what I mean? Leo Rush, or someone, Redbeard, or someone from New Japan. They will have gone out and got some. WWE doesn't do that. They've got their wrestlers that they use, going out, and they certainly don't bring people in for one-off appearances. Could they have gone and got a John Cena though? If you want to talk big, could they have reached out to John Cena? I mean, the only thing is his filming schedule, I'm sure, is packed. I'm pretty sure he's a busy boy. I can't imagine he's just sat at home twiddling his thumbs going, yeah, I can do that. I'm free. So I can't say that I expect it. But we are getting up to his 20 years. So his 20-year anniversary is coming up, and there's a whole, I think, month-long celebration for John Cena. So I am expecting to potentially see him at some point, but maybe not tonight. Don't you dare talk about Lacey like that. She's just not, she never quite got, that run at the top, did she? So it's hard to say she's a big star when, has she even held a women's title yet? I don't even think she's held a women's title. Certainly haven't been seeing her in, main events or anything. She's certainly not on the level of a Bayley, a Sasha, a Charlotte, a Bianca. So it feels like she's got work to do. Feels like they don't quite know what to do with her as well. Seems like they're really torn as to which direction to go when it comes to Lacey. Right, we are just previewing Asuka, Bianca, and Becky Lynch. So we have got the kickoff panel sat around just talking about that match at the moment. I believe Bianca Belair will win. Well, I tell you what, we've had some great number of votes in. If you are watching and you've not dropped the like, drop a like. Leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. And let's have a look and see where we are with that poll. So I can tell you that 56% of people think that it will be Bianca. Just over half think that Bianca is going to leave as the Raw Women's Champion. 27% think that it will be Asuka, and 17% think that it will be Becky. So that's how it looks at the moment. Feels like people are going to side with Bianca. Bianca, as we said, just getting over half the vote at the moment. Can't see that moving drastically, but we will keep an eye on it. I don't actually know when that match is. But we've got the countdown clock. I know that we are 46 minutes away from the Hell in a Cell show. And I don't think there's a pre-show match. I'm not expecting a pre-show match. With Bianca as a babyface champion, Rhea is likely the next challenger. Do you think that WWE should pair Asuka and Becky together to make room for Alexa and Liv to face Bianca? No, I don't think we need more triple threats. To be honest, I think that there's too many moving parts. It feels to me like Asuka and Becky need to resolve their issue, and then the winner goes on to face Bianca. So I don't think we need to replace this triple threat with another triple threat. I'm totally down for a long feud of Rhea and Bianca. I'm totally down for that. I think that's a great feud. I think it's really interesting. I think really it's a battle of two women trying to prove that they are the future. And I really like that story. And I don't think that we need Liv to be involved in that. I understand that she could fit into it because she is potentially the face of the future as well. So I understand that she could be involved, but I'm just not someone that is a big fan of triple threat matches because I just think that three people waters the story down. I don't think it makes it more exciting. I would be more excited if this was Asuka versus Bianca one-on-one. Who is the better person? So I would be more down for seeing that one-on-one encounter. And I think then they can just focus on each other rather than having a third wheel that's kind of taking and distracting. And so, yeah, I would just go with Rhea. And I would just go with Rhea and Bianca. I mean, could you put Alexa and Liv in a tag team? Maybe. But I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what happens with Judgment Day and what happens with this storyline first, because Liv might not be ready to move on from this for the whole summer. It could be that, say Finn Balor ends up joining Judgment Day. Well, then AJ might have to go out and get another couple of recruits. So, do you know what I mean? This could actually be a storyline that runs for quite a long time still. So, Liv might not be anywhere near getting near the title at the moment. And actually, the same might even be said for Rhea. Rhea might be involved in this story throughout the whole summer as well. So, without knowing what the long-term plans are, it's hard to say. Harley said WWE have tweeted that Cody has suffered a partial torn right pectoral tendon during the brawl on Raw. Whilst training the tendon, it tore completely. Cody has vowed to step inside Hell in a Cell. Hazard said, does this summer look quite poor with Roman not back till Money in the Bank? No John Cena, no Randy Orton, no Cody. Vince will struggle to find names. Thoughts? I expect Roman to come back. I think Roman will be back for the build to Money in the Bank. I mean, how much we'll see of him, I'm not sure. But I expect him to be around for that. John Cena, I don't think you can ever factor, because I think he left a long time ago anyway. Randy Orton is definitely going to be a blow, but that frees up Riddle to do some solo stuff. So where you lose an RK Bro, you still have a Riddle. So you might lose a tag team, but you've still got Riddle, who can go off and do like solo stuff instead. And Cody, I mean, we just don't know the situation there at this stage. That's obviously breaking news today, so we don't know quite how long this match is going to be, how serious the injury is. I mean, if he has torn his pectoral muscle completely off the bone, and I'm thinking back to Triple H with that massive bruise. I mean, I wonder if I can find a picture of that Triple H injury, because it was stunning. It was stunning. Triple H pectoral injury. It's hard to see how anyone is going to be able to wrestle with the injury that Triple H had. I mean, he couldn't quite move his arm. Like, he didn't have a full range of motion. So, how's he actually going to wrestle? I mean, that was it. Old man boob. We got an old man boob on screen. Old man. Look at that. That is not face paint. That is a bruise. That is a bruise all round his pec, his chest, going all down that arm as well. He tore the pec, and that is internal bleeding. That is a bruise that required him going to get like surgery. And actually, I think there's a picture of him even in hospital. Everything was documented. There's a picture of him in hospital here. But yeah, that was horrible. I mean, like, that is what I think when I think of like a pectoral injury. I think of that. And if Cody's got something like that, how is he going to wrestle tonight? I just don't understand. I mean, there's Doctor. Doctor's like, I'm just gonna touch your boob, and Triple H is like, that's fine. And this lady is like, I'm gonna watch. And Triple H is fine with it. He's fine with this. And do you know what? This guy, not even a real doctor, right? He was a fan that was outside. He saw an opportunity. He got some green overalls. He came in and he's like, oh my God, you're Triple H. I'm going to touch your boob. And Triple H was like, are you a doctor? And he was like, yes. Look, I'm wearing this green thing and I've got this mask. It's not done up, but I've got the mask. And I've got this thing on my head as well, so I am definitely a doctor. And also, I've brought this lady to watch, so I'm definitely a doctor. And Triple H is like, well, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. You do what you need to do, doctor. but he wasn't a doctor. And she is a pervert. So that is true. I don't know if that's true, by the way. He actually might have been a doctor. I don't know. I'm just imagining what could have been happening in that picture, to be honest. And I like my story better, so... Let's hope that Cody doesn't have to go through that, shall we? Let's hope that Cody doesn't have to experience that tonight. The Nightmare Factory. Indeed. That's exactly what WWE has become. The Nightmare Factory. CM Punk broke a bone jumping in the crowd, says Michael. Darcy said, do you think it would be possible for WWE to properly build Theory throughout the next year and have him be the guy to take the title off Roman? I think it would be hard to, because first of all, he's got to turn face. And I think that's going to be difficult because at the moment he's heel. Roman's heel. I think you would need to be rooting for Theory. So I think what you would have to do is probably have Vince turn on Theory and abuse Theory and to really build that sympathy for Theory. And then Theory, like, you'd also at the same time need Vince praising Roman, saying, like, he's everything I want in a champion. He is going to be champion for a long time. He's going to take this company forward. And then that would allow Theory then to get revenge on Vince, go after Roman, disrupt the plans, and all that kind of stuff. So I think it can be done, but the level of detail, commitment, time that would have to be invested it'd be hard. It'd be very, very hard. But 12 months, you've definitely got time to do it. But the harder thing is WWE committing to something, and committing to a story and going into the detail that's required. That would be the hard thing. I think you would have to identify Theory as being the guy now or sometime soon and then really committing to it. I mean, if you think of how long it took to build Daniel Bryan and how long and how much work it took for them to constantly ignore the fans, and the fans, the more that the fans were ignored, the more that they wanted it. So, the more that, Daniel Bryan wasn't winning the Rumble, wasn't getting main event opportunities, the more the fans wanted to see it, and that's what takes the time. So, you really would need to move on that quite quickly. Do you think Finn joins Judgment Day tonight? I don't think so. I don't think so, just because I think they need a setback. So I feel like Judgment Day needs to lose this match, and then they need to think about what the missing piece is, and then maybe Finn joins them in the future. Plus, also, they gained a new member just last pay-per-view. It was only WrestleMania Backlash not that long ago that they gained Rhea Ripley. So I sort of feel like no. I feel like this maybe isn't the right time for them to get a new member. They've just recently got one in Rhea Ripley, so that should be good enough. And I think they need to realize that it's not quite good enough. So they need a setback. So I'm gonna lean to no, but could be. Never say never. WWE pre-show said Cody will have to go through that. They said it tore off the bone. No way. Paging Dr. Nipples. Is that his name? Is that his name, Dr. Nipples? And he doesn't know anything medical. He just comes in and he goes, there it is. And he just points at the nipple. He's like, found it. There it is. Can you see? And the lady's like, yeah, you found it. You found it. She just confirms that he has actually located the nipple. She goes, yeah. Hang on, let me just check my picture. Yeah, it's that. Yeah, you found it. So, I'm hoping that's what we get. I think that would be a brilliant sketch. So, Shout out to Michael. Hope you are well. Hoff Sports Media says, I'm very high on Theory, but I don't want him copying Cena. I would like a story with Cena and him. Boxer says, if Cody wins, what do you think is next for Seth and next for Cody? Or do you think they will continue feuding? It all depends on this injury, doesn't it? It's so hard. I think this would have been the blow-off. I think this would have been the end. But I don't know what to expect from the match tonight, because if he's tore his pectoral muscle off the bone, that's exactly what Triple H did in that photo I just showed you. So how, and he did not have full range of motion on his arm. So how is Cody meant to wrestle a match like one-handed? Like I don't understand. I don't understand how we're going through with the match. And I don't even know if we're going to be able to go through with the match. So I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. WWE was in Central Illinois last night with a house show. Several matches tonight were done, except for Cody Seth. Drew faced Seth. Ding, 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 ding. So if you do want a potential replacement, Drew McIntyre. We did say where's Drew earlier. Where's Drew? This is step up. It's step up time. Ding, 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 ding. When it ended, Cody came out to chase Seth off. Kaysen said Cody versus Seth still will be brutal. William said, do you remember the Areola discussion of 2019? I can't say that I do, but I do love the fact that it sounds like something pretty significant. Do you know what I mean? It's like, do you remember the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989? Do you remember the Areola discussion of 2019? Do you remember the stock market crash of 2008? Do you remember the Areola discussion of 2019? I like that it seamlessly fits into that. So, but I don't. Maybe someone is going to make a return tonight, says Noda Via 33. Have Cody come out and tell Seth that he's got a new opponent, Bray Wyatt. And then bring out Vince in a mask. I would love to see the Twitter reaction of that if he says, I've got an opponent for you, the Fiend, and it's Vince doing the Vince walk in a Fiend mask as he makes his way down. Yowie wowie. Ha 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 ha. You're fired. That'd be fun. I'd love to see the meltdown on Twitter from that. Love to see that. He wouldn't be cleared if he wasn't able to move his arm. Triple H was an extreme example. He literally went A over T. I doubt Cody did that. Can only go by what I'm being told. If they're saying that he's tore the pectoral muscle off the bone, that is exactly the same wording that was used for that Triple H injury. So I don't know. How do you tear the pectoral muscle off the bone in a gentler way? I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I could not find a nipple. So I am not a doctor. So what I'm wondering is, he's doing this match, but is he doing this match? He's still going ahead with this match, but what actually happens when the bell sounds? Don't know. Vince or Shane, says Ryan. Shane could be Ramblin' Rabbit. I heard a rumor that Cesaro could return, but I don't know how true that is, says Hoff Sports Media. Is that an areola in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? Nice. What if we get Cena tonight, dressed as the Fiend, and he confronts Theory, as his 20th anniversary is tomorrow, and he is back for it. Is he? Have they announced that he's back for it? Have they announced he's back for it? Have they? I don't think they have. I'm not expecting John Cena tomorrow. But but that's interesting if it is tomorrow that is his 20th anniversary. But as I said, I think it's really hard because like his commitments are like a year, 12 months in advance. Like he will know what he's doing for the rest of this year. So where WWE has got to be quite nimble and it's got to be able to pivot. It's got to be able to pivot. It's got to quickly react. Someone's injured. What can we do? Like, I just don't know that John Cena's got that level of flexibility. Not in his schedule. Maybe in his body, but not in his schedule. So, I don't know. I'm not expecting Cena tonight. Because I think in order to get it, they would have to have booked Cena, like, at least, like, maybe the end of last year. At least. What are the chances that Stardust replaces Cody? Yes. What if Cody comes out injured and he's like, oh, and he just goes under the ring and then Stardust emerges and Stardust is fine and we are meant to believe that that's still Cody, but you can clearly see it's not, even though he's wearing like face paint and everything. It's actually Vince. That would be great. Danhausen is going to be Cody's replacement. If the Fiend shows up, I might crack a smile, says Negative Nigel. Negative Nigel, shout out to you. Hope you are well. If Cody doesn't compete, who will take his place? Drew. William said, tonight's stream is brought to you by Dr. Nipples. Dr. Nipples, it's the best you can get. I don't know how the Dr. Pepper song goes, to be honest. I don't ever see Dr. Pepper advertised on TV, actually, thinking about it. I do remember the adverts. Dr. Pepper, it's the best you can do. You can get. Dr. Pepper. Maybe that's the name of the doctor. Are you a real doctor? Mm-hmm. What's your name? Dr. Pepper. Like, likes to point at nipples. God bless him. A creative might debut, a creature might debut to replace Cody that is not the Fiend. Might creative be creative? No. Why start now? Why expect it now when we've not seen such levels of creativity for a long time? It's not his 20th, is June 27th. They've not confirmed him being there, but it is being reported. Leo said, are you going to be Cody's replacement? Yeah. I'm actually streaming from under the ring right now, and the plan is Cody is going to come out, and I will then quickly squeeze into a Stardust costume, and then it will be Stardust against Seth Rollins tonight. Dr. Peepers, what is your prediction for a Returnal debut? I don't really have one, to be honest. I'm not really feeling one for this show. I think there's maybe an outside chance of a Bayley. I think Drew stands a good chance of being on this card in some fashion. But for people that aren't advertised, I would just go with that. I think that maybe AEW is making people think that these pay-per-views sort of have to have a surprise or something on them when there's been many shows, the vast majority of shows that have never had a return or, you know, someone being in that, you know, we've not expected. So I can't say I'm really expecting that to happen here. Dazed Dust against Seth will be match of the year. Steven said, I miss Braun Strowman. B-Matt says, Resting Days might be a shoot if The Fiend came to Hell in a Cell. Tanner said, MJF might debut to WWE to face Seth dripping Rollins. Tanner, shout out to you, dude. When will we see Gable Stevenson's debut match? Well, to be honest, I think that he only finished up with his college, and I think, was he doing like the amateur wrestling and all of that? I think all of that just wrapped up earlier this year, so he's probably been doing some training, and I'm wondering if maybe we'll see him do something at SummerSlam. I mean, that is like, you know, the next big show. I mean, Money in the Bank would have been big, but I'm thinking SummerSlam would be a good, you know, if you think last year, SummerSlam is where we got the return of Brock, it's where we got the return of Becky. I'm thinking that Gable Steveson could be in with a shout for around then. And then, you know, that would have given him a good few months of, like, learning. I mean, they need him to hit the ground running. He is probably getting extensive pro wrestling training. One-on-one, every day, going through the motions, just countless hours, countless repetitions. Just a fast-track course of how to be a pro wrestler. He's obviously got that amateur background, but... yeah, we'll see. We'll see what he can, what he's going to bring. But I'm not expecting him tonight. But again, never say never. Who knows? He might be ready. They might, with Roman not around, they might want to bring him in. But I think he's going to need quite a bit of work. Philip said your 1 to 10 level for tonight. I would say about a 6. About a 6. About a 6. I sort of feel like there's no big titles on the line. I know that the Raw Women's is on the line, but I feel quite confident, seemingly as do you lot, that Bianca's going to retain that, because this was meant to be Bianca taking on Naomi. So I feel quite confident that this is going to be Bianca retaining. We know that Naomi was not meant to win the title, and we also know that Asuka and Becky were not meant to be in this match. Maybe Asuka and Becky... I mean, this is something that people don't consider, is that maybe this show was meant to be Ronda versus Sasha. That's a match that we, like, you know, could have got on this show. Bianca versus Naomi. That could have been on this show. That then would have meant that maybe Asuka and Becky may have faced each other on this card also. So, you know, maybe the reason that Sasha and Naomi walked out and has really meant that this card has had to change. And we've had to, you know, and with some injuries added in as well, that's why we've ended up with what we've ended up. I can't imagine that they sat down and this was the best card they dreamed up. I reckon this is the result of, you know, quite a few forced changes. Sasha and Naomi leaving being one of those, or two of those forced changes. Who would you like to see Edge feud with before he retires? Who would you like to see Edge feud with before he retires? Trying to think of like a good, solid opponent. I think I'd feed him to Gunther. I think that Gunther is someone that I'm really high on. I really like him. And I think that he is going to need to beat big names. And I think Gunther beating Edge. And I think the promos, like Edge's promo, if he's a face, by the time he retires, hopefully he'll be a face. And I would like to see, I mean, Gunther versus Edge would be a hell of a match. That would be so much fun. And it would be a massive name for Gunther to get a victory over as well. So I know there's probably a lot of people that want to see Edge win a world title. But I'm way more excited about the prospect of Gunther achieving that. So I was a massive Volta fan when he was down in NXT and NXT UK. Loved his NXT UK title reign. Every match he had felt significant, important. You couldn't afford to miss it because he was just like having match of the year. Imagine him. I mean, like the matches he had against Pete Dunne, Tommaso Ciampa, Ilya Dragunov. Like, he just had incredible matches. Even his match against Tyler Bate is just incredible. So imagine him against Edge. Like, I think that would be so much fun. Big shout out to Edwards. Appreciate the support. Hope you're excited. We've got 19 minutes to go. 19 minutes to go. And then we will be going over to the show. I did pack my suitcase earlier. I did tell my family that I love them. I called up a lot of my friends, told them that I loved them as well. Made sure that the pets had food. Made sure that I paid all my bills. Really got, everything in order. Because I knew this pay-per-view was tonight. And the last pay-per-view I saw, I think it went on for like a week or so. And then it dawned on me, this isn't an AEW pay-per-view. This is a WWE pay-per-view. So I was like, I don't need my suitcase. I don't need it. And I don't need to kiss my family goodbye. Like, I will see them after. Like, I'm not going to be held hostage for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, day after day after day. I mean, I do have a book that I'm going to release about my experiences watching AEW Double or Nothing, and just how it, like, never ended, how it felt like a form of torture. Yeah, I was so relieved when I realized that tonight was actually WWE. And I didn't need to do any of that. So exciting. So, yeah, I mean, look, this is going to be like, 2.5 hours? Something along those lines. It's going to be bright and breezy. And it's going to be, hopefully, something that we can get our teeth into, enjoy, and then, get to bed nice and early. Get ready for tomorrow's Raw, which hopefully is going to deliver as well. Hopefully tomorrow's Raw is going to be a lot of fun also. Edward said, I renewed it. Happy Hell in a Cell day, dude. Love you. Edwards, appreciate the support. Huff Sports Media said, I could get behind Gable Steveson if he debuts face and constantly pushes his Olympic gold stuff down our throats and then turns heel because he feels like he isn't getting respected. I don't mind that story. I think that he is a massive face, though, because he won that gold medal. And right now, I mean, like, I think they're probably going to want to build him up as being an American hero. Are there any American heroes in WWE at the moment? I don't know. Has anyone kind of got that vibe? I mean, it was obviously a very kind of American alpha, Kurt Angle, Jack Swagger. I'm kind of thinking of that kind of Hacksaw Jim Duggan, flag waving, USA, Hulkamania kind of vibe. But yeah, I don't think there's anyone doing that at the moment. So I think there's probably a gap and an opportunity to exploit that. I suppose you got Lacey Evans. She's now turned face and doing the whole Marine thing. So I used to be a Marine. So yeah, I could see them turn him heel down the road though. But I think Vince probably looks at him as being the new John Cena. Here is Ezekiel. Ezekiel is sitting down talking to Byron Saxton. Ezekiel says that he thinks that Kevin Owens is looking past him. It was surreal to see my brother on the big screen, but now I'm here. Do you speak to Elias often? Sporadically we talk. He had his reasons for going away. I hope someday we find the reasons out as to why he went away. It was my dream that one day we would be tag team champions. Is it safe to assume that Elias will be watching Hell in a Cell? I hope he's watching. Me and him. I went to Hell in a Cell in 1998, and he leaned over to me and said, "One day that will be us, brother." That was King of the Ring. I wonder if they did that on purpose to, like, you know, have that little inconsistency. Edwards, shout out to you. Right, was there a super chat that came through? Oh, no, it was Edwards. Right, we've got, what do you think of Jim Cornette? He is a striking character in the wrestling community. I am wondering what you think of him. I think that he is got his own opinions. He's very outspoken. He likes what he likes. I like his knowledge of the history of wrestling, and I do listen to him for that, because you can learn a lot from... He is a wrestling historian, and it is very interesting listening to some of those old stories. I particularly like the old stories when he goes, like, right back. Goes back to, like, you know, 30s, 40s. He talks a lot about, like, 80s and Midnight Express and stuff like that, and that's never really been my interest. I'm always interested in, like, the WWE history, more so than, like, what the NWA was doing back in the day, and he does spend a lot of time talking about that. But I think it's very interesting. You know, there's not many podcasts that I'm aware of that kind of go back like that and talk about, you know, certainly someone that was a part of it as well from, like, the 80s. And his knowledge, talking about Dusty Rhodes, talking about the Funks and the NWA title. He told me, or he didn't tell me, but he mentioned on one of his podcasts about a book which was like a really famous book from, I think it's from the 1940s, 1930s. And it's all about pro wrestling and what pro wrestling was like in the early 1900s. And I think it's called The Fall Guys. And he was talking about it, and I bought it because of him talking about it. And it is really interesting. You learn about loads of wrestlers from the early 1900s. You learn about the history of the title. You learn about the styles of wrestling. You learn about which fights were real, which weren't real. There's loads, absolutely loads that gets mentioned in this book. It's brilliant. So I love it for all that kind of stuff. His stance on AEW, I agree with some of it. I disagree with some of it, but I think you know what to expect from his opinion on modern wrestling, and his opinions on WWE. I agree with some of it. I disagree with some of it. So I don't think that's any different, to be honest, on anyone else. I'm sure that many people watch these and agree with some of the things I say and strongly disagree with some of the other things that I say. I mean, it's very hard to find someone that has the exact same opinion of you on everything in wrestling. You know, it's I think what I find interesting is listening to some of those other opinions and just seeing what people are genuinely saying. That's what I seek out. You do see a lot of people that kind of say the popular thing. They say the thing that's most popular because they want to be popular and they want to be liked. Whereas I'm a lot more into hearing people's real thoughts and what they really think about what's going on. And he definitely gives you his real thoughts. He definitely gives you, you know, what he really thinks about things. So I do appreciate that. But it doesn't mean that I necessarily agree with his points. But I think he's very good when it comes to the history of wrestling. Corny cutting promos on his sponsors is hilarious, says Rob. Do you think The Fiend will return? I don't know. Fall Guys, yeah, I bought that book. It's great. It was my bedtime reading for a while. And I do recommend it. I think you need to be of a certain age. I mean, if you're a kid watching this, don't worry about it. But I think if you're someone that has been into wrestling for a long time, you really want to get that kind of next level knowledge. It's a very, very good book. And, you know, it just talks about the likes of Hackenschmidt, talks about Frank Gotch, talks about Edge Strangler Lewis, kind of Jenkins as well, kind of goes through that 1900s, 1910s, 1920s, 1930 period, and it's really interesting. And as Jim was saying, like on that when he was talking about it, it's really interesting to know that even back then, there's like so many of those title matches that are scripted. Like the scripted aspect of the of wrestling, you know, it goes all the way back to those times as well. So, yeah, really interesting book. And they've been talking recently about a Buddy Rogers book that I really want to get a hold of, because Buddy Rogers is the first WWE champion. And I know bits about him, but he is the guy that obviously influenced Ric Flair. He was known as the Nature Boy. His finishing move was the figure 4 leg lock. And there's quite a few aspects that the Nature Boy, Buddy Rogers, brought to wrestling that Ric Flair basically stole. And Ric Flair took from him. And there is a match of Buddy Rogers versus Ric Flair. They did actually wrestle each other, and you can find that on YouTube. But his impact to wrestling was massive, Buddy Rogers. It was a massive impact on wrestling. And the fact he's the first WWE champion is just super interesting as well. So, yeah, there's a book out all about him, which I would like to get my hands on. But I think Cornette's brilliant for that stuff. Asuka wins would get the biggest pop, and I think that Becky and Bianca would go for it, says Knowledge. Asuka winning would get the biggest pop. I don't know, would it? I love her. I absolutely love her. I think she's absolutely brilliant. So I think that I would love to see her win that title. I would be a big fan if they would book it that way, but I've got a feeling they won't, to be honest. I think that they're probably going to stick with Bianca, and I think it's full steam ahead on making Bianca as big as possible. And I think they really do want to. Try and push her to the moon. To the moon. So right, we are. How long are we away? We're about 10 minutes away or so. About 10 minutes, 7 minutes now. We are getting closer. I know there's been a lot of chatting away and talking and whatnot, but we are getting closer. Flair is going to die in the ring. Yeah, he's got that final fight coming up, hasn't he? I must admit, I am a little tempted to watch it, but it's quite expensive. If you want to just watch the fight on its own, last time I saw it was about $40, maybe even £40 to watch it as a standalone kind of thing. That's quite a bit of money. Like, that's more money than like Double or Nothing, and that's more money than like a lot of the boxing that we watch as well. So Flair is gonna die in the ring. I came to watch the Hing General, says Brent. He's not on this. He's not on this show. The Hing General is in action on Friday. For some reason, they didn't add it to Hell in a Cell. It's actually SmackDown. I know. We've just got a video package on Cody and Seth. Alex said, I heard MJF, my jolly Fiend, is going to debut to do a pipe bomb on WWE and Vince. Aaron said, what about Braun confronting Amos tonight? I mean, I don't think so. I don't think that they'll go that way. I don't think they're looking to cut down on wages. I don't know that they're now looking to go out and recruit people and sign people back up again. Not with the amount of people they've already got in the system, you know. I mean, they can always, if they want big guys, they can always go and get a couple from NXT. There's a couple down there. But they've got giants anyway, you know. They've got Amos. They've got Shanky. Got Commander Aziz. I think part of the reason as to why they parted ways with Braun was because they've got Amos. And I think, unless the experiment has completely failed, I think Vince wanted to not have Braun around because Amos is their giant now. That's the giant that they're going to use going forward. And to be honest, he's probably a cheaper giant. You know, rather than spending loads of money on Braun, they can have Amos for, much, much less money. But he's much less talented as well, isn't he? I mean, like, Braun's matches were watchable, whereas Amos's are, frankly, not. Max Dupree could debut his group tonight, says Entourage Creative. Knowledge Untamed says Flair versus Hogan final match in a cell. Undertaker comes up with Kane through the ring and drags them both down. Jilly said, to be fair, the SmackDown roster isn't very good without Roman, Usos, and Gunther. Raw does have the better roster. What they do with the roster is the question. What happened with Cody? He got injured during training, so he's tore his pectoral muscle. He's still going ahead with the match. They've not pulled him and replaced him. See, I think it would have been the easiest thing in the world to have replaced him with Drew. But the problem you've got is that there's no feud there. There's no story there. And it's going to be hard to make a story this close. If people found out that the biggest match, easily the biggest draw of this card, if people found out that that wasn't happening, and instead it was going to be Drew versus Seth, that might be enough for people to just skip this show, to be honest. Because I think that Seth and Cody is carrying quite a bit of the weight. Maybe that's how he tore his pectoral muscle. Cody is struggling under the weight of carrying WWE whilst Roman's not around. He's having to carry WWE and it's so heavy he tore his pectoral muscle. Do you think we'll ever see the territories become established again? I think that's what wrestling needs. It would spark more competition. I don't think so, just because I don't think in this day and age, I think you've already got to degree a little bit of that in the fact you've got like Beyond Wrestling and you've got bar wrestling and you've got like, I mean, if you think back a few years ago, there was like Wrestling Circus, there was Evolve, there was obviously Ring of Honor, there was quite a few little wrestling promotions that were dotted around, and I think there probably still are, but the truth is they don't make money. They don't make money. You know, we've got to a stage now where I feel like the territories were dying in the 80s, and I feel that, you know, video games have come in, and video games wasn't really a factor. If you go back to I mean, some people might have had Pong or something like this, but, you know, not on the level that we've got now. That, you know, we didn't have like the TV stations that we've got now. We didn't have the streaming services that we've got now. There wasn't the internet as well. Like, there is so much for people to do, and people are, you know, having to, you know, choose how they spend their time more wisely. I mean, you know, back in the day, going down and watching the wrestling was, you know, part of the entertainment. That's what people would do. But now it feels like less people are making those choices, and it feels that those kind of smaller wrestling promotions have really struggled, and fair few of them have actually shut down. And the ones that are still going, like Beyond Wrestling, whenever I look at that, the crowd is so small. So small. So to actually see the territories come back alive, to actually see like a promotion killing it, into a local Texas promotion killing it, would be an exception. You know, for the territories to return, you would need a local promotion in Texas to be killing it, a local promotion in Florida to be killing it, and they'd have to compete with NXT, and they'd have to compete with AEW. A local promotion in, you know, the Brooklyn area, New York area, kind of killing it. You know, in order to get the territories back, you're going to need lots of promotions killing it in their part of the country, when, quite frankly, any promotion at the moment that's trying to really gain traction just is dying. It's just struggling. The indie scene is just not a hotbed at the moment. Obviously massively hurt by COVID and everything, but just that it's not recovered. I mean, as I said, I do look at a few clips of like Beyond Wrestling, and there's got to be like 100 or something people in that room. It's just next to no one there. I feel like wrestling now is, if you were going to go to the wrestling, you'd probably just wait for WWE to come nearby, or maybe AEW. and then you just go to that rather than support a local promotion with like superstars that are going to really struggle for screen time now. You know, back in the day, wrestlers in the local promotion were big stars. You know, they were on like local TV and the local papers. I just don't think they would, in this day and age, even be able to get that kind of exposure. So I can't see it. I think the world has moved on from that. There's room for wrestling. There's no doubt there's room for wrestling. But is there room for wrestling and AEW and Impact and... In a way, these are the territories now. Do you know what I mean? The territories are more global than they are just regional. So now you've got AEW competing with WWE, competing with Impact. You know, these are all different brands, very similar to how in the territory days you had Mid-South, you had Jim Crockett. The only difference was they had clearly defined boundaries of what part of the country they were allowed to operate in, whereas now it's more the network you operate on rather than the territory that you operate in. What is the indie scene like in the UK? Not brilliant. Very quiet. We've got a couple of promotions that WWE purchased, actually. One of them being Progress, which is kind of like one of our biggest. And that gets shown on the network, but that has been away for a while. But I would say that Progress, it's never going to achieve much. It's got like a loyal following. And I think it's like doing... You can watch it on the network now. And I did see a show that they did fairly recently that had like good support. But you've got that. You've got Rev Pro, which is where they tried to bring over some New Japan stars, and that obviously gives it a different identity. You've got Pro Wrestling Eve, which is an all-women's promotion. And then you've got like the one up in Scotland. That is it, ICW, up in Scotland. So, you know, there are a few, but they're never gonna get anywhere. And really, they're just feeding grounds for WWE. Certainly Progress and ICW. Rev Pro, you know, just gives wrestlers experience, really. I think Rev Pro is the promotion that, like, Jamie Hayter came out of. So she went there, she kind of cut her teeth, had some matches, she did some stuff in Pro Wrestling Eve, and then, you know, she found her way to AEW. So our kind of indie scene is great for people to kind of learn the trade, cut their teeth, but they'll always ultimately end up going to somewhere bigger. Someone's got an IWGP title in the crowd. Right, we are live. We are live. Hell in a Cell is beginning. The time for waiting is over. We have waited a while here. It's been no kickoff show match or anything. So we've got the Hell in a Cell that's been raised. We've got the Raw commentary team. Corey Graves saying a few words. Don't know what match is going to kick off the show. Waiting to find that out. We're going to keep you informed of all the details as we get them. Okay, so we've got the Raw Women's Championship triple threat. That's being advertised. Don't know if that's going to start the broadcast or not. Just got in from a cookout on the bay. Fresh fish and chips. Oh, very nice. Right, we've got a video package for Bianca, so I'm guessing it's going to be the women's match first. Hell in a Cell is on, yes. Hell in a Cell is on. Women's triple threat is going to be first. Right, let's get that on screen then. So, Bianca versus Asuka versus Becky. Love Asuka. I'd love for her to get the job done here. Really would. Raw Women's title match is the first match of the night. WWE is never over will legit injury information. The fact they've been talking about it so much means they have a plan, says Ron. A Hell in a Cell match should never be PG for the intensity and blood belongs to it, says On. 21 Connor said, I wish this triple threat would have been inside Hell in a Cell. Alex says, cannot wait for this. It's going to be a lot of fun. So, we've got the video package. No one is ready for Asuka. Big time Bex. So, video packages were building towards our first match. It's going to be the triple threat. Legend Killer, shout out to you. Miss Clown 1 said it's about to get sexy in here. Sean said, let's go Asuka. Loving that. Pray for Asuka to win, says Cookie Run. Loving that. Aldry said, Asuka is my favourite, but 100% Bianca will remain as champion. Lee said, my girl Bianca will win. Well, we've got our poll that's got nearly 3,000 votes. So we can jump over to that, and I can tell you that 55% of people, it hasn't moved. In fact, we can probably wrap that poll up and have a bigger chat. But there we go. We'll get the final results. So Bianca, 54%. Asuka, 28%. Becky, 17%. That's just over 2,700 people that voted. And the majority going with Bianca Belair. Days, WWE tweeted a gif of Seth with the white flashing lights, like the Fiend's flashing lights. Coincidence or not coincidence? Go Asuka, win the championship again, says Cookie Run. Alex says Rhea had better win. Alfie says, I think via Mahan that battered the Mysterios might get a big push and batter Roman for the WWE Championship. What do you think? I think is a bit too early for him. I think he could get somewhere, but I think he needs a few feuds first. I think that he is still quite a long way down the pecking order. Okay, triple threat match. Here we go. I tell you what, there's some energy inside the inside that arena, which is good to see. Definitely feels like there's a good positivity and a good vibe. So, big cheers from the fans. Big time Bex making her way down. Let's see what... always worth seeing what she's wearing, Big time Bex. Always 10, oh my God. So, she's got a black... She's got those black boots. Those black pointy knee pads. She's got like a black dress on as well. God, she looks like she's Marilyn Manson's bride. That's what she looks like. She looks like she's off to marry Marilyn Manson. So, big time Bex, all in black. I can't stand big time Bex, says Grizzly King. What in the world is she wearing? I mean, that is a pretty wild headpiece. I feel like she's just really enjoying, like, really mixing up her wardrobe. Fair play, because do you remember when she just wasn't really being used that well? And she would come down and she had that... Do you remember when she had that steampunk vibe? That was bad. Here she is in the ring. Smile on her face. Big time Beck's in the ring. Here's Asuka. Love this woman. Love this woman. Don't think she'll be wearing anything too outlandish, but she has got an umbrella. She got a Jason mask on as well. Her mask looks a little, from a distance, it looks a bit Jason. A little bit. Asuka making her way down to the ring. So we've got Becky in the ring. We've got Asuka. Dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun. It looked like a Jason mask. I thought that from a distance, yeah. Computer mouse. Larry, shout out to you. Asuka with a Jason Voorhees. Becky looking like she's cosplaying Scarlet Bordeaux. Let's go, Asuka. I'd like to see her do it. She's so entertaining, so much fun. Asuka looking out to the crowd. Here comes Bianca, the EST. I never needed you at all. Looks hot where you are. It's what I am warm. I'm not gonna lie. I am warm. Bianca in orange. Never needed you at all. I think Bianca's the most over, you know. Lot of young kids supporting Bianca here. Dunna, I never needed you at all. Who's the most beautiful woman in WWE? Vince McMahon. Now put the cage down. That'd be good, wouldn't it? Someone just presses the button, comes down. Deal with it, women. This is a cage match now. Big time Bex, big time Becky Lynch getting her intro. I like her makeup. Her makeup is like black, kind of smoky. And then she's got like some colour over her eyelids. It looks cool. Obviously, Asuka's got the green. I like how she was mouthing along as well to her intro. And here's Bianca. You can hear the cheers, youngsters. Certainly for Bianca. This should be good. This should be good. I'm guessing they're going to allow them to have some time. Corey Graves said the universe is ready. Let's do the damn thing. They are a red hot crowd, you know. Here we go then. Match number 1. Bell sounds. We've got all 3 women circling around. In the center, Becky pushing. Asuka pushes Bianca. I think I don't know what she's saying. She's saying something to Asuka. She tries to push Asuka into Bianca. Goes for a kick. Becky goes down. Becky back up on her feet. Bianca with the shoulder tackle. Becky goes down again. Who do you think will win? I think it'll be Bianca. Becky on the outside of the ring. I'd love for it to be Asuka. We are in Chicago, says Jessen. JS17 said, I went back to check how you are. I might potentially be here the whole pay-per-view. I've not been up to date with wrestling. How are things? They settled down quite a bit after WrestleMania, to be honest. So we've got 2 title matches tonight. I mean, it's easy to get back in. The big story is that Cody might be injured, and we don't know what's happening with him and Seth in the main event. But apparently he's still in the match. Nice clothesline. Down goes Bianca. Asuka up to her feet. Asuka going against the ropes. Get tripped by Becky. Dragged out the ring. Big boot by Becky. Becky on the edge of the ring. Bianca coming over. Gets caught. Kicked in the face. She goes down. Forearm strike there by Bianca. Slams Becky down. Who do you think is going to take the pin? I'm hoping not Asuka, to be honest. I don't think Asuka needs to get pinned. So I'm hoping it's going to be Bianca pinning Becky. I mean, she's beaten Becky recently. Feel like it'd be good if we kept Asuka quite strong. She's been away for a long time. Very good athleticism by Bianca. Kick to the midsection by Becky. Lovely drop kick by Asuka, and she enjoys doing it as well. Running like Bulldog and into a clothesline. Asuka in control, throwing in kicks to Bianca. Again, we've got some yes kicks, and the crowd are really enjoying yesing along. Asuka charges over, hip attack to Becky. Bianca runs into Becky. Bianca has got Asuka up on her shoulders. Asuka goes down. Nice. Love that armbar takedown. Gets the takedown, rolls into the armbar, but Bianca was ready for it. She's trying to pick up Asuka, and she does pick up Asuka. She's got Asuka up, and she hurls her into the corner. That looked brutal, actually. So Asuka down in the corner, kick to the midsection by Asuka. Asuka climbing up. Becky pops up from the outside, hits Asuka. Bianca's down in the ring. I like that. I like how she crossed the wrists over and flipped her over. That was nice. She flips Asuka over onto Bianca. Shoulder up. William said the match is slowly building. The person I want to win the match, Asuka, I do not think will. I expect Bianca to win, says BBB Yipsy. Here we go. 1, 2. Kick out by Bianca. Dragon Den said Asuka is obviously not going to win. Yeah, that was a hard buckle bomb there. Hard buckle bomb. Liv versus Rhea was match of the night last. Was the match of the night last night at Saturday night's main event. This match has been good so far, says Johnny. Becky is the one that's in control. It's Becky and Bianca. As we said, I'm not really expecting this pay-per-view to go longer than, say, 3 hours. I don't even know if we'll hit that, to be honest. So we've got a fair few matches to get through. This will get time, but I don't know quite how much time. But at the moment, it is Becky and Bianca battling away. Becky looking out to the fans. In control, slowing the pace of this down. Kick by Bianca. Bianca has got Becky. Roll back. Asuka's up. Asuka gets caught with a shoulder tackle. Asuka goes down. Becky in control. Quick kicks. She's got Bianca draped over the ropes. Becky up in the corner. Leg drop to the back of the head. Becky 1, 2. Kick out by Bianca. Bianca is going to win, says Chris. As someone said earlier, it does look hot where you are. Where are you and how did you get there? I am in Linda McMahon's bedroom, and it is always hot in Linda McMahon's bedroom. Bianca is over by the ropes. She goes back to the corner. Becky coming in. Nice back elbow by Bianca. Strikes coming into the back by Becky. Bianca goes down. Kick to the midsection. Becky's running out of time because Asuka is down on the outside, but she's not going to stay down for long. Right now it is just Becky and Bianca. Clothesline, against the ropes goes Becky. Up, round the houses, lands on her feet. Looking for the armbar, but no joy. No green shirt guy tonight by the looks of it. Nice. Exploder. Against the ropes goes Becky. Baseball slide. Collides into Asuka that had appeared out of nowhere. I like that as a gif. She collides into Asuka and Asuka like makes a noise where she's like, ah. She gives a little yap as she goes flying. Leg drop by Becky. Bianca was looking there to see if Asuka was going to make the save. Damn, how hot is it in Linda's bedroom? Dudes. This is just a normal night. This is a normal night. Bianca will get the win, says Chris. Who do you think will join Judgment Day? I feel like there's a good chance that Finn will, but I don't know that it'll be on this show. Big strikes. There's a kid in the crowd that's on his feet, loving the action. Backslide by Asuka. She gets 2. Oh! Spinning back fist. Kick to the middle. Look at the speed of the strikes. Oh, she's too damn good. She's too damn good. She's too damn good. She's too good. The speed of that striking. 2. Ah, she's too good. Give her all the flipping belts. Bang. Oh my god, and that's brutal as well. There is no way that didn't hurt. That spinning back fist, when you see the replay of it, just decapitates Becky. I don't know, man. Maybe they're a bit snug. They can't be fun to take. They can't be fun to take. I mean, it doesn't bother me. It looks amazing, but... Big strike by Bianca. She's got Becky up on her shoulders. Kick to the midsection. Asuka goes down. KOD, but couldn't get it. Up in the air. Oh, that's nice. She's got Becky up, and she actually does a little jog on the spot to show that it's just not a problem. Bang. Over in the corner. Shoulder tackle. Asuka is wounded in the corner. She's eating some big shots. Becky charges over. Backflip by Bianca. She's now got Asuka and Becky in the corner. She's throwing in strikes to both of them. Crowd are counting along. Becky pulling at the hair of Bianca. Becky goes into Asuka. Spinebuster, but a little bit messy. Asuka up. Asuka's going to get slammed down onto Becky. Asuka and Becky are both down in the middle. Moonsault lands onto both of them. 1, 2. Kick out. Finn Balor turns heel. Ciampa could join Judgment Day. That's my opinion. Asuka is taking too much punishment for my liking, says Miss Clown. Becky's shoulder was up. Would you join Bloodline or Judgment Day? I would join Judgment Day. I feel like Bloodline you would never really join because you're not part of the family. Asuka is rolled out the ring. It's a red-hot start. Crowd are absolutely loving it. Becky going up top. Bianca is climbing up. Looking for a superplex. Asuka running over. Asuka comes running over to the corner. She's going to look for a powerbomb. She's trying to get that powerbomb. She gets knocked out the way. She goes down. She goes running back over. She tries to grab the leg of Bianca. She gets knocked down again. Asuka popping back up. Another moonsault by Bianca. Double knees by Asuka. Becky is up top. Double knees again by Asuka. Asuka back in the corner. High octane stuff in this opening encounter. Charges over. Double hip attack. Bianca goes down. Becky down. 2. Kick out. She now tries Bianca. 1, 2. Bianca kicks out. Asuka's got the leg. Asuka's got the ankle. She's got the ankle. She's looking for that ankle lock. She's got it, but Bianca's up. She's grabbed the leg of Bianca. She's double ankle locking now. Asuka with double ankle locks on... Look at that. It's like she's walking the dogs. They roll out and Asuka goes to the outsides. So we've got Bianca down. We've got Becky over in the corner. We've got Asuka on the outsides. Strike coming in by Becky. Low kick coming in by Bianca. Kick coming into the midsection. Goes for the hair whip. Duck underneath by Bianca. Roll up there by Bianca. Kick out by Becky. Disarmer! Into the disarmer, but she can't quite get it. Becky looking for that disarmer. She's having a look for it, but she can't quite find it. Bianca selling it well. She's desperately trying to not give up that arm. Asuka on the outsides. She's surely going to get her in a KOD. She's right in the position to stand up and get her in that KOD. Single arm powering up. Arches it into the KOD. Becky holds on to the ropes though, so she couldn't get the KOD. But she single arm picked her up. It was a lovely show of strength. There's been some lovely moments in this match. Becky has got Bianca. She puts her down. Oh, massive missile drop kick by Asuka. Asuka gets thrown out the ring. Becky has got Bianca down. Roll up by Bianca. Kick out by Becky. Looking for it. Oh, side slam. That was monstrous. 2. Asuka makes the save. Woo! That was such a big slam that it looked like she was going to put her away there. That genuinely felt like it was going to be a 3 for Becky. Genuinely felt like it was going to be a 3 count. But Asuka makes the save. High octane. They're getting so much time to operate here. Crowds loving it. This is awesome. Chants breaking out. Can you tell me what Linda is wearing? Oh, she's just gone into slip into something more comfortable, so I can't say I've seen it yet. You'll know when I do because the stream will end. I'll tell you that much. Right, Becky going for a slam but no joy. Knee strike coming in by Asuka. Bianca runs in. Oh, big boot by Asuka as Bianca goes down. Becky throws Asuka out the ring. 1, 2. Oh, and Asuka makes the save. You need to rap, spitting out 300 words a second. You'd give Eminem a run for his. I'm a commentary god. You know how Eminem's a rap god? I'm a commentary god. This is awesome, chant from the crowd. They are absolutely loving this at the moment. They are absolutely loving it. This is awesome, chant. All the women are down. Becky is on her knees. Asuka shaking her head. Bianca flops out the ring. Both women that are in the ring, Becky and Asuka. Lovely German suplex there by Asuka. Asuka gets back up on her feet looking for a hip attack. Becky moves out the way. Kick coming in. Asuka caught on the ropes. She's got a disarmer on Asuka, who's in the ropes. Bianca has now popped up. She's grabbed a hold of Becky. Looks like she's going to go for a KOD to the outside. Becky is holding on. Hip attack by Asuka. She knocks into Becky. Becky knocks into Bianca. Bianca goes to the outside. Reversed by Asuka. 2. Oh, shoulder up. That was really close. Against the ropes. Roll up by Becky. 1, 2. Reversed by Asuka. She's got her in a submission hold. Submission by Asuka. Middle of the ring. She's pulling back on the arm. She's got the chin as well. It's a crossface that she's got applied, but Becky gets out of it. Becky gets up to her feet. Tries to reverse it. 1, 2. Asuka kicks out. Bianca is still out of the equation. Oh, and the Asuka lock. Applied. Middle of the ring again. Bianca's going to have to make the save, you would think. She rolls to the ropes. There's Bianca. Belair tried to come crashing down onto both women, but they'd rolled out the way, so Belair couldn't actually break that hold. She's back in the corner. Asuka charging over. Hip attack. Gets caught. Caught by Belair. Belair has got Asuka. Trying to power her up and trying to, throw her face first into the corner. Getting her into a KOD. Becky comes over. Jeez, this match is like a million miles an hour for 20 minutes. Big slam. 1, 2. Becky throws... Bianca throws Becky out. Bianca gets the pin on Asuka. And the match comes to an end. Bianca pins Asuka. Get in your thoughts on that. What would you score that match out of 5? Bianca retains. It's about 20 minutes. High octane. What I will say is that is a hell of a match to try and put together. That is a hell of a match to try and put together. I mean, the performances are 5 out of 5. What those 3 women have been able to do in that 20 minutes of non-stop, fast-paced action, regardless of what you think of the actual match, but the performances, what they've been able to go in there and do is 5 out of 5. Lots of 4s. 5 out of 5 says Cade. 4 out of 5, the finish ruined it. Yusuf says 3.5. Justin says 3.5. Crowd was definitely into it. Hayden says 4. Bryce said, I really thought Asuka was going to win it. I'm hyped, but that was insane. It was a good match, but Bianca shouldn't have pinned Asuka. 3.9, great match. Don't think Asuka needed to take the pin. I agree with that. I definitely don't think Asuka needed to take the pin. His girl says 5 out of 5. Trey says 5 out of 5. Alfie says 4. 375, they pinned Asuka. There were some incredible moves in that match by everyone with some storytelling, says Dizzle Dog. Edward said this would be match of the year if Linda was in it. I'd buy my underwear at the same store as Linda. Very nice. I knew that Bianca would win. Didn't think Asuka would be the one to put Bianca over, though. I'm surprised by who took the pin. means Becky-Bianca rivalry isn't ended. It was a great match. It was just Asuka fans that hate it because Asuka took the pin. Becky should have been pinned. Shame Asuka's English is bad. She is amazing, says Charles. Who thinks Charlotte returns tonight? Darcy said, what's your score? I think there were some incredible moments in that match. I really appreciate the pace of it. I would give it about a 3.5. I think there's too many spots for me. In a way, you can sort of compare it to like a Young Bucks match. I mean, there's too many moments where, you know, there's two people in the corner and it's just a bit nonsensical. You know, those two people in the corner are just lying there. There's a lot of lying, waiting to be landed on kind of spots, which is just not the kind of wrestling that I enjoy. That kind of very obviously waiting for spots. But some of the moments in there are fantastic. Those strikes by Asuka are beautiful. The performances, you've got to give them credit for what they've gone in and achieved. I do agree. I think Asuka taking the pin is a problem. She's only just come back. So, like, why would she be the one that gets pinned? Like, really, Becky just had this incredible run with the belt. She could have taken the pin on that, so I can understand the ending also being an ending that does leave some people a bit like, oh. But I can't say that Bianca winning is like the biggest of surprises. But yeah, look, if you're not bothered by like the spots and you're quite happy with that kind of style of wrestling, that Young Bucks style of wrestling, that Lucha Bros style of wrestling, then I can totally understand why that was getting 4, 4.5, and all that kind of stuff. But for me, I appreciate the work rate. I appreciate the pace. But I've said before, those matches that are a million miles an hour from start to finish, I'm much more into the ebbs and the flows, the matches that build. This was just go, just go. But as a start to a show, it was very exciting. Crowd were massively into it. And I think it has definitely set this off on the right foot. Definitely set the tempo, and far, far, far from a bad match. So we're off to a good start. We're backstage with Cedric Alexander and MVP. Us being associates is done, says MVP to Cedric Alexander. It's time for you to go, says Amos. Amos tells Cedric Alexander it's time for you to go. Is that now foreshadowing something? Could we actually see Cedric Alexander helping Bobby Lashley? The next match is the match that might be the one that people are not as bothered by. It's going to be the Bobby Lashley Amos MVP match. I don't expect this to get loads of time. Right, we've got the video package for this one. Let's add Bianca to our winners scroll. Bianca. Oh. There we go. Amos MVP versus Bobby is the second match of the night. Chris said Roman has now been champ for 900 days. I don't think that's what in ever. I know it's like 600 and something, I believe. Maybe 700. We might have reached 700 since he won the Universal. Uri said great match, 5 out of 5. His girl says MVP rapping. Imagine if Seth faces a surprise because of Cody's injury and we get the Fiends. The lights go out and it's Goldberg's music. Well, imagine if the Fiend's music plays and it's Goldberg that comes out. Hell in a Cell 2019 Rollins Fiend is still the dumbest ending to a match, says On. Second match of the night. Let's go. Yeah, this is that diss track thing that I haven't heard it. okay. I've heard enough. It's awful. I'm going to leave the live stream. All I wanted to see was the Raw Women's Championship match, says Boxer. There you go. Your dream has come true. Have a good evening. Are they redoing Miz and Morrison with the Moss and MVP? Maybe. Maybe they are, yeah. With the hey, hey, ho, ho stuff. Right, here we go then. Match number 2, Moss and MVP making their way down. If there is a God, this will not be on for long. Who will win, Seth or Cody? It's really hard, isn't it? I mean, I would have said Cody, but he's got that injury and really don't know what to expect. Brett said, I don't care about these damn people. Baby, 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 baby. I believe in the 70s, the champions were longer than Roman. Yeah, well, you've got Bruno that was a champion from, for 7 years. I think he was champ from 63 to 70, 71-ish. So, right, his reign ends right at the start of the 70s. He then drops it to Ivan Koloff, who only has it for a very short few weeks, I think. Very short time. He basically gets it so he can drop it to Pedro Morales. Pedro Morales carries it for a long time. So, yeah. Pedro Morales has it a long time. Superstar Billy Graham, I don't think, has it all that long. Bruno gets it back and has it for another 4 years. So, the second Bruno reign's big. The Pedro reign's big. The Bob Backlund reign is big. Stan Stasiak wins it in there and that's not very long. So, yeah. Those runs are 60s, 70s. And 80s. I mean, Hogan holds it for 4 years. He holds it from 84 to 88. So, yeah, they're all going to be longer than Roman's current reign. But it's a very different time now, isn't it? It's a very different time. Here we go. Bobby is on his platform. Amos versus Great Khali main event WrestleMania 1 hour Iron Man match. Dream match. Dream match. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Here is the Almighty. Who is Cody's replacement? Apparently he's still going on, isn't he? Apparently he's still wrestling. We've got Bobby in white and black. Superstar in 77. Bob Backlund for way too long, says Brent. Head of the Visionary. Shout out to you. Here's Bobby. Bobby coming down. He doesn't look concerned. He's getting pyro. He's at his little platform. He's got a smile on his face as he's getting a great reaction from the crowd. Amos and MVP. Looks like they're going to attack him and jump him, but they don't. Amos staring at Bobby. Bobby getting a great reaction from the fans. This one's going to get underway very, very soon. Imagine if the Fiend does the rerun. He beats Seth. We hear the Fiend's, "Are you disrespecting legends? I think you are." And then Goldberg squashes him again. That would go down very well on Twitter. Right, here we go. Handicap match. So we've got Bobby in there with MVP. Amos on the outside. MVP goes over. Sticks his head through the ropes. I don't know how much wrestling MVP is going to be able to do, but he tags in Amos. There we go. MVP gets out. Amos coming in straight away. Amos steps over the top rope. So Amos and Bobby trying to figure out how to attack this problem. He's thinking about, he was looking for like a test of strength when he ducks underneath, goes round the back. Tries to clothesline into Amos. Amos just sort of looks at him like, what are you doing? What are you doing, mate? Amos, he's actually got a Kimura on him right now. He's got his arm behind his back, but he couldn't quite hold it there, Bobby. And he gets thrown across the ring. Amos just saying a few words. Bobby bouncing around, again, trying to figure out how to deal with this problem. Amos puts his arm in the air. I mean, Bobby's not even going to be able to reach that, even if he had a ladder. Hello, Lisa. Hope you are well. Day said, Amos is amazing. Strikes coming in by Bobby. He ignores that test of strength offer. Nice right hand. He goes after MVP. MVP jumps down. Amos comes over. Big strikes coming in by Lashley. He gets thrown in the corner. Kicked by Bobby. MVP grabs the leg. Amos with a big splash. Amos has got Bobby, hurls him across the ring. Tags in MVP. MVP going over, going for the strikes, throwing in some big shots on Bobby. One. Just a one count. Chat, hello. Hope you are well. Yeah, I'm doing all right. High octane first match. High octane first match. Good opening to the show. We're into this one now, and this is one that I don't think too many people are bothered by. MVP is in there at the moment. Lashley with some strikes and kicks. In all fairness, we probably don't need all that much time for the main event, because if it is going to be Cody and Seth, I really don't think they're going to give it that much time. Strike by Lashley, and Amos goes down. Lashley going around the back of Amos. He's got Amos. He's going to look for a superplex. Amos slams down Bobby. So Amos slams Bobby down. He's looking to pick him up. He's got him on his shoulder. Going to look to drive him over to the corner. Snake Eyes against the ropes. Collides into him. Don't know what that was. Just sort of like smashed his body into him, and Bobby goes back into the corner. He collides into him again. Someone notify the ref to tell them 30 seconds to finish. Big splash again. Yeah, I mean, this has already gone longer than I was hoping, to be honest. But it's been okay. It's been all right. MVP charging over. Big boot by MVP, and Bobby actually spills outside the ring. Bobby is going to pin MVP, and then Amos is going to crush MVP for it, says Master Chief. Alex says, are you a fan of shampoo? Who isn't? Who isn't a fan of shampoo? That's the bigger question. Amos on the outside collides into Bobby. Bobby goes into a barricade. That barricade didn't take much for it to fall down. So Amos on the outside collides into Bobby. Bobby, that barricade goes down. It's a good job there was no one behind there. So Bobby is down in the timekeeper's area. Bobby Chance as he's being counted at the moment. 9. And he gets in. Almost got counted out there, Bobby. Bobby down on his hands and knees. MVP has been tagged in. MVP throwing in big right hands. Again, he's on top of Bobby Lashley, raining down some big shots. Kick out by Bobby. MVP is on top of him. Throwing some forearm strikes in at Bobby. Strikes coming into the side of the head. Knee drop there by MVP. 1, 2, kick out. Days, Finn wouldn't turn heel as he doesn't want to be the demon anymore because the makeup takes forever. He said that himself. Well, he can turn heel and not need the demon, can't he? I don't think that you have to have the demon to be a heel. Elias returns to help. Ezekiel said WJWF. Boomers TV says, make him humble! Matt says, yeah, this match is boring. I think Bray will return, says Spam Chapo. Will the lights go out at the end of the main event? Yes, they will. Once everyone's gone home, then they will turn the lights out. Main event will finish, people will go home, and then the lights will turn out. We've got Bobby in the middle with Amos. Amos doing some trash talking. Cedric Alexander has come down. Cedric Alexander has come down to try and help Bobby. He gets thrown out the ring. Spear by Bobby. Amos rolls out the ring. There's your surprise. You wanted surprises. There's your surprise. Cedric Alexander has come running down. That wasn't advertised. He's helped Bobby. MVP has got the Hurt Lock applied. Hurt Lock on MVP. Hurt Lock on MVP. MVP taps. And there we go. I tell you what, the crowd were into that at the end. Crowd were into that at the end. There's quite a few moving parts to it where you've got MVP in there. Bobby finally getting his hands on MVP. Cedric Alexander running down. They booked it so that it had, a few moving parts. That is easily the best Bobby Amos match that we've had. Put in your thoughts. Put in your thoughts. What are your thoughts? Bum 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 bum. Out of 5, what do you score it? We get to add Bobby to Winners Row. At the moment, if your name begins with B, you are winning tonight. So that is a really good omen for Budgement Day. I'm telling you, I think Budgement Day are going to win. If your name begins with B, you're winning. You are a winner. 5 says Dark Angel. 5 out of 5. Brent, shout out to you. Hope you are well, bud. Appreciate the support. Russell Andy said Waylon Mercy is coming. Know what I mean? 4 says Eli. 2 says Denis. 3 says Alex. Jeremy says 0. There's Bobby. Bobby is celebrating. Bum 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 bum. He grabs a belt. He grabs someone's belt. He's parading around with a WWE replica. There's someone there that's like, take my smoking skull one. Take my smoking skull one. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Look. So he's grabbed about, paraded around. The people are into this, man. He's working the crowd. There's a real connection there with them. God, I think the crowd are just happy that the match is over, to be honest. I don't know that is a match people were, like, highly anticipating. But do you know what? It was all right. It didn't stink the place out. And Bobby has kind of come across like quite a big star afterwards there, so... yeah. Crowd is hot. They're really hot. I don't know if they've given everyone a free drink or something, and they're all like, well, what's happened? But crowd are... it's like an AEW crowd. You know, like how they're going like crazy when a show starts. Like, it's just like that. We've got an advert for Ms. and Mrs. Ms. and Mrs. double episode premiere tomorrow on USA. Here for the characters. When did Bobby get so over? Feels like the crowd are chanting his name every week. How did this happen? I have no idea. It's just sort of, to be honest, I just feel like this crowd are like a red-hot, really passionate Chicago crowd. And I don't know that he would get such a reaction maybe from a quieter crowd. It's great, though. It really shows, doesn't it? It really, really shows the difference that a red-hot crowd makes. Because it does make you go, wow, they really like him. When, in actual fact, I think they're really into everything. They're saying there's reports that Cody suffered a tear because of what happened, like, in a house show or something. They're like, that's not what happened. He did get a tear during his brawl, and it was made worse when he was, like, working out. But he's still going to compete inside Hell in a Cell, so... I mean, look, they're telling you about this injury. It's not like they've hidden it. They're telling you the injury has happened. I'd like to hear from Cody. I think that would be interesting. I'd like a little backstage interview with Cody. Cody, what's the situation? I think that'd be really interesting. Kevin Owens. Here we go. Kevin Owens. No. Here we go. KO versus ZKL. KO. Oh my god, no one here. It begins with a B. Shame he's not called B.O. If he was called B.O., then he might win it. Or Bezekiel. Damn it. Cody will be out probably after this match if he's hurt. Going into it. That is hard, though. Rob, shout out to you. Hope you are well. If you enjoy the stream, hit that like. That is true. That is true, actually. I probably should mention that more. The likes definitely help. So big shout out to everyone that's joining us. Hope you're enjoying the action. Red hot crowd. Red hot crowd. They are loving it. And we are just seeing the video package right now as to where we've been with this story and the lie detector test and all of that stuff. I think you've got fake crowd noises because the crowd seems dead. Well, I would imagine the broadcast is the broadcast, to be honest. I don't think they would add fake crowd noises just for the WWE network. Plus, you know, when Bobby was, like, celebrating with the fans, I mean, they were visibly, like, you know, involved. Hustle for Love said, "What's up, Days? How are you?" I'm doing good. Hope you're well. Shout out to you. Great evening to everyone. That's nice. I thought you was going to go into, like, come on, Ezekiel, or something like that. But it's just a lovely message. Just a lovely message from Hustle for Love. Shout out to you, bud. Here comes Ezekiel. He's got a great physique. Not sure what we're going to get in this match. It's Kevin Owens' match, though, and it should be a lot of fun as a result. Who won out of Bobby or Moss? It was Bobby. Bobby won. Bobby. We do have the winners thing. Just here. Bobby. And over there, look, Bobby. Bobs. Bibby. Ronda has got black makeup. Black Swan fanatic, says Lisa. The Brawling Brutes are really trash. Well, you don't need to worry about them tonight. There's no Brawling Brutes tonight. Okay, Ezekiel in the ring. Kevin Owens in the ring. Someone's got a missing sign. Missing, where is this man? And a picture of Elias. There's a hi mom sign. Someone's got a walk with Ezekiel sign. Kevin Owens in the ring as Ezekiel is looking out. You called me a liar. You're the liar. Zeke. Drawing on the fans. Knee strike by Ezekiel. Kevin Owens is down. Ezekiel. Zeke. Flying Zeke. Elbow by Zeke. 1, 2. Oh, I thought the Zeke might have got it early then. Look at that. Just a knee strike by Ezekiel. Lovely elbow drop. Shades. It's like if Ultimate Warrior and Macho Man had a child. Shades of the Macho Man as he delivered that elbow, whilst wearing attire that would not look amiss on the Ultimate Warrior. Strikes coming in by Ezekiel. The Ezekiel Warrior. The Zeke Warrior. Into the commentary table goes Kevin Owens as Zeke rolls into the ring. Big chop there by Owens. Hollywood Guy says, "Hello, Days." Hello, Hollywood Guy. They put Asuka in a match to take a pin. They did. That's some great booking. Said no one ever. That's very, very true. Very true. I was surprised they went that way and disappointed. I think that Becky's had a good run with that belt. She lost it recently. She's already taken a pin recently. Like, it wouldn't be a problem for her to take a pin here. But you know who I blame? Naomi. Naomi. She was meant to be in this match and she was meant to take the pin. It wasn't meant to be Asuka. It was meant to be Naomi. Unbelievable. Naomi walks out and it's Asuka that suffers. I think there's a bit of blood there. Oh, there is blood. Zeke's got blood. Guys, it's extreme. It's extreme. We've got an extreme match now. EC dub. EC dub. EC dub. Moonsault by Kevin Owens. Ezekiel has got a cut to the side of the head. You see, that can't be Elias because I never saw Elias bleed. So that can't be Elias because Ezekiel's bleeding, but I never saw Elias bleed. Oh my god, this is brutal. This is like a death match. Blood pouring. Not yet, but it will. That's Elias! Screams Kevin Owens. How many cell matches are on this card? He's got a knee in the back of Ezekiel. Zeke. They're going to have to finish this match as soon as possible. It's horrific. I feel sick. Down goes Owens. Clothesline. Kevin Owens listening out to the fans. He wants them to confirm that that is Elias. Kick coming in by Owens. See this face? This is Elias. Kevin Owens screams down the camera. Owens desperately trying to convince people that this is Elias. Another big strike there by Kevin Owens. Ezekiel in a bit of trouble. Big chop coming in. Ezekiel trying to throw a shot back. Ezekiel goes back to the corner. Reversed. Oh, hard! That was great. Ezekiel reversed it. Owens goes hard into the corner. Shoots into the air. Ends up like powerbombing himself. You could tell that he said to him in the corner as well, like, reverse this. Reversal. I'll tell you what was really interesting that I just saw there. So, before Kevin Owens threw Ezekiel into the corner, he puts him into the corner and he leans in. As he made it look as if he was trying to get extra leverage. What he was actually doing, as many of you will have seen, is he will have just said to him, reverse this. And then it was reversed. And then he went into the corner and bang. So, Owens is calling this match as we're going. Kick out by Ezekiel. Owens is the King General of this match. He's going up top. Looking for... big! Off the top by Kevin Owens. Went for a swanton bomb, but knees came up. Look at that. Oof. Both knees up by Ezekiel. Man United Hodge says there's talks of Sandow playing Elias. That would be fun. I'd like that. I love Sandow. He was so funny when he was doing the whole Mizdow stuff. Strikes coming in by Ezekiel. Quick kicks. Owens is being stomped down in the corner. Nice reversal. Ezekiel into the corner. Owens grabs him. Gets kicked back. Owens back in the corner. Ezekiel turns around. Points at Owens. Charges over. Big splash. Big splash by Ezekiel. Runs over again. Another big splash. Puts his arm in the air. He goes running over for one more. Owens moves out the way. Against the ropes. Gets picked up. Spine buster. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Spine buster by Ezekiel. Pretty good match, actually, says Jeremy. A Zeke splash. This is why AEW is better. WWE is lazy with their work. AEW is always on point with their creative, says Chris. Harry says, let Zeke speak. Knowledge Untamed, shout out to you. Darcy said, this is actually a good match. The ultimate Ezekiel Warrior gets sit-down power bombed and manages to kick out. Dragonhead said, do you honestly think Asuka losing to Bianca now rather than 3 months from now makes a difference? Obviously, Bianca is the match, and I don't blame them. It's a match that fans want. I just think it's unfortunate. I don't think it makes a massive difference. But I just think it's a bit of a shame for tonight. You know, you fast forward a few weeks, it'll be forgotten. But I just think it's a bit of a shame for tonight. People have not enjoyed that as the finish. Could it, if it's actually going to go and set something up, then that would be cool. You know, if there was a way of Asuka getting some payback from that. But you know, Asuka's so good, and I think there is a genuine groundswell for. I think people want to see her get a title. I think she's so entertaining that I think there's actually a real support behind Asuka at the moment. Plus, she'd been away for so long, so she feels quite fresh. So, you know, not only do people love her, not only is she entertaining, but she feels quite fresh right now as well because she'd been away for so long. So, I don't know, given the options, I think it would have been better for Becky to have taken the pin, but as I said, in a few weeks, it'll be forgot. Stunner by Kevin Owens. 1, 2, 3. Owens, with a smile on his face, gets a win in a decent little encounter, that. Not a bad little encounter at all. That is all Owens. Owens really putting the work in there, bumping around. It's a solid little encounter, solid little match. Get in your scores for that one. Third match down. It's actually been a solid show, says Hoff Sports Media. Do you think it would hurt getting put through a table and hit with a steel chair? Well, I don't think it would be fun. Let's put it that way. Uh, 3.5, good. 3.75, it was okay. 3, 6, 2, 4. Who won out of Rollins or Cody? We haven't had that match yet. Nick says Kevin Owens had a meeting with Vince and asked Vince for more control. He has it with Austin at Mania and Blood tonight. I think the Blood was an accident, to be honest. I don't think that was really meant to happen. They didn't really exploit it. He didn't, like, cut him open even more. It's not like it was, like, focused on. I think that cut was more accidental. Threes. Matthew says you do know that WWE is scripted. What? Scripted? Maybe the bits in between the matches. Maybe what the commentators say in between matches. Maybe the opening bit where they go, "Hello, welcome to Hell in a Cell 2022." Like that. I think that's written down, but scripted. It happens when he hit the ring post legit. Cody is in an angle of being killed in WWE in a cinematic Hell in a Cell match. Donna said, I'm going for Cody over Seth for the win. Bill said it could be Bray Wyatt next. Liz Jericho said you can tell that Blood was an accident. It looked like an actual cut. WWE is 100% real. No chance in hell WWE is scripted. I know. Just imagine believing it was scripted. Just imagine. MJF scared off by Punk. It's typical for WWE to have only one Hell in a Cell. Is it typical? No. Normally you get a couple, to be honest. Normally you get a couple. Who won out of Kevin Owens and Ezekiel? It was Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens was victorious. We've got a video package on Seth and Cody, but I don't know if this match is next. If this is next, what the hell would the main event be? Judgment Day. It'd have to be, wouldn't it? It ain't going to be Madcap Moss and Corbin. But I don't know if that's next or just an advert for the main event. No, that is the main event. That was just an advert for the main event. Ozzy Osbourne, straight to hell. That is the official theme of Hell in a Cell. Next is the 6-person mixed tag match. Liv Morgan, Finn Balor, AJ Styles taking on Judgment Day. Right, this is going to be our next one. Liv and AJ and Finn versus Judgment Day. All these matches will be on Raw again tomorrow. Props. I think main is Cody Seth. Maybe we see a new Judgment Day member. Judgment Day versus Liv, AJ, Finn. Cody said we want MJF. Ledge Killer said AJ Styles, Finn Balor versus and Liv versus Judgment Day. John says Balor turns heel. Bulliv Club. Bulliv Club. I haven't heard that. Bulliv Club. Bulliv Club. That's clever. I like that. Bulliv Club. I hate all these promo packages. It could easily just be a 2-hour show. Bill said main event is Bray Wyatt. Bray Wyatt in the main event. Just Bray Wyatt. That's it. No Cody versus Seth. It is literally just Bray Wyatt. It's going to come down to the ring and wave. Hey, everyone. I think he turns heel. There is Bullet Club history with AJ and Finn. The truth will set you free, says Annette. Rob said we've got 1.4 thousand in the chat. Big shout out to everyone that's joining us. I hope you're enjoying the show. I think it's actually been a decent show. I've got to say we've managed to get through a couple of matches there that I wasn't really crazy about, or but we've got through them and they were all right. Did not stink the place out at all. It's actually the best Bobby and Moss match I've seen so far. Ezekiel, Kevin Owens, I thought was really solid. And now this is a match that I was genuinely looking forward to. So here are Judgment Day. Rhea Ripley steps out first, then Damian Priest, then Edge. There's the big wings. They're walking slowly, making their way down. Judgment Day still feel like something is missing, don't they? Still feel... Can't quite put your finger on it at this stage. Oh, CGI. What's that? That's nice. That's nice, isn't it? Oh, that's nice. CGI, like some kind of a druid or some sort of hooded creature, hooded man. You can't see his face, or you can just see the hood, and he's holding like these scales. So, CGI for Judgment Day. That is nice. That is nice. Rhea Ripley wearing something a little bit different tonight as well. Rhea Ripley's got her legs on show. Why not? I'm sure she's got lovely legs. I'm sure she's got some lovely legs that deserve to be seen. So, yeah, that was sick, man. I want to see if there's any images of that CGI'd, hooded graphic. It was really nice. In fact, there is praise on Twitter for it already. praise on Twitter. Right, here is Liv. Liv wearing something slightly different. She's got black trunks, white top with a single eye crying. Is this the only faction named after a pay-per-view? I think so. They are coming out in black, though. The question was asked earlier, would they be in like all black? And I was like, oh, I'd have them in a bit of colour. So they countered Judgment Day, but Balor's here in black. And I'm surprised at that. I thought Balor in particular would wear colour. We've seen him in like blue shorts and stuff before. But Balor in black trunks as well. Liv. Finn Balor, and here comes AJ Styles. AJ Styles getting a big intro. MJF versus Fiend versus John Cena is the main event. Darcy said, I love Rhea's gear. Judgment Day wins. That is going to be my prediction, says Adrian. If Charlotte was there, I would have been happy, says Brett. Black and white like Bullet Club, says Rob. It's actually, you know what? It's actually, there's more colour on Judgment Day. Look at what Rhea Ripley's wearing. She's got like purple. It's different looking, it. Moldy said, we've not seen it in a while, but Wyndham is coming. Wyndham is coming. Moldy, hope you're well. I'm surprised you're sober after earlier. I thought you'd have been in a stupor by now that Wales qualified for the World Cup. I haven't seen, actually. Have they been celebrating in the streets of Cardiff? And, like, has it been manic? I haven't actually seen. I would imagine it has been. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that attire for Rhea Ripley. Like, that purple. She's got, like, her arm in purple, and then it kind of comes across her chest a bit. It's a bit strange for Judgment Day. I don't know, you would expect them to be in, like, chains and black and... Big beat down here. All 6 people inside the ring. Double stomp by Finn Balor. Rhea Ripley is still down. Rhea Ripley getting back up to her feet as Liv gets hurled into Rhea Ripley and head scissor takedown. Rhea Ripley in the corner as Liv Morgan charges over. She collides into Rhea Ripley. Knee strike by Liv Morgan as well. Rhea Ripley goes down. Liv Morgan charging over. Headbutt. That's nice. Headbutt by Rhea Ripley. I'm as excited as far as fan. There's rumours that we might get Gareth Bale, said JDE. I would let Liv do to me whatever she wants. She grabs Liv's hair. Liv gets suplexed by Rhea Ripley. Rhea Ripley in control. Rhea Ripley, this thing has settled down now. So we've got AJ and Finn Balor on the outsides. We've got Damian Priest and Edge on the other side. It's the 2 women that are in there. Liv up in the air. Yeah, big smile on the face of Rhea Ripley as she slams Liv Morgan down. Kick out by Liv Morgan. The Fiend to join Judgment Day, says Samuel. Lita hasn't been wrestling in a long time, says Brett. If you compare Judgment Day versus House of Black, which one feels like bigger stars? Well, I would say that Judgment Day feel like bigger stars because they've got Edge as their leader, whereas House of Black have got Malachi Black, who hasn't really quite got over yet. Malachi Black. I mean, I think trying to compare Malachi Black and what he's achieved to what Edge has achieved. So, yeah, and I think Rhea Ripley is seen as a real bright hope for the women's division as well, you know? She's seen as someone that could go on to be a real big star in, like, the women's division. Rhea Ripley is back in the corner. Liv is going to go over and tag in AJ Styles. AJ Styles is tagged in and he wants Edge. AJ Styles wants Edge. But it's Damian Priest that's coming in. Kick coming in there by Damian Priest. That's lovely. A lovely chop coming in. Overhand right. Damian Priest against the ropes. Little roll through by AJ. Drop kick. Nice. Liv is a future champion and is fit, says Alfie. Other than the Royal Rumble, they should get rid of these match-type pay-per-views. I do like Money in the Bank, but I miss it when it was Mania and Elimination Chamber is cool, says Hoff Sports Media. Winner is getting a balloon, says Miss Clownwell. That's nice. At least get something. So gets the ropes, goes. It's Balor that's in there now. Balor and Damian Priest. Basement drop kick by Finn Balor. Damian Priest going over to the corner. Another kick coming in by Balor. He's got Damian Priest's leg wrapped around that rope. Balor getting thrown against the ropes. Kick. We got 7 matches on this card. And this is the 4th of those. There's actually only 3 matches left after this. So there's only 3 matches left. Theory against Mustafa Ali, which I think could be a lot of fun. Madcap Moss against Happy Corbin, which is a no-holds-barred match. And that might be entertaining, who knows. And then the Cody against Seth, which I don't think is going to get loads of time unless they do some skullduggery. So I don't think it's going to get loads of time. This match might. This match might be the match that kind of eats up quite a chunk of time. But we've got, just having a look, Bianca beating Asuka and Becky. That was 18 minutes 55. Bobby Lashley beating Amos and MVP. That was 8 minutes 25. And Kevin Owens beating Ezekiel. That was 9 minutes 20. Edge is in against Finn Balor. He tags in Damian Priest. Kick coming in by Damian Priest. Brandy is going to turn on Cody, and she will come out as Sister Abigail. John, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Appreciate the support. We've got Finn Balor in the corner, down on his knees. Finn Balor down on his knees. Damian Priest charging over. Back elbow by Damian Priest against the ropes. Down goes Balor in the center of the ring. 2 count. 2 count by Damian Priest. He grabs a hold of the arm. Damian Priest and Finn Balor. Finn Balor in a whole world of trouble at the moment. Edge is in. He's right back in the Judgment Day corner. Rhea Ripley says, here we go, as Finn Balor is being beaten down. Edge taking a moment just to gesture to the crowds. Into the corner, hard goes Finn Balor. So Finn Balor goes hard into the corner. Is there a WWE at the Mug Henson Arena? I have no idea. I don't know where they're actually out on. They don't tend to announce that sort of stuff on the shows. Finn Balor gets slammed down. I'm sure they'll have all their future house show information on like WWE.com. I think there is a section on there where you can actually get tickets for future shows. Edge in there with Balor. Damian Priest is tagged in. Sent you a picture of that CDI on Twitter, not in DM. Thank you, dude. It was really cool, that CGI. I really liked it. Yeah, that's cool. That was what we were talking about. That was the CGI hooded man holding the scales. Like, that just looks great, doesn't it? That just looks really great. I wish they came out with those kind of robes and everything. Maybe they need to do that. Perhaps they need to come out with those kind of robes and they make their way down, and then when they get to the edge of the ring, they take them off. Like, this Judgment Day CGI was fantastic. I would have Judgment Day come out in those types of robes. Low kick coming in by Balor. Balor trying to get over and make the tag. He's been in there for a while. He's down in the center of the ring. He's trying to get over. Damian Priest is trying to get over. Damian Priest tags in Edge. AJ gets tagged in. AJ's in there. He's got a shot for Damian Priest. Low kick coming in. Back elbow. Lovely work. Against the ropes goes AJ. Collides into Edge. Hot tag. Very hot tag here. Damian Priest goes out after an inverted atomic drop. Forearm strike to Edge. He picks up Edge. Oh. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Are you doing any more toy hunts? There's nothing planned at the moment, but I mean, I will always look to do more. So it's not like we're never doing them. But I don't have any lined up at the moment. AJ back in the corner, goes over to Edge. Knee strike there as Damian Priest goes down. Forearm strike by Edge. Edge on the inside of the ring as AJ goes for a phenomenal forearm. Gets it. Gets it. AJ. 1, 2. Damian Priest pulls AJ out the ring. Damian Priest pulling AJ to the outside. Just as AJ, I mean, look, Edge is still down, so looks like AJ was going to get that 3 count. Corey Graves says Edge may be out. This match might be over. Liv on the outside trying to get the crowd involved. Edge is still down. AJ trying to get back into the ring. Damian Priest is still down on the outside as well. Finn Balor is down on the outside. AJ trying to get over to make the tag. I mean, it doesn't really matter who makes the tag because as soon as the tag's made, both women have to get in anyway, don't they? So Liv is up. She reverses, rolls through. Rhea Ripley. Rhea Ripley manages to kick out. Knee strike by Liv. Rhea Ripley is up. She's going for a clothesline. Liv's managed to get round the back. 1, 2. Kick out by Rhea Ripley. Liv coming up to her feet. She's going to look to charge over to Rhea Ripley. Rhea Ripley moves out the way. She grabs a hold of Liv Morgan. Oh, lovely. That's a lovely suplex by Rhea Ripley. She's going to look for a... what is she going for? Riptide? Oh! Lovely. She switched it into like a suplex. Liv still kicks out. Maybe they could steal the Undertaker's Druids. I think there is a band that's called Edge of Darkness. That's why Edge most likely didn't use that name. Crowd applauding along. All the guys are down on the outside. Riptide. She's going for Riptide. No, couldn't get it. Tag to Balor. DDT. That was lovely sold by Rhea Ripley. We've got all the faces on top of all the heels. Clothesline. Damian Priest goes over the top to the outside. Finn Balor. AJ. Up to the outside. They come crashing down onto Damian Priest. Liv Morgan comes crashing down onto Rhea Ripley. Judgment Day are down outside the ring. Big chop by Finn Balor. Damian Priest thrown into the ring. Top rope enziguri by Balor. He's got Damian Priest in position for the coup de grace. That's annoying, says Gabriella. Oh, Rhea Ripley makes the save as Finn Balor gets caught on the top rope. Smile on the face of Rhea Ripley. The momentum shifting back in Judgment Day's favor. In comes Edge. Kick by Finn Balor. Slammed down. Choke slam by Damian Priest. Phenomenal forearm by AJ. Edge hurls AJ into the corner. Edge is in the ring with Finn Balor. Charges over. Gets caught. 1, 2. Oh, just a 2. Sling blade by Balor. Balor back in the corner. Drop kick. Edge goes over the other side. He goes down. Edge is in position for the coup de grace. Finn Balor going up top. Rhea Ripley jumps in the ring. Rhea Ripley is going to prevent Finn Balor. Liv jumps onto the back of Rhea Ripley. Oh, coup de grace misses. Spear by Edge. 1, 2, 3. Judgment Day win. Judgment Day win. Judgment Day get the victory. Judgment Day. So it is a win for Judgment Day. Let's add them to Winners Row. Get in your scores of that match. What did you think about that match? Did you like it? Did you not like it? AJ has died. Some of the outcomes on this card have been awful, says Almighty Nick. Judgment Day needed that win, says Lone Star Friend. Yeah, what did you think? Did you like it? Did you not like it? Are you happy about it? Are you sad about it? What do you rate it out of 5? Get in your thoughts for that match. Judgment Day, 4.5. Loved it, said Jake. 4. think Austin Theory will be next. 7 out of 10, says Kendall. 3.4, 3.75. AJ was busted. 3.5 seems solid. Match was interesting. Styles is bleeding a lot. We just got replays at the moment, so I haven't seen that yet. Too much blood. Match was interesting. We've got Balor on the down in the middle of the ring. Got no visibility on AJ Styles. So Judgment Day celebrating in the ring. And that's it. No shot of AJ. How did he bust himself open? What did he bust himself open on? Hellblood. It was obvious that Finn is going to AEW, says Lance. WWE have ruined Finn, said Better Made TV. Anyone turn face or heel on Judgment Day versus Liv AJ Balor? No. No new Judgment Day member. Didn't expect one, to be honest, because they did that at the last pay-per-view, and it felt like to do it 2 pay-per-views in a row might be a little bit repetitive, which is certainly something WWE has, never shied away from, considering the amount of times you've had New Day against Brawling Brutes. But I must admit, I'm all right with not having a new member on this show. Here's Bobby. Big smile on his face. There's Cedric. That wasn't for you. That was for me. Cedric said, rather than me trying to find somewhere where I belong, I need to stand on my own 2 feet. Don't mess with any of my matches again. Bobby Lashley said, I'm proud of you standing on your own 2 feet. And he says, don't ever mess with any of my matches again. But he says it in like a jovial way. I really thought they might look to do something with those two, like being together. Don't mind those nice little backstage segments. Provides a bit more clarity as to where we are with things. Right, Madcap Moss against Corbin. It's going to be our next match. Bobby said AJ has scripted bloods. Charles says, I'm in a rage. Any big returns tonight, or should I just go to bed because I'm at work at 5? Jeez, if I was you, I'd be in bed. I'd be in bed. This would have to be WrestleMania or something to keep me up if I had work at 5. Sleep is way too important. To keep the momentum, they needed another member, and they shouldn't prolong it, but I agree. Have it on a live show, says channel name. Special ed teacher, shout out to you. Hope you are well. You should see the medic over AJ at the end. I didn't see. I mean, I can see there's people on Twitter saying there was quite a bit of bloods. But I have not seen any images of it. Oh, there. There's AJ on the outside. I wonder if it'll zoom in. There. I mean, it's not EC dub, is it? But there's been a few cuts tonight. We saw Ezekiel get cut open as well. I don't know what he's done it on, though. I have no idea what he's done that on. I'm going to miss Charlotte. She's taking a break from WWE. Charlotte sucks, says Chris. Bullet Club will probably get a rematch. Oh, almost certainly tomorrow. Almost certainly tomorrow we'll get a rematch. No, Hing General tonight. No, it's on Friday. It's on Friday. Hing General is Friday. Takes on Ricochet for the Intercontinental. Trenton said it was probably the ring post. WWBC. Shout out to you. Hope you are well. Sam said loser goes to a medical facility match. This one is actually no holds barred. No holds barred for this, so it's going to be interesting. We've got 3 matches left. The Judgment Day match went 16 minutes 30. 16 minutes 30, so 18 minutes 55 for the first match, 8 minutes 25 for the second, 9 minutes 20 for the third, 16 minutes 30. We've got 3 matches left. Madcap Moss against Happy Corbin, Theory against Mustafa Ali, and Cody Rhodes against Seth freaking Rollins. And I reckon we've got around about an hour and 10 minutes, just roughly as a ballpark. Samantha Irvin doing the intro for this one. Madcap Moss, Happy Corbin. I'm going to miss Naomi and Sasha for the women's tag team champions, says Neil Gian. Mark says, where's Bray? He's probably at home with his family. Is it really odd there's only one Hell in a Cell tonight? I wouldn't say really odd. Like maybe we get 2 normally. So, I mean, I would say it's, you know, different to only have one, but it's not like normally every match is Hell in a Cell. Happy Corbin making his way down. Jamie said, I don't think Bray is returning to WWE. He might do in the future. I mean, we were talking about it beforehand, and we were saying that, like, that, you know, Ultimate Warrior came back and Jeff Jarrett came back. Like, I think there's absolutely scope for him to return, but I don't see it being any time soon. And if he comes out during the main event, I will be absolutely stunned. No, I'm quite happy to admit that. Corbin should get a new gimmick, but a little bit similar. Be a high roller suit wearing D-bag. I can't reveal my source, but I've heard that John Laurinaitis will be replacing Cody tonight with him doing a shooting star press finish. Love it. Love it. Down for that. Here's Madcap Moss making his way down. Madcap Moss coming down, and of course he's is he called Madcap Moss or just Madcap now? I think someone said he's got rid of the Moss, hasn't he? He might not be Madcap Moss anymore, though the graphics say Madcap Moss. Here he is. He's looking pretty jacked. Hopefully this is going to be a lot of fun. No holds barred match. Corbin looking a little bit concerned. Bell sounds, Corbin on the outside. And strikes coming in by Madcap. Madcap driving Corbin back. Madcap into the corner. Big overhand right, clothesline. Another big right hand. Again, another big right hand by Madcap. We're in the entranceway. We've gone out the ring. Into the screen. He hurls him into the screen and the screen flickers. Kick coming in. That screen flickering away. It's still flickering, actually. Doesn't like having people thrown into it, that big entranceway. He's got Corbin, chucks him into the ring. Clothesline, and Corbin goes over the top to the outside. Madcap going out after him. He's going after a chair. He's grabbed a chair. Oh. Madcap collides into Corbin. Corbin coming over, winning the better of that exchange. Throws the chair away. How the hell is this pulling over 1,000 viewers? I tell you, it's still a pay-per-view show, isn't it? It's still going to be a show that's going to grab attention. I think people are just happy that there's like something on a Sunday night, even if it's not like the strongest of cards. Here's Corbin. He gets thrown into the ring steps. Ring steps get turned over. That chair was just hurled. Madcap Moss just picked up one of the commentary chairs, hurled it over towards Corbin. Those stairs have been flipped over. He chucks him into some other stairs as well. Those stairs move as Madcap picks up the stairs. Corbin jumps into the crowd and Madcap goes after him. So the proper in with the fans now. Happy Corbin with a clothesline. Sends Madcap back to the ringside area. He jumps back over. We're going everywhere here. We've been in the entrance stage. We've been at the commentary table. We've been in the ring. He plants Madcap on top of that barricade in the timekeeper's area. And he's driving a knee into the side of the body. And again. And Madcap flops down. Jennifer said WWE has better setups at Raw. Linnell, shout out to you. We've got Madcap Moss down. Corbin looking out at the crowd. The crowd are making some real noise here. Crowd, it's a great crowd. That I would say that's a big, big positive of this show. I think the crowd have been so vocal and so into it, and it's really added to the enjoyment of the show. Corbin applauding out to the fans. Madcap Moss in the middle of the ring. Big right hand there by Madcap as Corbin's on the edge of the ring. Corbin grabbing a hold of Madcap, picks him up, choke slams him down. That's a big choke slam. He's not getting into the ring, though. He goes on the outside. He's having a look underneath, grabs a chair, chucks the chair in. Looks out at the fans. He's taking his time. He's milking every moment here. Happy Corbin. Drives it into the midsection of Madcap. He's got that chair. And again, no holds barred. Everything's allowed. Corbin said, this is for every single one of you. And another chair shot right across the back. And he's got Madcap in the middle of the ring. He's got this chair. He's going to look to drive it in the back of the neck. Back of the neck as Madcap goes down. And that does bring back shades of what we saw from a few weeks ago when he put that chair over the neck of Madcap, drove that Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal trophy down onto the chair. I think they're chanting, "We want tables." Drop toe takedown by Madcap. Corbin goes face first into that chair. The chair actually buckles. Madcap in the middle of the ring, looking for a net breaker. Against the ropes. Looking for a deep six. Deep six by Corbin. Kick out. Hustle for love. Shout out to you, dudes. Great to be here, like always. Yeah, it's great to see so many familiar faces. New faces around as well. Everyone's welcome. Share your thoughts, what you think of the show. Are you enjoying it? Are you hating it? Are you loving the match? Are you hating the match? Corbin going underneath, grabbing another chair. Boos in the crowd as Corbin's got another chair and he drives it into the throat of Madcap Moss. Steve, shout out to you. This is really good wrestling content, Stephen, Glenn, Bernie. Shout out to you, dudes. We've got a chair in the corner. So, a chair in between the top and middle rope. Corbin coming over, grabbing Madcap. He's going to look to hurl him into the corner. That chair positioned. Ready to receive Madcap, but will Madcap reverse? Goes to throw, Corbin. Oh, I think he did go to reverse. Corbin manages to avoid, though. Goes underneath the rope. Duck underneath by Madcap. Corbin goes into the chair. Corbin goes down. Corbin goes into the chair head first. Oof. I mean, that was all head. That was all head. Alex said, this pay-per-view has surprised me. Got Madcap on the outside. A lot of stiff work tonight, says Brent. Here's Madcap. Botch. You can't boot Charlotte like that. She is my favourite, says Brett. We want tables, says Big Smokey. Sergio, hello. Hope you are well. Dragon Den said, is it just me, or is there an incredible bias with Cody being injured versus Punk being injured? They're both sad, and AEW fans talking about Cody like deserving it. Deserves pain. Back in the corner. Big strikes by Madcap. Madcap has got DDT onto a chair. Madcap with a DDT. Oh, shoulder up. Shoulder up by Corbin. Match carrying on. I mean, we've only got 2 matches after this, and I don't think that main event is going to go a long time. Madcap charging over, collides into Corbin. Another spear again against the ropes. Shoulder tackle over the top rope goes Corbin to the outside. Madcap jumping underneath that bottom rope. Running around the outside. Oh, Corbin takes out the knee. Takes out the knee and Madcap goes down. Corbin grabbing Madcap, hurls him into the timekeeper's area. She is too much for her self-esteem. Great to see another WWE pay-per-view, says Hustle for Love. Darcy said, not a single bad match tonight. Corbin is great. Imagine if Boogeyman returns. He was recently re-signed, says Chet. Strikes coming in by Happy Corbin. He's going for another chair. He loves chairs, doesn't he? He loves chairs. One thing I've learnt about Happy Corbin is he loves chairs. He's putting that chair over the neck of Madcap, hurls him into the commentary table. Madcap with that chair over his head, hurled into the commentary table. There's a dude in a referee shirt in the front row, and for some reason the camera went on to him, and he was like, counting money. I have no idea what that was about. I love it. Corbin has got some steel steps. He's looking to bring those steel steps into the ring. Here we go. Corbin picking up the steps. He's got them in the corner. WWE is script. WWE is script. Here we go. Up goes Madcap. Steps in the corner of the ring. Back elbow by Corbin. Madcap picks up Corbin. Corbin saying something as Madcap's going to look to fall away slam. Oh, into the steps. Corbin goes into the steps. Net breaker. Boom. Madcap screaming, come on, and he grabs the chair. Fall away slam. Corbin going into those ring steps. That chair over the neck of Corbin. He's going to use those ring steps. That chair over the neck of Corbin. He's picking up those steps and he stomps it down on the chair. That'll do it. Madcap wins. Madcap wins. He puts the chair over the neck of Corbin, picks up those ring steps, drops it down on the chair. And he gets the pin. 1, 2, 3. Why did they show that? They showed a dude in the crowd sticking his middle finger up. Why did they show that? That's weird. Why would you go to that camera angle? Oh, there's a dude there sticking his finger up. Doesn't like this result. Let's go to him. The babyface has won. Let's go to that fan that's sticking the middle finger up. Guys, the Attitude Era's back. The Attitude Era's back. Someone sticking up the middle finger in the crowd as the babyface gets the win. It's just like Vince McMahon and Stone Cold. I saw that, says Moldy. The camera work has been hilarious. Weird shot, man. What a weird shot. There's a stretcher that Corbin is being loaded onto. Get your score out of 5. Do you think Madcap should get a push? Yeah, sure. Sure. Give him a push. He did all the comedy stuff. He's not doing that now. I don't know how successful he's going to be. But he's got a great physique. I'll give him that. He looks great. Right, it is Madcap. Dun, dun, dun. What? Should have given the crowd a table spot. They were begging for it, says British Outlaw Pranks. 3.5, it was entertaining. Jennifer says, terrible show quality. Huff Sports Media with a 3. Hayden with a 3. It's green shirt guy there. Maybe the camera guy got confused and thought it was him. I paid no attention, says Moldy. I missed the Days era, says Trenton. What? The guy in the crowd was scripted. I'm enjoying the show and stream. I give that match 3 out of 5. US title match next. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. JJ, shout out to you, dude. Theory against Ali coming up next. Theory against Ali. So, end of that match with Corbin being stretchered out after having the ring steps dropped onto the chair that was wrapped around his throat. Okay, we've just got a few commercials at the moment as we get ready for Theory against Ali. That's going to be our co-main event of the evening for the United States Championship. Theory versus Ali. That was a little sit-down interview thing, little video package with Bianca. R.I.P. Happy Corbin. R.I.P. R.I.P. Theory versus Cena needs to happen. Hustle for Love, shout out to you. Right, we are racing our way to the next match. That was match number 5. I feel like the opening match might be the best match so far. I feel like Asuka versus Becky versus Bianca might be the best match we've seen. I don't think that the standard has fallen away too much after that. I mean, I think it has fallen. But, yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything too disastrous that's on this show. I don't think there's anything disastrous, actually. I shouldn't say too disastrous, because that suggests there is somewhat disastrous. I don't think there's been anything disastrous. I think every match has been fine. But I don't think anything's matched like that first match. Let's see if these two can, because this is a great opportunity for these two. Feels like there's definitely time for them to just go out there and have an incredible match. Feel like Theory is coming down with like maybe some Captain America vibe. I'm getting like a Marvel kind of vibe. Wrestle with Andy said Brandy is going to replace Cody. God, I hope so. I'd love a Brandy Hell in a Cell match. That's my dream. My dream match is Brandy versus Gunther in Hell in a Cell. That's my dream match. So we'd be quite close to that. It would just have to be Seth instead. Yeah, Theory thought that he could cheat the system. Mustafa Ali beating Tommaso Ciampa, earning the opportunity to get a title match. Theory gave him that title match straight away. Adam Pearce says, no, we're not doing it that way. And so here we are now with the title match. Theory wasn't bothered when his plan was... I think he probably should have been a bit more bothered as the heel. But he wasn't bothered. He tried to get away with it. He didn't. He's like, oh, okay. Good reaction to Theory. It could be fake noises. But certainly sounds like a good reaction for Theory. Hustle for Love said, I hope there's a surprise today. Wow, who knows? Who knows what that final match is going to bring? Could we see Cena return and challenge Theory for Money in the Bank? Maybe. I mean, we have got a big Cena celebration coming up, so I think Cena being at Money in the Bank is not the most out there theory. Here is Ali. Ali has got a CHIALI shirt on. Chicago Ali. He was obviously a police officer, I believe, on the mean streets of Chicago. Ali 054. Ali making his way down. Good reaction to Ali. Ali getting the crowd fired up. This could be really good, man. If you remember some of those great matches that Ali was having on, like, 205 Live, this could be really, really good. He's got the Chicago flag in his ring attire as well. So he's got the blue and the stars on his ring gear. We are underway for Theory versus Ali. Ali. CM Punk gear. Oh my God, they're teasing him. It's the flag of Chicago. CM Punk used to wear that because he's from Chicago as well. Right, we've got Theory working on the arm of Ali. Ali chants. Nice little roll through by Ali. Kip up. This could be really good. Like, technically, this could be the best match. Ali quickly going to work on Theory. Theory jumping out the ring. Miss Clown 1 said, let's go, Theory. If you are watching and you haven't dropped a like, leave a like. We're actually, which is amazing, sneaking our way quietly towards 1,000 likes. We're at 764. So we need about 200 and something, 230 something, and then we'd get to like 1,000 likes. So that would be really cool. That I always think 1,000 likes kind of marks it as a big stream. So yeah, I didn't know what to expect from this because the card was a little bit, and I saw quite a few people saying, oh, I might skip it. But yeah, that's really cool. So leave a like if you haven't already, as we are at the co-main, and Theory has to quickly jump out the ring. Quickly jump out the ring, as it is Ali that's getting the better of these early exchanges. We're already 2 hours, 12 minutes into this show. This is the co-main event. And as we said, our main event, who knows how long that's going to go for, because we know that Cody is injured. Theory jumping out the ring again. Ali slides underneath that bottom rope. Theory goes down. Ali is climbing up. Crossbody comes crashing down. Comes crashing down on top of Theory. Yeah, that was nice. Nice crossbody. Referee counting away as Ali breaks the count. Ali, oh, goes charging into Theory. Theory picks him up, hurls him into that ring post. In the ring, we've got Theory wailing away, stomping away. Corey Graves says this is ruthless aggression that we are seeing here. This is ruthless aggression. He does feel that way. He does very much feel like a product of the OVW class that gave us Batista and Cena and Brock and Shelton Benjamin. Like, Theory feels like he could have come through that group, that class. Ali is hurled to the outside. Theory on the edge of the ring. Taking his time. Ali went flying to the outside. Theory jumps down. He grabs Ali. Gets into the ring. The thing with Theory is he feels like Triple H when he was in that Hunter Hearst Helmsley stage. He feels like Cena when he was in that prototype stage. Like, you know there's a big star there. And you've been told there's a big star there because Vince obviously backs him. But it's not quite there. Like, it's coming together. He's certainly getting more comfortable on the main roster as time is going by. His match quality is going to continue to improve. His promos will continue to improve. He's still super young as well. Big Ali chance. Elbow coming in by Ali. Knee strike there. Ali goes down. Big stomp to the midsection by Theory. Theory trying to grab a hold of Ali. Ali rolls up Theory. Only gets a 2. Lovely kick there. Theory goes down. Via is going to replace Cody, says Larry. Yasir, shout out to you. Barring anything that gets Theory released, he's definitely going to be on top eventually, says Hoff Sports Media. Does Theory have a PhD in thugonomics? Asks Holloway fan. I don't know. It's going to be so interesting to watch his evolution. And, you know, as I said, we'll look back on this time as being like the Stone Cold Ringmaster kind of time for him. Net breaker. Lovely. Lovely. He does that so well where he's on the outside. He rolls through, goes into that net breaker. Ali. Kick to the midsection by Theory. Theory climbing up. Big chop coming in by Ali. Ali climbing up. We're on the top. He pushes Ali off. Ali does a backflip. Oh! Theory comes crashing down. I think Ali goes for a bit of a super kick, but he doesn't quite get it. He gets some of it, though. And he gets a 2 count as well. Fun little contest, this. I'm enjoying this. Ugh. Just showing a replay of that kick, and he gets it, but he doesn't quite get all of it. Come on, Theory, says Legend Killer. Hammer Studio said you need to put your house out. It looks like it's on fire behind you. Yeah. What I did was I set my house on fire just to make this a more visually impressive stream. Those are the levels that I'm willing to go to for you lot. Pinned by Theory. Reversed by Ali. 2. Oh. Duck underneath. Back elbow. I like that. Theory goes for a shot. Ali ducks underneath. Theory back elbows. I like it. It's just logical. It's just logical that you would do that. Spanish fly in there as well. Both guys are down. And what's nice is not only was that a Spanish fly, it's a Spanish fly that Theory lands on top of Ali and is able then to get some ground and pound on the go. So there's some really nice spots in this as well. Up on the shoulders goes Ali. He's holding onto that top rope. God damn, they're having a hell of a match. Oh, tornado DDT. Lovely by Ali. Ali now going to the outside. Ali is going up top. Comes crashing down onto that top turnbuckle. Theory trying to grab Ali. He's going to look to put him away. A-Town. Oh, no, Joy. He goes down as crossface is applied. Middle of the ring. Submission holds. Theory is teasing that he's going to tap. He's crawling his way over to the ropes. Crawling his way over. Gets there. That was close. I am a big fan. I watch the old videos. Aiden, appreciate it. STF. Applying it, and Theory getting over to the ropes. Theory on the outside. That's nice. And he only just gets there as well. Trying to kick to the midsection. Against the ropes goes Ali. Up. Oh, into a draping DDT. Some lovely stuff in this. Lovely stuff. Ali senses the beginning of the end. Ali going up top. Oh! Goes for the splash, but Theory moves out the way. Theory over in the corner. Charging over. Chop block. Takes the legs away from underneath Ali. He's grabbing the leg of Ali. Got him up on his shoulders. Ah, there it is. Finisher. 1, 2, 3. Theory gets the win. Theory gets the win. Get in your thoughts. Get in your thoughts. What did you think of that match? Theory wins. Good win. Good match. Incredible match. Even that little transition into Theory's finisher was nice. Charles said good, 3.5. 4 says Brian. Great match, 3.75. 3.5, 3 stars, 3.5. Lots of really good support coming in for this one. Where does he keep his phone? Oh, he chucked it in the corner, and it's up on screen already. How do they manage to get it up there so quick? Like, who does he send that to, I wonder? Look at me. There we go. We've got Theory. It's a fun little gimmick, that is. You know, he wins and he gets a quick little selfie of him with the belt, having beaten his opponent, and then they chuck it up on screen for him. When did you start watching wrestling? Early 90s. Which do you like more, WWE or AEW? I think they both have good and bad elements, but if I was forced to watch one, I'd watch WWE, because I've watched it since the early 90s, whereas AEW has only been around for a couple of years. But I think that both shows have got strengths and weaknesses. There's loads of stuff that WWE does that is not for my taste. And then there's loads that AEW do that's not to my taste. But then equally, there's loads that WWE do that I enjoy. And there's loads that AEW do that I enjoy. But if I had a gun to my head and I had to choose one, I would choose WWE. Ledge Killer said, I'm watching Hell in a Cell. John said 2.6. I still don't care about either of these guys. Rate that match. I would score it about a 3.25. I would be tempted to go to a 3.5, but I don't know. It's really hard. I mean, I feel like the excitement and the pacing and the amount of time that they went means that the first match might still be the best match. Like, can I really say that was better than the first one? See, the first one had some moments in it that's just not for me. As I said, there's moments in that first one that I think are just spots for the sake of having spots. But it was a great opener. It was probably the match the crowd were like most into. Million miles an hour. People were loving it. Great reaction from the chat as well. Chat really loved it. So for me, I gave that first one like 3.5 to 3.75. So I don't think this one is as good. So I'd go 3.25 to 3.5. But I think they are the best two matches we've had. Amos against Amos and MVP, I thought was like a 2 to 2.25. Judgment Day, I thought was about a 3. So I feel like this show has been fine. I mean, like, I don't think it's not underwhelmed at all. I think it's been solid. I think it's been nice to watch on a Sunday night. I'm hoping we get something here, though. I'm hoping with this last match, and it's a lot to put on. It's a lot to put on Cody if he's injured, to be honest. I really do not know what to expect from this final match. I really do not know what to expect. Cody versus Seth. Cody versus Seth, their main event time. Money, 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 money. Live Saturday, July 2nd from Las Vegas. Money in the Bank. Money, 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 money. Money, 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 money. Main event coming up next then. Cody against Seth. This is what this show is all about. If we're being honest, this show is about this match and nothing else. I think that's why, you know, this is the Hell in a Cell. Right now, if I was to score this show, if this match is just going to be so-so, I'm probably around a 6. If this is to move up from a 6, this match is going to need to deliver. It's going to have to be a really, really good match. Cody's going to have to give us quite a bit. It's called this whole event is called Hell in a Cell. We've got one Hell in a Cell match. This is it. So I don't think this has been a bad show. I think it's been pretty solid, but I don't think there's been anything that's like been spectacular for me personally. What is this main event about to do? What is this main event about to do? Could Theory be the one to dethrone Roman, says Wrestle with Andy. I think it's difficult because I feel like he's young and he's learning and he's progressing. So I don't know that he's going to get where he needs to get to be like the world champion, but they've gone early. I mean, he could have a run as a champion, world champion, and it doesn't mean it's his one and only run, does it? So he could have a run with it. It could be so-so. But I don't know. Is he going to be the person to do it? I feel like there's probably other options. I'm still waving the flag for Sami Zayn. Cody will be taped or patched. There's probably going to have to be something on it. I mean, if he has tore his pectoral muscle off the bone, I am very much expecting there to be something. I'm going for Cody for the win over Seth. Sorry, Seth, says Donna. I see Orton dethroning Roman. You weren't good enough whilst you was away. That's why you came running back. And they show that image of Dusty holding the championship. I love the fact that that match that happened in like the 1970s between Dusty Rhodes and superstar Billy Graham is now being referenced and being shown, and it's part of this build. It's part of this story. I love that. Yasia, shout out to you. MJF in the cell. Malik says, we want Wyatt. I love the cell with the music, says Trenton. If Cody knocks it out the park, he's a legend. I'm sure the IWC won't agree, but he will be to me, says Dragon Den. Brandy Rhodes defends her husband and beats Seth. Larry said, too many people think Bray is his real name. Please straighten them right. Yeah, it's not his real name. I think people know that, though. A quick Google search would reveal that. Isn't it Wyndham Rotunda? Christopher, shout out to you. Here we go. Burn it down! Here comes Seth freaking Rollins. Main event time. We are at 848 likes. We're 150 away. Smash those likes if you haven't. Seth has come out with some... What's he wearing? White and yellow by the looks of it underneath. He's got a jacket that's furry on one side and... Oh! Polka dots! Polka dots from Seth Rollins! Oh! Oh! Just like the dream! Just like Cody's dad's! Seth Rollins is wearing polka dots. Oh my God, that's going to be a Mattel figure. Talk about mind games. Talk about mind games. That is so cool. That is so cool. That is so cool. There he is, Seth Rollins. And he's strutting around like Dusty Rhodes as well. Dusty Rhodes, Cody's dad, used to wrestle in WWE. And when he did, he famously was told to wear black with yellow polka dots. I mean, it's a real striking look, isn't it? I mean, in all fairness to Vince, when you see it, there's only one person you think of. When you see that, you don't go, oh, is that... Oh, that must be a reference to it. Like, there is just one person, and it's the Dream. It's Dusty Rhodes. Oh, that is so good. That is so good. I love that. Seth Mind Games are so good. First, the Shield entrance, and now this. Right, here's Cody. Don't know what to expect. The pyro goes off. Here is Cody. He walks out. He looks all right. He looks all right. He does have his hand wrapped. I think there is it? He's got one arm out and his other arm, he didn't move it out. I don't know if there's some bruise in there. You can't quite see. Oh my God, I think there is, you know. I think there's bruise in here. Very much like we saw with Triple H. So hard to see because that jacket's on, but you can see something here. You can see some up there. He might have a massive bruise here, you know. Man, this match is delivering in so many ways already. We've had Seth with the polka dots. Seth with the polka dots, and Cody has jumped into the ring, and we have yet to see how injured he is. Sign in the crowd says Cody freaking Rollins. Seth back against the ropes, and he's like, oh. Oh, that is messy with your mind, isn't it? I mean, he is dressed up in polka dots like Cody's dad. I love the story of this. Cody Rhodes, Seth Rollins locked inside, Hell in a Cell, and you can see it. You can see it. You can see the bruise. You can see that bruise. This is going to be a hell of a reveal when he takes this jacket off, you know. Both guys getting their intro, and again, there's Seth. Woo! Matt said that is a huge bruise. It is bruised badly. Yeah, I don't know how big it is. But you can see some. I tell you what, how is he going to get through this match? Oh my God. You can see it here. You can already see it, but I don't know how much of it there is. Cody chants. And I tell you what, the amount of respect he's going to get for this. Look, Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I wonder if that's makeup. It is worse than the Triple H one we looked at earlier. How's he going to get through this? How's he going to get through this match? Every time you see it, you go, why is it not bandaged? How is this a good idea? How is this a good idea? Kick coming in by Cody. Straights coming in by Cody. I mean, you got to see it. You got to see it. If you're not watching it, you've got to see it. I am going to try and find I'll be all over social media. I mean, it's just, oh my god. There's look at that. Look at that. Look at that. What is that? Why is he wrestling like that? Why is that happening to him? Why is... What, look! Oh my god. I have no words for that. We got Seth going underneath. He grabs a toolbox. Kendo stick. Oh my god, and he's walloping away at it. Oh. Seth grabs a kendo stick. Bang, bang, bang. Right on the bruise. Oh, no. This is... Oh. Oh, God. Is it a real injury? Is it real? Do you think it's real? Or is it makeup? See, if it's makeup, they're going to run the risk of it coming off during the match. If that starts to come off, people are going to be like, I don't think that is. I think that's real. No! He's got it on the pectoral. How has he been cleared? How has he been medically... How have the doctors looked at that and gone, yeah, I think that's fine. I can't see any problems here. I think he's good to go. Moldy said he can't do any more damage. It's torn, but it's painful. Is that what it is? Like, you just can't do it. You can't damage it anymore. Over in the corner, Cody goes up on the outside. Oh, into the cage. Referee has come straight out and is saying, what's the referee saying there? Are you all right? No. Do I look all right? Against the ropes goes Seth. Oh. Oh my god. You're good for Hell in a Cell. It must be the same doctor that was like treating CM Punk all those years ago. Oh, and again, he's driving that kendo stick right into the wound. This will be a massive talking point. This is going to be a massive talking point. Should he even have competed? How did he get cleared? It's horrific. Cody getting grated against the cage. Moldy said, when it's torn, you can't tear it anymore. Torn off the bone. Not much more you can do there, but it's going to need surgery, says Master Chief. The bruising will grow throughout the match, says James. Dragon Den said he's not medically cleared. Well, I mean, you would think that the company would, if he's not medically cleared, then you would think the company would stand in and say you can't compete them. If you're not cleared, I mean, unless he's just turned around and demanded that he has the match, but God. It's such a bad injury, it's distracting me from the match. I mean, like, the conversation is, should he even be in there? Not like really what's happening in the match. The conversation is, should he even be in there? Should this even be a match that's happening? Look, he's going to be doing any selling that he does. I'm right there. He's got me right there. If he takes a moment and he's like, that he's really struggling with the movement. He's saying, come on. Yeah, I don't know that this is logical. Seth with the ring steps, drives it into Cody. Cody goes down. I mean, look, this might have felt like a good idea to Cody earlier in the day. Now he's actually doing it. I can't imagine he's loving this. I can't imagine this is fun. I can't imagine he's out there going, oh, I hope this match never ends. That reveal when he shows it, oh my God. Seth grabbing the jacket. Putting the jacket on. Look at that. He's got the Dusty Rhodes polka dots on. He's got the Cody Rhodes jacket on. He's gone underneath the ring and got a bag. Inside the bag is a polka dotted belt. He's got a weight belt. He's got a weight belt. A weight belt that he used to whip Cody with before, but only this one has got polka dots on it. Ah! 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 At what point does this stop being wrestling and just start being like some kind of snuff movie? It's brilliant, it's hard, and it's brutal. Here we go, Seth with that belt. Whoa! 1, 2. God, whatever they're paying Cody, it's not enough. Whatever they're paying Cody, it's just nowhere near enough. These are... the whipping here is legit. I mean, look. This guy is... This guy cannot give any more of himself, can he? What more can he do? He is giving everything to this business. Table. Crowd wanting a table. Seth's going to provide it. Crowd loving the fact that a table has been brought in. Chicago couldn't be happier. Trenton said that is nasty. Insane. Cody down in the corner. Chicago crowd thanking Rollins for the table. Yeah, thank you, Rollins. Really, that should have been Cody that got that table. Whoever was going to get the table was going to get that reaction. Seth setting the table up in the ring. Flipping it over. This show's gone 2:45 already. Cody is very limited with what he can do. As a match, this is a very limited match, which is, I mean, like, so understandable. Cody is so severely restricted. Cody is being placed up top here by Seth. To be honest, Seth should win this match. To be honest, he should win this match. This, you know, they've had really close matches, and Cody has got this massive bruise. So he absolutely should get the victory here. Brandy is going to throw in the towel. They're still looking for a net breaker there, Seth. This table is still set up. No one's gone through it yet. Cody's gone over to it. Cody on top of the table. Seth goes to the outside. Seth is climbing up top. Oh, frog splash! Cody moves out the way. Seth frog splashes through that table. So the table breaks. Cody moving out the way. Seth puts himself through it. Yeah, he went hard through that table. Big spot. Crowd really enjoy that. They've wanted that table all night. Seth is down. Cody's found that weight belt. Looks out at the crowds. Got a broken table in there. Seth does not deserve the win, says Larry. Their matches have been so close, though, that I think that if there's going to be a disability on this scale, I mean, look, he's got no ability in this arm, so I sort of feel like a disability like that should give Seth, like, it should give him such a big advantage. He should get the victory. Cody going under the ring. He's got a bull rope. Bull rope. A bull rope. He's going to tie himself to one end of it. This is going to be something that WWE fans won't have seen in a while. Seth Rollins looking at this bull rope. It's been thrown over. Seth is going to accept the offer, and he is going to put his arm into the bull rope. Here we go. We got Cody one side. We got Seth Rollins the other. These two in the middle of Hell in a Cell. Goes for a clothesline. Knee to the midsection by Cody. Wasn't expecting a bull rope to be introduced into this. And I wasn't expecting Cody to accept it. Why did he put the rope underneath him? Oh, he's trying to use the actual cowbell as the weapon. There's a cowbell in the middle of it. Thrust kick there by Cody. Seth goes down. And Cody has got that the bell again. And boom! Cracks Seth Rollins in the head with it. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up. Shoulder up. Do you guys know? Maybe it's a storyline pec injury. Yeah, it could be storyline, but I mean, if it's makeup, it hasn't come off. I do believe that to be a real injury. He's dragging Seth to the outside. Kick to the midsection by Seth. Seth hurls Cody into the edge of the ring. It's absolutely incredible. I mean, this match is not a match that's, you know, it's not like one of the great Hell in a Cell matches that we've seen, but the story of it is so gripping because of that injury, and also because these two have just put on incredible match after incredible match after incredible match. But it is crazy. All of this is crazy that that we're even seeing this. Hopefully this wins Cody more fans, more respect. I think people were loving Cody anyway, though, but man, for stepping in there with that injury. Second table being introduced. I wonder if we'll let him in. I'm not expecting Wyatt at all. Seth setting up a table. Cody is Giga Chad for this. A Giga Chad. Table being set up in the corner. There's a bit of blood on the arm of Seth. Seth trying to pick up Cody. Cody up in the air. Lands on his feet. Moves out the way. Seth almost puts himself through that table. Oh, crossroads! 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 1, 2. Shoulder up. They're both out of that bull rope now, by the way. Yeah, Seth almost going through that table. He is using all of that energy, and you could see the pain when he landed. You could see the pain when he landed. Seth Rollins is down. The bruise is now bright red, says Alex. We've got Seth. Oh, yeah, he can't do it, man. Oh, God. Can't do it. He's trying to pick him up, but he just can't do it. He's back in the corner. He's going to look to throw Seth into that tail. Ah! Seth twisting the arm, pulling. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. He's got Cody up. He's going to put him through the table. Ah! Cody goes through the table. Oh, just end it. Just end it. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up. Oh, my God. Oh. Put some respect. Put some respect on Cody's name. The fact is even in there wrestling this, and that we've got moments like this. Wow. What a guy. What a wrestler. What a performance. Oh, man, when he twisted his arm, like pulled at the arm, I know they're going to be worked and everything. And I know that Seth's a great worker. You know that's hurting. You know that's hurting. It's Roman. This match, right, goods. Yeah, man. That bruise is starting to look sus. Yeah, it is. There is some red markings on it. God, I mean, I'm no doctor. I have got no idea as to what that is. That, I mean, it could be horrific. That I don't know what that is. He's going underneath. He's getting a sledgehammer. Legend Killer says, come on, Cody. That's why he's making the big bucks, says Nick. Seth Rollins is climbing up the steps. He's got a sledgehammer. Kind of calls back to Triple H, doesn't it? Goes to drive that sledgehammer into Cody. Kick to the midsection. Double underhooks. Kick to the midsection by Cody. Oh, pedigree! Pedigree by Cody! 1, 2. Oh, imagine if Cody won with the pedigree. Some great symbolism in this. In a way, it's a bit like Triple H stepping into the ring. You know, Seth was Triple H's chosen one, coming in with that sledgehammer. But it's Cody that hits the pedigree on Seth. Damn, man. Match of the night. Match of the night. I said earlier that, like, it's not up there with the other Hell in a Cell matches, but I think since I said that, we've had some incredible moments. The table spot. The sledgehammer bit. We've had a few table spots, and now, look, he's picking up that sledgehammer. Again, all that symbolism of Triple H. He looks over at Seth. Seth on the outside. Cody jumping out is chasing after Seth Rollins. He's got that sledgehammer in his hand. Seth going for the curb. Oh, just as Cody was coming in the ring. Curb by Seth. 1, 2. Oh. Kick out. Kick out. That has got to be it. These two could have a year-long feud. Every match is unique and amazing. Definitely match of the night. Cody Rhodes versus Seth freaking Rollins. Simple Squid says, one of the greatest matches, ? This is awesome and deserved. It's true. I mean, look, this is a very different match from what we've had before, but that's brilliant in this feud. You know, the first match is the return of Cody. The second match is them both, you know, going into it, knowing what to expect. You know, Seth going in, knowing what the opponent is. This match is Hell in a Cell, but it's got that extra element with that injury. Oh, Crossroads. Crossroads by Seth, but reversed. Reversed by Cody. Oh, both are down. Unreal, man. Unreal. Unreal. Both are down at the moment. It is amazing. It is an amazing match. The injury is horrific. The match is amazing. It's built, and we've had "this is awesome" chants. Cody chants. Seth going over to that sledgehammer. This whole pay-per-view was built on this match. Oh, he collapses down. He got the sledgehammer, but he collapses down. Big boot by Cody. Crossroads again. And he holds on. He's going to look for another. He's laughing as he's hitting him. He's going for a third. But he throws Seth away. He looks over at that sledgehammer. He does want an exclamation point. Oh, God. Oh, that. Oh, and he drives the sledgehammer into Seth Rollins. One, 2, 3, and there it is. Cody Rhodes wins. Cody Rhodes wins a hell of a match. Crowd are on their feet. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. What he has just done with that injury is one of the most impressive things I've seen. It's brilliant. How he's got through that. How long he's going to be out for as well, I really don't know. How has he got through that match? How has he got through that match? Surely he's going to get so much respect for that. Surely. He deserves all the respect in the world. 4.5, 425. So much respect for Rhodes. Already had it, but he does deserve 100,000 more. Ryan said it's 5 stars. Brilliant. It's brilliant. Cody in the ring. Holds his arm in the air. I'm hoping that is a hero-making moment. You know how Becky with the broken nose after Nia Jax was like a big moment. I'm really hoping that's going to be the same for him. He looks out at the crowd. The crowd are applauding. Damn, man. Damn. He's looking out at the crowds. There's that injury. I'm going to make it a bit bigger for those that didn't see. I've got the image of Cody winning as well as he that's as he came down to the ring. There he is. After he earns. That's a bit of a better picture. That's him on his knees after he came down. They're just showing a replay at the moment, and Seth is outside the ring. Cody is slumped down in the ring against the ropes, and I don't think that he can quite believe he's been able to get through that match. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. I'm trying to find a picture of Seth in that ring gear. Let's see if we can I might as well take these away. Cody in the ring celebrating. As the screen fades to black. Honestly, I think if you was asking and cheering for Wyatt at the end of that match, you wanna have a rethink, because what Cody just gave you there was absolutely stunning, and he deserves all the focus. I think bringing someone out at the end of that, regardless of whether it was Fiend, whether it was Gunther, whether it was whoever, this is absolutely Cody's moment. What he's just done there deserves all the focus, deserves all the praise. And I think it's absolutely right that they didn't bring like anyone out at the end to kind of take away from that. It's so impressive what he's done. Let me jump to that super chat. Joaquin said, what's next for Seth after that loss? I do have the Seth attire. What's next for him? Well, I think he'll be all right, because I actually think that Cody's going to have to take a little bit of time away, isn't he? He's going to have to take a little bit of time off. Because he's going to need surgery after that. Main event match, absolutely stunning. Seth Rollins coming out dressed as Dusty Rhodes. The kick pads as well. They are designed to look like Dusty's boots, which is really cool. I love that detail. That's a really nice touch. So he obviously started playing mind games early. We knew about the Cody injury. When he stepped inside the ring, though, we finally got to see the extent of that injury, and it was absolutely stunning. Cody Rhodes revealing that wound. That is a torn pectoral muscle, and we have seen Triple H suffer from that in the past as well. And, I mean, look how it goes all round his pec, all down his shoulder, all down his arm. I'm sure there will be people that think that there's maybe makeup involved in that, but it looks genuine to me. It looks genuine. It looks exactly like the Triple H picture, really, when he tore his pec, I think, in Saudi Arabia. But hell of a match between these two. Loads of great moments. It ends with a sledgehammer. Loads of crossroads as well by Cody, but a sledgehammer, which is obviously very, very important because that calls back to Triple H. There was some pedigrees in this match as well, but it is Cody Rhodes. And that is the look of that wound at the end as well. Cody Rhodes that gets the victory at the end. And he slumps down against the ropes as the show fades to a close. Cody will now surely go off for surgery. No idea how long he's going to be out for, but clearly he's going to be out for a little while. Where we go after here, I'm not too sure, but a massive win for Cody, who's managed to achieve it with one of the most horrific looking injuries that I've seen someone actually start. I don't know if I've ever seen an injury that someone has started a match with worse than what Cody has started this match with. I mean, how he's managed to get through a match, and quite a long match as well, is absolutely stunning. But tonight belongs to Cody Rhodes, and you know, as we said, he'll take a bit of time off now to recover. And where we go from here, well, that's a big question for tomorrow's Monday Night Raw. And that question is going to need to be answered, isn't it? Right, let's get into the chat and see what people think in regards to the scores. What did you score? Hell in a Cell. So, did you give it 8 to 10? Did you give it 7 to 7, 5? Did you score it 6 to 6, 7, 5? Did you score it 5, 7, 5 or below? Which way did you go for Hell in a Cell? Cody knew that he would come back. He knew what he had to do. I honestly, I really hope that he gets the respect out of this that he deserves. I really hope that people that maybe weren't too high on Cody, or were so on Cody, or hadn't quite made their minds up on Cody, I really hope they've made their minds up now after this. I really hope they've watched this match, seen what Cody's put himself through, seen how much he's given, and I hope that it wins him a load more fans. So Cody Rhodes beats Seth Rollins with a horrific injury. WWE Hell in a Cell. Crazy. Right, get in your scores as to what you thought about this show. I think that that main event really knocked up my score. I said I was around a 6 going into it, and it was going to need something special to kind of get me up into the 7s. That was special. I really think that is one of those matches that people need to go out of their way to go and watch. That to me feels like one of the matches this year that you need to see. Just because if you haven't seen it, you need to see how bad that injury is. You need to see how Cody really pushes himself through adversity, what he has to overcome. I mean, there's so much in there. It's amazing. It's amazing from Cody that he was able to do that. I was at a 6, but Cody made it a 7, said JDE. Crowd seemed ungrateful that Cody had turned up to perform. Thank you, Rollins, chance for pulling out that table. Cody just had one of those moments that makes you immortal. It's a memory that is made for fans forever. 7.25 says Edwards. Shannon with an 8.5. Esteban said the match was average and it relied on gimmicks, but that injury made it pretty impressive. Mike said Cody really is taking over. The chase for the belt will be amazing. I hope they let him have it with a good run. He truly deserves it. Edna, shout out to you. Cody is a legend, an absolute legend. I tell you, it's warm in my heart to see these messages. It's great that people are like feeling that way, because that's how I feel about it as well. Like, for him to dig that deep, and you know, he easily could have turned around and said, "Look, I can't do it." If he had shown that injury to Vince and everything, I can't believe that they would have forced him into that match. I think that he is here to give his all, basically. He so desperately wants to be WWE champion. You know, that it's the belt that the Rhodes family has never had, and Cody really does want to achieve that. And I mean, look, that sends a very strong message of how much this means to him. And that message goes back to the locker room. It goes to Vince. It goes to the fans. And he's going to have to go away and get that surgery, of course. But absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. I'm so pleased. I'm so pleased that he's managed to get through that match and that it's been so well received. Cody earned every ounce of respect. An absolute god, says Adrian. Wouldn't be surprised if it changed from Rollins Cody win once he got that injury, says Simon. Seth in a 3-0. If we had Cody Seth 4, then the creative team would just suck. Cody really gave us what we love. A good guy having to dig deeper than one could imagine and getting the win. Well done, Cody. Jonah said, I think Cody should be the one to beat Roman first, but not sure when he'll do it. Maybe at Survivor Series or Royal Rumble. I think Seth will be in the ladder match. Dort Knight said, will he be out into Royal Rumble? I honestly don't know. I mean, people might be able to tell me how long Triple H was out for. People might be able to tell me that information. That would be very interesting. How long was Triple H out for when he had a similar injury? Because that is obviously going to be very, very interesting. And I think that would give us a rough indication. You know, everyone's different. Everyone can recover at different speeds. But it would give us a rough indication as to how long Cody could be expected to be out for. Cody Rhodes beats, if you are just joining us, Seth Rollins in the main event of Hell in a Cell. And he does it with a horrific injury. Get in your thoughts. We're going to jump into the chat and we're going to get people's thoughts on Hell in a Cell. Go down. 7.5. Would have been more convinced if Cody's injury is real if Brandy was out there trying to talk him out of doing the match. About 6 months, but Triple H was a part-timer. 6 months he was out for. PW Insider is saying that Cody took the mic after the show and said that he will talk about his injury on Raw tomorrow. Meltzer has tweeted that was amongst one of the most compelling matches in pro wrestling history. What? Meltzer liked it. Meltzer enjoyed a WWE match. What's he said? Rhodes won with 2 crossroads and a sledgehammer. This was amongst the most compelling matches in pro wrestling history. Meltzer says, say what you want about Corey Graves, but there are very few instances in history of any announcer doing as good a job as he did in this match. Absolutely unreal. Meltzer singing the praises of Corey Graves. Wow. Dave Meltzer also said that is not makeup on Cody. That is real. It's a tore full pec tear and what it looks like so soon after. So there we go. A torn pec tear. Meltzer confirming that the injury is real. It's a torn pec. Hell in a Cell. I tell you what, that was Hell in a Cell for Cody Rhodes, wasn't it? That was Hell in a Cell. It's exactly what it was. He has literally just been through Hell in a Cell. If anyone can say they've been through Hell in a Cell, it's Cody Rhodes. Who's going to win Money in the Bank in your opinion now? Well, it's hard to say, innit? I mean, it doesn't look like it's going to be Cody. I know that much. Doesn't look like it's going to be Cody. Let's add Cody to this. We've had nearly 738 votes. A big thank you to everyone that's voted. We will jump into those votes in a second. I don't know where we got to with likes. Did we manage to get to the 1,000? Oh, we did. We just did 1,000. 1,022. So big thank you to everyone that's left a like also. Gaming in Real Time said, I wonder if this changes plans for Money in the Bank. I would think it would have to. I felt quite confident that Cody was going to win that, but I'm going to wait. I'm going to keep waving the flag for Sami Zayn. I'm going to keep waving the flag. I like the idea of Sami Zayn saying, listen, I've got an idea, guys, talking to the Usos. How about I enter Money in the Bank? You help me win, and then I won't cash in. No one will cash in. No one will cash in on Roman. Because I will have Money in the Bank. And like Roman could be like, this is amazing. This is brilliant. Let's do it. And the Usos could help Sami win Money in the Bank. He then is a man of his words. He doesn't cash in. But then they turn their back on him. Might be a month down the road, 2 months down the road, 3 months down the road, 4 months down the road, 5 months down the road, 6 months down the road. But they do abandon him. They turn their back on him. And Sami has got the Money in the Bank briefcase. I love that story. I love that story. Really hope that it goes that way. Because it makes sense as to why they would help him win the Money in the Bank. Because he can convince them, if I've got it, well, no one's going to cash in on Roman. If I've got it. And they can like side with him, but then forget about it. And as we said, as the months go by, you don't see it. It's not like he carries it around. Like, he just leaves it at home. We forget about it. And they forget about it. And then he gets, disrespected, beaten down. They could turn on him. It's only Sami. They could abandon him. He gets the last laugh. He's got Money in the Bank. So I really like that story. But, I mean, there's no guarantee they'll go that way. And there's no guarantee that they're going to want to make Sami a world champion. So, there's every chance they go in a different direction. Roman needs to relinquish the WWE Championship or someone cashes in on one belt. I think Sami Money in the Bank is making more and more sense, says Hoff Sports Media. Alex said, I've tagged you in a video where Cody spoke. He will be at Raw. And he said this was his decision and his decision only. That's interesting. I mean, I suppose he's got to clarify that because I can't believe they allowed him to go out and do the match. I can't believe that he was even allowed to go out there. But, He must have signed a waiver. He must have signed something saying that if anything happens in this match, WWE will not be held responsible. But for him to go out there, I mean, the start of the match was like Cody very limited. And Seth was doing a lot of the work. And in fairness, Seth does a lot of the work throughout this whole thing. It's Seth that sets up the tables. It's, Seth that's putting like Cody up top and going for different things. It's Seth that introduces the sledgehammer. It is Seth that's doing a lot of things in this match. But Cody has to play his part. And obviously there's big spots where like Cody gets put through a table. He's having to hit like crossroads after crossroads. This is not a short match as well. It's not a short match. Like, he's gone in there with, like, oh my God, like this torn pectoral muscle. And then he's done 25 minutes. 24 minutes 20. And the thing just kept building as well. Like, at the start, he wasn't doing as much. And you're like, look, you can understand why it's going this way. But he did start to do more and more. And he was taking bigger bumps. And there was little things like when he had his arm twisted and then like pulled. And it's like, oh. I mean, like the kendo stick being driven into it. You kind of know they're controlling the pressure on that. But anything that's going to be touching around here, it's going to be horrible. Horrible. Just horrible. Yeah, I don't even want to touch my own. Horrible. I feel so sorry for him. Man. Goddamn. Amazing. Thoughts on Ali Theory? I enjoyed it. And I'm enjoying his reign. Really enjoyed it. I gave that like a 3.25. I think that for me, the first match... See, it's weird because the first match isn't really my type of match. This kind of, multi-spot, people jumping on the top of each other. We didn't really get too much of that, in all fairness. Where, like, normally a load of people are standing out the ring and someone jumps on top of them. Those kind of spots that are very obviously spots. Like when someone's slammed down in the middle of the ring and they have to, like, adjust themselves so they can get to the position they're meant to be in so someone can, like, splash on top of them. I don't like that kind of stuff. I like a good, proper contest, hard-hitting, feels realistic type kind of encounter. And for me, there was just a few too many spots in that first one. So I gave that first match, like, 3.5. But I do think it's the best match up until the main event. And I think that Theory Ali match I thought was very good. So I would be around a 3.25 for that. 3.25 to 3.5 for the Theory Ali match. Really enjoyed it. I think it's the second best match outside of, like, taking the main event out. Because the main event's easily the best. If you take that out of the equation altogether... I think it's the women, and then I think it's Ali and Theory. And I think that Theory, I'm loving that he's starting to open up a little bit more. So, we're starting to see him making his own decisions now. And he obviously gave Ali that quick match on Monday. So Ali won a title opportunity, and Theory gave it him straight away. Like, it was really good, really clever to give him that match straight away. So, I really like that. And then, obviously, it didn't work. And Pierce came out and went, no, we're going to do this at Hell in a Cell. And then here, they've just gone and had, like, a really good encounter, really solid wrestling match. For me, it's a really solid. It's really solid. It's really good. It's really enjoyable. I really liked it. I'd say outside of the women, it was the second best thing. And then, the main event is just out on its own. For me, there is you've got all these matches here, and the main event is just so far ahead. Dave Meltzer tweeting out it's one of the most compelling matches in wrestling history. I would score it about a 4.25 to 4.5 for that main event, but I don't know. The way that Meltzer's talking, he might be slapping a 5 stars on it, to be honest. You can't really say it's one of the most compelling matches in wrestling history and then give it 3 point summit, can you? So maybe he's going to slap a big 5-star daddy onto it. Who knows? No one convinced me with a torn pec to come out here. It was solely my decision. Let's have a look, see where we are. Oh my God, we're so close to 1,000 votes. I don't want to end that until we get to 1,000. That would be amazing if we could get to 1,000 votes. So I don't want to end the poll till we get to 1,000. We're about 37 away. Edward said Cody shouldn't have been allowed to have competed. Apparently Rhea Ripley's gear didn't arrive, so she had to improvise. Oh, that's interesting, because I did think that was weird. So that's interesting. I'm surprised that Cody wrestled that match. Yes. Daniel, shout out to you. I will go through Twitter. There's quite a few people sending me like clips of Cody and bits and bobs. Cody shouldn't have competed. Cody is too valuable to miss too much TV time, so they might make him a GM, says channel name. What a match, says Legend Killer. What a match. Hell of a match, mate. Hell of a match. These two have just delivered time after time. It is incredible. These three matches, I mean, I don't know if I could tell you a better trilogy of matches in WWE history. And that is something that would take a lot of thought. That is something where you would really have to go back through your mind and think about like Stone Cold and The Rock, for example. Those are undeniably bigger. They are not better. I don't believe that those Stone Cold Rock matches, those three at WrestleMania, are better than the three Cody Seth ones that we've had. And then I'd have to think about, like, how many times did, like, Edge and Seth, like, face each other? I mean, like, they do so many rematches, but just off the top of my head right now, I would put Cody Seth up there with any trilogy of matches. Yeah, with any trilogy of matches. Yeah. Yeah. They're amazing. They're amazing. Austin Rock, I would put it over Austin Rock. I think Austin Rock are bigger, but I don't think their match quality is better. But it's going to be subjective, isn't it? Some people might think that that they are better. Seeb said, do you feel this is one of those shows where no talking points came out of it other than Bobby showing he's going after the belt? Like the last pay-per-view, we had the Rhea thing. No, I think that Cody is going to need some time off, and I think that injury is a massive talking point. I think Rhea joining Judgment Day obviously is important long term, but I think Cody has just given us one of the most incredible moments of the year, and that's a talking point. I mean, him wrestling with that injury, that is huge. I mean, when we get to the end of the year and we talk about our favourite matches and we talk about our favourite moments, like, there's every chance that that is going to be mentioned. And undeniably, Cody Seth is going to be mentioned. Because right now, all three might be, like, my 1, 2, and 3, like, favourite matches of the year. Like, they are stunning. All three are stunning. I gave their match at WrestleMania 5 stars. And I still stand by it. Because not only was the match amazing, but the moment where he comes out and he returns to WWE, like, you add all that in, for me, that whole package is 5 stars. For this, I've gone 4.5, but I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, like, for this, I've gone 4.5. Just because, like, the start of the match, you could tell it was really limited. But maybe that just doesn't matter. Maybe the way that you would normally score a match or you would normally look at a match just doesn't apply to this, because that injury is so significant that it just doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't matter. Like, stop overthinking it. Maybe this is 5 stars as well. I'm going to be really interested to see what Meltzer's got to say. Really interested what Meltzer's got to say. You see, for me, when he introduces that bull rope, I don't know that I needed that segment of the match. I don't know that I needed the bull rope coming in. And I don't know that Seth would have accepted it or should have accepted it. I mean, Cody had already put himself in it. Seth had a great opportunity as the heel to, like, use that and drag, like, Cody around. He could have wrapped it around ropes. He could have choked him with it. Instead, Seth decided to put it on and actually partake. And so little things like that make me go, I don't know about the psychology of that as to whether that, like, stops it being 5 stars. And as I said, Cody, you could tell his limitations at the start. We've seen such incredible Cody matches, but that is limiting. But it's right that it's limiting as well, so it's like, yeah, very hard to score. Never seen anything like that. I've never seen anything like that. It's so difficult to put a score on it, but I think that is a massive takeaway and a massive talking point. And I don't know how long Cody's going to be out for now, so let's jump into the poll then, shall we? Let's wrap this up and see where we are. My score for it, I was a 6 going into that main event. I said that at the time. And that main event absolutely delivered. So for me, I'm going to end on about a 7.25. It's not only did the match pull it up a whole point, but I'm going to give it a little sprinkle on top of that as well. I make no mistake about it. That score is being carried heavily by that main event. Like, for me, if that main event, if it had just been so-so, if the main event had been quite short and, you know, something had happened and whatever, blah, blah, blah. Say Cody came down, he had it bandaged, they had a so-so match, I would have ended on a 6. I would have ended on a 6. That has jumped up to a 7.25 because of that main event. And honestly, could even be knocking on the door of a 7.5. That main event is just incredible. It's incredible. Right, here we go. We had over 1,000 votes. 52% of you went 8 to 10. And do you know what? After a main event like that, I totally see why. After a main event like that, I totally see why. What I'm not forgetting is, you know, some of the matches we sat through before. As we said, when I was getting to that main event, I was at about a 6. So I can't jump up to 2 whole points and get to like the 8s where you lot are. So for me, it's a little bit below that, but I'm really pleased that people enjoyed it on that level. And I said before, and I really do mean this, I'm so pleased that Cody has just had that moment. I'm so pleased that he's had, I mean, I'm not pleased he's gone through that, but I'm pleased he's got through that. And that is a visual that everyone will remember. It will be the talk of the wrestling world. It'll get loads of praise for it. I mean, this show that was solid but not spectacular has ended with over 52% of people scoring it 8 to 10. That is all down to that main event. 7 to 7.75, 28%. So I'm kind of in there with those guys. So 28% of people, just over a quarter, almost a third, giving it 7 to 7.75. 6 to 6.75 got 9%. 5.75 or below got 8%. So about 17% of people said it was 6.75 or below. So that's what we got from the 1,000 votes. Bryce says, Judgment Day isn't done with Balor, Liv, and AJ and the end of Seth Rollins versus Cody. Edward said, hats off to Cody, my favourite wrestler after going through that. I tell you, he went through hell. He really did, and very, very impressive stuff from Cody Rhodes this evening. Very, very impressive. Main event was a classic. 4.5 says, Brent, great stream. Shout out to you, dudes. Aseeb said, you're easily pleased that main event wasn't that good. Dave Meltzer, who I disagree with quite often, but I am stunned by that comment that he made. I am stunned by it. Dave Meltzer says that it is amongst the most compelling matches in pro wrestling history. So, and that's from someone that, do you know what I mean? I don't even know if he really watches WWE that closely anymore. He's obviously loving what AEW are doing. He loves what New Japan are doing. He's very critical of the WWE product. Not because I think he's against anyone. I just genuinely think he's, it's not really aimed at him. There's a lot of stuff that, it's not his style of wrestling. But so for him to turn around and say that match is, one of the most compelling matches in pro wrestling history is pretty significant, I think. Pretty significant. What were the other things that he said? Considering the severity of that injury, that match had no business being that good. Comparable to Willis Reed taking the court at the Garden. Don't know what that is. Or MJ playing with the flu against the Jazz. That'll be Michael Jordan, won't it? Career-defining performance tonight. Dave Meltzer says Willis Reed is a fair comparison. Relevant wrestling knowledge, and then he goes into some AEW related. Do you think Cody will make it for SummerSlam? It's highly unlikely, but he was able to compete tonight, so I don't know. Well, I mean, it was a really good point that was made by the chat earlier. That pectoral muscle was already torn. So because it was already torn, it wasn't going to get worse. Like, it couldn't tear anymore. It's done. It needs operating on. Once he's had his surgery, he is then obviously in a different phase, and that's the recovery phase. And so how quickly he returns is going to be limited by how quickly he recovers. So, I think he was told tonight that, look, it's not going to get any worse. It's going to be really painful. It's going to be really uncomfortable. But it won't get any worse. And I think that was enough for him to then go out there and do the match. Very different once he goes into that recovery phase. Really, very, very different. Willis Reed tore his quad or something after a couple of minutes in the finals and gave his team the boost to win. Yeah, that doesn't mean anything to me. Those kind of instances of basketball and whatever, that I'm not familiar with that. So Willis Reed is not something that I'm aware of, but that's what Dave Meltzer's referring to. Or what someone wrote in and mentioned. Raw should be fun tomorrow. Yeah, we will be live for Raw tomorrow as well, by the way. If you have enjoyed joining us for this live stream, and we will be wrapping this up soon, don't worry. But we are live tomorrow. We always start an hour before. We will start an hour before Raw. So we will be live midnight UK time, 7 Eastern. We'll be live the hour before. Obviously, there's going to be fallout of Hell in a Cell. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see what people are going to say about it. Get all the different perspectives, find out what the news is. I'm sure there'll be more information that comes out about Cody as well. So we'll gather all that and we'll chat about that the hour before. And I think what's really interesting now is that is Hell in a Cell done. So now the build begins for Money in the Bank. And Money in the Bank is going to be a big show this year. It was meant to be at Allegiant Stadium. They didn't get a chance to sell the tickets for Allegiant Stadium, so they've already made the move. Or they didn't. The tickets weren't selling at the rate they needed, so they've already made the move. But that doesn't mean that the actual show they're going to put on is going to have been downscaled. I think they're still going to go big for Money in the Bank. It is still regarded as being one of the big five. If you've got Royal Rumble, WrestleMania, SummerSlam, and Survivor Series, Money in the Bank is the next one. And actually, quite a few people would probably put it above Survivor Series now. So Money in the Bank is regarded as a real decent-sized pay-per-view. So that is our next one, and the build for that is going to start. There'll probably be qualifying matches, I would think, for people to get into the Money in the Bank ladder match. Although saying that, they have done it before where people just get announced, and we've had graphics just shown of the people that are in it. So that's obviously going to be interesting. But we will move on. The build for that starts tomorrow. Imagine playing soccer with a torn ACL. That is kind of like what Cody just did. Harley said there's going to be a lot of qualifying matches, I'm sure, and Cody promo. Last year on Raw, after Hell in a Cell, there was 5 qualifying matches. Hayden, shout out to you. Edward said, would you say Cody is the best wrestler in the world right now? I don't know, because that's a difficult question, isn't it? Because technically I would say no. But I think heart, you would say yes. Like heart and desire. I mean, I've never seen anyone do that. So, what he is willing to put himself through and his body through, yes. I feel like he is right up there. But best wrestler in the world, it's hard, isn't it? It's hard. I mean, he can cut a promo. He can go in the ring. He's just shown his heart. If you put all of that together in a package, he's definitely in the conversation. But, is Bryan Danielson a better technical wrestler that can also cut a promo? I mean, right now, Danielson's kind of in Blackpool Combat Club, and maybe the spotlight is not quite as bright on him as it has been. But even so, he's still a fantastic in-ring competitor. Same with Ospreay getting a lot of praise over in New Japan. That's the name that tends to come up. Okada, of course, is still around. Is it Josh Alexander in Impact I've heard really positive stuff about? Grisham as well. Jonathan Grisham has been mentioned a few times. So I feel like there's quite a few names in the pot. Roman, of course. You know what Roman's doing at the moment is stunning. But I don't think it's madness to have Cody Rhodes, at least in the conversation. And I think from a heart point of view, absolutely. What is delivered tonight is stunning. Going Ghost said, although Cody had an amazing moment, I think Seth deserves praise. Absolutely. Cody trusted Seth to have that match, even with an injury. And Seth, we said Seth carried the workload. He brought the tables in. He brought in the sledgehammer. He was setting up the spots. He was the one that was really leading the dance, and Cody was, in a way, being forced to follow. There was a few moments that Cody led the dance, but he had to. I mean, like, for example, Cody had to go and grab that bull rope because it's synonymous with him and his family. It's not the kind of thing that Seth would be grabbing from underneath the ring, so that is something that Cody had to take the lead on. But if you actually look as to who was setting up different spots, who was, like, leading that match, it's very much from start to finish Seth Rollins. So he was the Hing General of the match, and it was, he's going to have to be, wasn't he? So, but it's Seth Rollins. I mean, he's been in incredible match after incredible match after incredible match. And he's in a really good phase in his career, actually. We thankfully seem a long way away from Monday Night Messiah, which never did it for me. Him trying to poke out Rey Mysterio's eye. That match of him and Rey was actually a decent match, but we weren't... I don't know, all of that kind of stuff that was going on with him and his disciples and him being the Messiah and all that, it seemed to be taken away from the in-ring. It wasn't a great period for great in-ring Seth Rollins matches. But then saying that, I don't know that he had great opponents during that time, but either way, he's kind of evolved. Now he just kind of comes down with, this is like the Seth freaking Rollins era now, I think. So we've moved away from the Monday Night Messiah era. We're into the Seth freaking Rollins era. Comes out he's a heel, comes out in like crazy clothes. You never know what to expect. Loved him wearing the Shield stuff earlier this year. Loved him wearing the polka dots tonight. Absolutely fantastic. That alone got you excited and got me excited about the match. Before Cody even came out, one of my biggest reactions was when I saw Seth in the polka dots. So it's little things like that play a big, big part. The details are so important. And I think Seth's in a great phase in his career. And, it was late last year when he was in that feud with Edge. And he had a fantastic Hell in a Cell match against Edge last year. So I had confidence because of the success of the Hell in a Cell match at Crown Jewel against Edge. I had confidence that he would obviously have a great match here, but, that got flipped on its head with that injury, and he had to lead things more than I think he was probably expecting. But, yeah, you're absolutely right. Fantastic wrestler, and actually someone else that should be in the conversation for, best wrestler in the world. Better pay-per-view than a lot thought it would be. Absolutely. I hope Bayley returns soon, says Bryce. Right, well, she's going to have to, isn't she? I mean, she's been away for so long. We've got to be at the point where she's on the verge of coming back. Got to think that she's not that far away from coming back. So I did wonder if we might get her tonight. People were saying, are you expecting any surprises? I said that I wasn't really. I think that we got quite a few at the last pay-per-view. And so to expect them here in what was clearly a B show pay-per-view, I didn't expect anything. But I did wonder if we might get a Bayley. Did wonder if we might get that. But I mean, look at that. Over 50% of people voted this, and 8 to 10 in the scores in our chat. And you didn't get any of those surprises. I mean, as long as you're telling great stories, and obviously that was massively helped by that injury that Cody had. But as long as you're telling great stories, you don't need these endless surprises. Sometimes, the surprises kind of take away from the storytelling. I'm much more into great stories and using the people that we've got rather than is someone going to come back? Are we going to get a surprise? I mean, for me, a surprise was Cody being in the polka dots. Didn't expect it. It was a great moment. For me, a surprise was the how bad the injury was on Cody. That was a surprise. I expected it to be bandaged, and I didn't expect it to be that bad. That was a surprise. So we did get surprises tonight. They just weren't superstars. But they were just as impactful for me. For me, had they... it would have been nice for Bayley to come back, but at least we've got that for the future. That is going to happen. That is going to happen. And but we just don't know when. But we still got some great moments tonight. I think WWE pay-per-view has been great this year. They are overloading cards. They're not overloading cards like AEW. Oh, God. Do you know what as well? I mean, the AEW show, the AEW pay-per-view show would still be on now, right? And not only would it still be on now, it would still be going for another hour after now. That's how long that pay-per-view was. The length that we just got from Hell in a Cell was so much more enjoyable. Never got exhausted. Never got tired. I was totally with the whole show. I mean, I'll admit, after that Anarchy in the Arena match last week, I was pretty much done. I don't even know if I was all that fair to those final matches. I think we had the tag team title match, and then we had CM Punk and Hangman, but I will quite happily hold my hands up and say I was done. After that point, I was gone. I was tired. I was giving it attention. I was giving it what I had, but my levels of enthusiasm had drastically dropped. I really feel like the Anarchy in the Arena should have been where the show ended last week, but it just kept going. So hopefully, I mean, there's been obviously loud criticism of the length of that show. So hopefully that's something they will take on board. Because I think if you took that show last week and you just got it down to 3 hours, chopped off an hour and a half, which I know sounds a lot, but it would be super easy. Chop off an hour and a half. That is a great show last week. It's a great show. It's a great product that they're putting out, and it was a great show, but it's just too long. And I'm really pleased that WWE don't do similar. I'm really pleased that tonight has been this kind of length. I agree. We've not seen a return since the night after WrestleMania. I think we're due another one. Did we not get anything? Or was it only Rhea Ripley, was it, at the last one? Was it just Rhea Ripley at WrestleMania Backlash? Her joining Judgment Day. Have we not had any since then? We haven't had a return. I find that hard to believe. I'm all right with it. I'm all right with not having it. Frank said Bray should return, but where is the question? I think he goes to either Control Your Narrative or that WES. I think that he goes to... I think he goes to one of those promotions that put on not regular shows, but like occasional shows once in a while. They can promote him. They can get ticket sales out of it. He can do that show. There's no commitment for him to then have to turn up to like a TV show midweek. Like, he can just go and do that show, and then he's free to do another movie or something like this. It's going to allow him to still see his fans and wrestling fans that want to see him. It's going to allow him time to do movie projects. And I think it's going to allow him time with his family as well. So I could see him going to one of those shows rather than just immediately sign him with AEW, but who knows? I don't know what the agreement is. The agreement might be there with AEW of, well, go and do your film. Once you're done with this film, hit us up and we'll, get you the contract. So, I mean, it could be that they've already had a deal in place for a while, so I'm expecting him to go to one of those. Days wasn't ready to remember Asuka. Yeah, that sucked. That was a bit of a downer. Alexa returned, but she wasn't gone that long, says Franks. Corbin suffered a minor neck contusion, says Charlie. Right, listen, we've got 8 minutes, and then we are going to be at the hour mark. So that makes sense to me. Makes sense that we stick around and get your final thoughts. Fire in your final thoughts. As to what you thought about the show, what did you like, what didn't you like, what are you looking forward to, what do you think they should do, what are you looking forward to on Raw. We got about 7 minutes. We'll stick around for 7 minutes, which I know might sound like quite a while, but it's not. William says, random question, do you think there will be a match between Thunder Rosa and Asuka? Would that be good or bad? I think it'd be really good. That'd be really good. I think that they've both got that hard-hitting style. And one of the things I really enjoyed tonight was Asuka's striking. I think it was snug. I bet it's not fun to take. I could even imagine some girls backstage being a bit, not wanting to work with Asuka. And there was rumors that Sasha and Naomi didn't want to work with a couple of girls. It was reported to be Doudrop and Nikki ASH, but honestly, some of them shots by Asuka are moody, man. Some of them shots are moody. Don't bother me, because I ain't the one taking them, but they are pretty snug. There is no way that they don't hurt. So, yeah, I could understand girls being a bit off with even working with Asuka, but God, she lays it in. No half measures. She looks so believable in everything she does, and I so respect that. And that's actually one of the things I loved about Thunder Rosa was that, when she does her drop kicks in the corner, she really fires them in. And her striking and everything, she really fires it in. It's one of the things that really stood out to me. So, those two going up against each other would be a brutal encounter. I'd love to see it. I think that would make for a great match. Show was great. Was looking forward to a new member of Judgment Day, but says Franks. Great stream, thank you. Great commentating, Ledge Killer, appreciate it. Art1 said Asuka's shots were crazy. Master Chief said if not for Cody, the show was okay. Was not good even, I fell asleep. Then Seth's outfit, Cody's injury just made it one of those things that you won't forget. Sam said Japanese strong style, absolutely. Days, your Sammy Money in the Bank story is making sense with this Cody injury, says Hoff Sports Media. Well, I mean, look, it's just fantasy booking in it, but it's what I would like to see that. Freddie said, when do you think The Rock will return to start the build with Roman? Well, he's a busy boy, to be honest. And to be honest, I think they might need to do it sooner than later because come February, it's the XFL. So February, he's out the equation. He's too busy. XFL starts next year, and The Rock is part owner now. So he is going to be all over that. So I can't see him being free to pop up and do stuff in February. And I've got to be thinking that January is going to be a nightmare. Maybe December as well. So I think that you are either going to have to leave it super late, which is not ideal, or you do it super early and you find a way of getting the match in and announced, and then you can promote it whilst he's not around, which to me would make more sense. So I would look for it to be sooner rather than later. So could it be something at SummerSlam? Could it be that The Rock makes its presence felt? Could it be that, he comes out at SummerSlam, then addresses the crowd the next night on Raw, challenges Roman to a match at WrestleMania? The only reason I'm saying that is because, as I said, XFL. The XFL is going to surely take him out of the picture it's going to be a nightmare. I just don't think he's going to be around at the start of the year. But what it does also mean is he has undoubtedly not got any film commitments at the start of next year. He won't have any film commitments. I don't know if by the time we get into April and WrestleMania or March, if they will start back up again. But we've just got to hope that, they've had the conversation already, WWE. I think they knew, because they knew about this Hollywood WrestleMania about 2 years ago, maybe even more. I distinctly remember WrestleMania 37, 38, and 39 being unveiled at the same time. So it's not like we only just found out about WrestleMania 39. This has been in the books for a long, long time. So if you're going to do a WrestleMania in Hollywood, it's an absolute no-brainer to pick up the phone to The Rock and go, we've got WrestleMania in Hollywood, are you free? Keep it free because we want you for something. I don't know at this stage what it is, but we want you for something. Keep that free. Here's a load of money. And so that would make perfect sense. So either they're going to need to go early or they're going to have to go super close to it. And super close, I just don't think it's great promoting. The XFL might not be back. I don't think that anyone is watching it. No, I think it is back next year. I think it's next year that they've actually got it lined up to return. Rock returns 4 weeks before WrestleMania 29. I thought Seth got the hammer because of Hell in a Cell 2019, said Extra Crispy. No, it'd be Triple H reference. I mean, it's Triple H reference because Cody, obviously, was destroying the throne with the sledgehammer over in AEW. And was kind of taking the mick out of Triple H. It was AEW against NXT and all that kind of stuff. And Seth's like Triple H's protege, if you want. He was the chosen one. He was the one that Triple H got to turn on the Shield. And I think it kind of all plays back to all of that. Rock versus Cena versus Roman at WrestleMania, says AR1. He's said he'll take a year off from movies, says List of Jericho. Where are we? We're a couple of minutes. WrestleMania 39 in Hollywood, it is. Yeah, it is. We've got to realise the years are ticking on The Rock. He's not a young man anymore. He's got to want to do it. I think he would, though, against Roman. I think he would want to do it against Roman and his family. So I don't think that's the problem. I don't think he would come back for anyone else, but Roman, I think he would. WWE doesn't have Cody, doesn't have Randy, doesn't have Roman, doesn't have Brock. Who is the top dog now? Vince. Elaine said The Rock will be smashed by the tribal chief. When Hollywood is back? I don't know what that means. I think we will see Cena really soon. Cena versus Theory, said Master Chief. You did great. Doesn't matter who gets killed as long as the bot dies. Rock isn't coming back, says Tori. Top of the hour. Bing, bing, bing. There we go. It is top of the hour. Right, big thank you to everyone that joined us. I hope you enjoyed that stream. Don't forget, we are back later with WWE Raw. We're going to have the full fallout of WWE Raw, see what is being said, see what the fallout is of Hell in a Cell, and start the build towards Money in the Bank. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you enjoyed it. I will see you again next time. Bye for now.